systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
My foot. Wait, I can't find the switch.
It's on your left.
Wait, I got it.
Oh god, that's not good. What did you do?
I wasn't supposed to leak that. Oh no.
No, wait, look. If we react quick enough, we can just pretend that we revealed it on purpose.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go.
Damn it, just roll with it.
And let's bring the hype music.
LEC Finals, 10th and 11th of April. Tune in.
Like a hammer on a drum, like footprints in the sand. From the moment we are born, there's an imprint on your hand. Wrap your fingers around my neck. You don't speak my dialect, but our images reflect. Drawn together by the flame, we are just the same. Embrace the wind and fall into another time and space. If we belong
the fire as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
Welcome back, everyone, to Berlin, Germany stage for the epic race for playoffs in the LEC. Only 3 teams have locked their spot, and after the day of upsets shocked the competition yesterday, it is safe to say that everything is still left to be decided. I'm Shox, joined by Medic and by LS, aka LEC Super Week. Hi, LS.
I'm super glad to be here for this.
Yes, I mean, maybe it was your influence that the teams were already showing up yesterday and there were so many upsets. Medic, also, welcome.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed watching some of LS's reactions yesterday on his stream to the games. It was an enjoyable morning for me, spent watching highlight clips of LS crying as Renekton got a pentakill.
I'm glad you brought it up. So, yesterday started pretty standard with Rogue securing a top 2 spot in the LEC for the 2nd season in a row. Very impressive. But after that, as you said already, it turned into a day of upsets, which can only be described by one word: banger. Banger after banger. So, LS, what was the biggest upset for you personally yesterday?
I mean, I feel like it was Excel managing to topple G2 in the end. I mean, Excel, they went back to their old roots. They drafted late game scaling, insurance policies pretty much across the board. G2 failed to get advantages early whatsoever, and then Excel's team composition just sort of fell on top of them and let gravity take over.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of compositions yesterday that sort of just ended up beating the opposition through draft. We saw it in the Schalke game as well against Fnatic. And then also we would be remiss if we didn't mention the crocodile in the room. Astralis versus Vitality. We saw the first pentakill of spring in the LEC. White Knight, actually only a second ever competitive pentakill for an Renekton player.
Well, LS, isn't that just fantastic?
Well, this was the dinosaur that could. Crowny's Comet couldn't bring this one down, I'll tell you that much, as the Renekton was truly Godzilla in this match. And I mean, he earned the MVP.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, it was so bittersweet, Medic, because Astralis hadn't been doing too well, out of playoff contention. White Knight in the interview after was like, yeah, of course I'm happy, but it sucks that we couldn't do more this split.
Yeah, of course, we already have 2 teams eliminated from playoff contention, Astralis and Vitality, but those rest of those spots are still up for grabs.
And I think you'll talk about all of that in just a second. But first, a quick reminder to everyone is that the LEC teams will return to the studio for playoffs. We are so happy that we're able to make this happen because we're missing them. And I'm sick of taking selfies with a screen during PGL, so it will be nice to talk to them in person.
Oh, it really will. And as much as watching G2 lift the trophy at home last year was great, maybe we'll see a different team lift it in the studio this year. It's just great to have the players back.
Yeah, okay, we'll see indeed. For the rest though, are we expecting the same amount of upsets today? LS, well, in your experience from teams, you know, they can show a completely different look when they get to kind of the finish line, be it for the good or for the bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously upsets are pretty uncommon, but you know, with what's been going on so far in LEC, you can never really count out what's going to happen. I'm curious if G2 is going to dial back today and stop picking the type of team composition where they're required to get ahead.
Absolutely, we'll see if they make that happen. We will have an in-depth discussion on Misfits, Schalke, and XL, as their race is the main headline for the week. And to set the stage, as teased, here's Medic and his playoffs checkup.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm going to leave you and LS over in this side of the studio for a little bit. Let's talk about playoffs. You know, it's the usual thing. Who's in, who's out, who's going to shake it all about in the middle of the pack. Right now, G2 and Rogue are actually locked in top 2. Mad have also locked a spot in the playoffs, although their positioning isn't decided. SK and Fnatic both only need a single win to make it into playoffs, and Schalke, Misfits, and XL are the remaining 3 teams who are fighting for a single spot. As we said, Astralis and Vitality unfortunately can't make playoffs in spring. Now, before we get into some of the intricacies here, I want to remind you guys there are 2 main ways we settle ties in the LEC before we play a tiebreaker game. First off, we look at the head-to-head record between the 2 teams over the entirety of spring. If that is tied, we then look at how many total wins each team has in the second half of the season, so from week 5 onwards. What does that mean? Well, in the fight for this final playoff spot, Misfits are actually the only team of the 3 that have their fate entirely in their own hands. If Misfits win every single game they have left, the worst they can do is tie with Schalke at 9-9. And although Misfits and Schalke have a 1-1 head-to-head record, Misfits already have more wins in the second half. Therefore, Schalke would be put in 7th spot and Misfits would get 6th. So what happens if Misfits and Schalke drop a game and XL manages to catch up with them? Well, this is where things get a little bit spicier. In this scenario, we use the 3-way head-to-head to calculate who gets the top seed. As XL have won 2 games versus Schalke and have won 1 game versus Misfits, they would get the top spot with a 3-1 record. Schalke with a 1-3 record would get the lowest seed, and Misfits would be in the middle at 2-2. In this case, XL would get the final playoff berth, but their fate obviously isn't in their own hands because both Schalke and Misfits need to drop a game for XL to catch up. So what are your games to watch today? Well, if SK win, they're in. If Fnatic win in Game 4, they're in. Those are the easy ones to look at. My eyes, though, are really on this Rogue XL matchup. XL really need to win this if they're going to have a chance of making playoffs. Now, importantly, every single game today has playoff implications. In fact, you could say every game counts.
Bingo card!
Back over here.
There's a very adamant group of Twitter users who follow the LEC who said as soon as week 3 or something, who had week 3 Verius, every game counts on the bingo card. But, you know, it's just the case. Thank you so much for that breakdown. Many things can still happen, but it does look like we'll have a battle for the ages between Misfits, Schalke, and XL, if I understood you correctly. So let's talk about these 3 teams. Unless I'm going to go to you first in terms of XL. You said a while ago, well, it's all about the draft. They're going back to what they're good at playing. Can you elaborate a bit on what that approach is for XL?
Yeah, Yeah, so Excel, in the very start of the split, they drafted pretty unusual champion picks early on. They always had more of a scaling team composition relative to their opponents. They would always fall down early, in the early stages, maybe go even in lane, maybe a little bit behind, and then they would let the team composition sort of just take over and make up for maybe where they were having some weaknesses compared to other teams. Then they deviated from this. They started picking lane dominant champions, champions that had to get ahead, champions that spiked in mid game, and then they started losing a lot trying to brawl with other teams. Started to dial back, went back to the scaling type things, and in the game against G2, their comp played a really big part in helping them take down G2 and overcome the team diff.
Patrick's just so happy about that. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, maybe they got helped a bit by G2 and the composition they fielded, but nothing to take away from Excel and the way they played.
I will say as well, Excel kind of exemplified something LS has talked about for a long time, which is scaling doesn't mean losing the early game.
No.
Like, Excel had great scaling in that composition. G2 had a stronger early game comp, but Excel were able to avoid ganks and actually get ahead in the early game, meaning that their scaling composition came online that much sooner.
Yeah. LS, anything to add to that?
No, I mean, I think Excel versus Rogue, it's a scarier matchup for them today. But if they can manage to take down Rogue, I think that they have a pretty good chance in their game number 3 the next day.
They absolutely do. Everything could come down, actually, to that Schalke game.
It really could. If they beat Schalke on day 3, it makes it a lot easier for them. However, Excel's fate still isn't in their own hands. They need other teams to lose for them to be able to make it in.
Yeah, let's talk about Misfits then. Yesterday, what an insane comeback versus the Mad Lions. Medic, I mean, how?
VTO on a silver platter. Mad Lions had like a 3k gold lead early, and they did what they do best, which is make some mechanical errors in the mid game, overstay, and VTO just lapped up kill after kill after kill. His ability to stopwatch gold cards coming out from Mad Lions just made it so much easier for him to turn around fights. And in the end, Mad Lions put so much pressure on killing VTO in a fight that Cobby was actually free to clean up in the final fights of the game.
And I hope LS won't mind me saying this, but you were watching this game and you even walked away because you said there is no way in hell that the Mad Lions dropped this game.
You know, speaking of hell, I was watching Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares because I thought this was actually just going to be a league nightmare. I tuned out. I thought the game was over. Legitimately, I tuned into an episode of Hell's Kitchen, and you know, I mean, you win some, you lose some, and that was definitely one that they lost.
That it was, and for Misfits, I mean, it's got to feel so good, specifically because it's VTO that had to turn the game around.
Yeah, after his Zoe performance at the start of the season, he sort of dropped off. People were banning Zoe against him. He went to the Syndra. It didn't really work out for him, but he's really beginning to step up again. And I think the thing with a rookie is you expect these standout performances with a bit of inconsistency in the middle.
Yeah.
If Misfits can find a way to really have him gel with the team consistently, that's when he's really going to shine, and that's when this roster is really going to shine.
Definitely so. And then finally, we have Schalke, that third team in that playoff race for the last spot. They've been here before, right? They turn it on when they need it the most. They won versus Astralis last week, and they beat Fnatic yesterday, LS. What did you make of their performance?
I mean, I thought that Schalke was going to lose this game at several points against Fnatic. I mean, I commented about that, but one of the things I really liked about it, they came out with Urgot, a champion I think that's super underappreciated in the meta right now, and Broken Blade had a fantastic performance, hitting a lot of Fear Beyond Deaths in the game in order to turn a lot of situations around, but also the Seraphine in the AD carry position, not something that we've been seeing nearly enough of, given her power level.
Yeah, I know that the Urgot's been making its round in solo queue with the Titanic Hydra Stridebreaker build. I do worry a little bit for Schalke because the last time they had a lot of success, they had a very specific playstyle, and I wonder if you get rid of some of the diveability of their composition, of their draft from yesterday, whether they'll be able to do the same thing, because it was very much a we go forward, we kill you comp, and if you have a bit more disengage on the opponents, it becomes a lot harder to execute.
I think that's a great point. When we look at their opponents, they are playing Vitality today and then Excel on Sunday, and I want to kind of stray away from using Miracle Run for Schalke, because this isn't Miracle Run territory. This is, you had the cards, you had the wins at the beginning and the middle of the season. You really just need to bring it home.
Exactly. They were 5-4 in the middle of the season. Until yesterday, the last time they'd beaten a top 6 team was week 3. Like, yes, they had a good performance yesterday, but they really need to keep this up. And it's probably the easiest road to playoffs for Schalke. The Vitality XL games shouldn't be the hardest, but they still need to win out on these matches.
Well, regardless of what happens, there will be no tiebreaker games at the end of the regular season. We also have a Foldy sheet. It's over at lec.gg/Foldy-sheet. And I believe for Fnatic fans, there is just one thing that Medic needs to tell you.
I will say, there is a lot of bad tiebreakers for Fnatic. If they do not win, if they end up 9-9, they lose the 3-way tiebreaker head-to-head, they lose the 4-way tiebreaker head-to-head, and they lose the 5-way tiebreaker head-to-head. So if Fnatic don't win today, you're looking at tomorrow and you are very scared.
That is not a fun position to be in, but hey, it's Fringe, and they win if you're a Fnatic fan.
4 scenarios out of 1,000, right?
It's hard, but that's what it is. If you don't lock it up in the last weekend, you're going to be having to take all these scenarios into account and go into those games with that. So maybe LS can actually help Fnatic and the other teams, because in League of Legends, one play can make a huge difference, not just in the moment, but also with the aftershock, what happens because of it. And LS specifically, you again looked at the greatest sin a team can do, which is overcommitting for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like last time I was on the LEC, we talked about the Rift Herald, and we're going to take another look at one here, I think, coming up in just a second. And the Rift Herald, in general, it just seems like it's still heavily over-prioritized. Here in this game, this is SK, and take a look at this. Jezu crashes in a wave into the turret. Now, Kaisa picks up a couple of the remnants of this wave. Tinks is starting up the Rift Herald right now, pulling it over, and then they pull their marksmen over to the Rift Herald. Now, 2 waves down in bot lane, a cannon wave plus a non-cannon wave is, 660 EXP, which is at this game level almost an entire level. But then in addition to that, it's almost 370 gold, which is 2 turret plates in itself. But then in addition to that, Hansama gets so many turret plates from this, and it's all solo EXP. Rift Herald's 100 gold, but the opponent gets 25 back, so it's a net positive of 75, and then it's 206 EXP inside of the bank. When you just run the numbers, it's really bad. The majority of cases where you rotate over your laners and you compromise their lane states. Syndra gets a phenomenal recall off here. Kaisa gets another phenomenal recall, gets back to the bot wave and still manages to catch the wave, even though Xayah shoves it back in. It's just a major blunder, and SK just loses to Calculator.
I love that you broke that down, because indeed we think about, yes, you get the Rift Herald, EXP and some turret plates going on to the enemy marksman, but it's not just that. It's also the wave state. It's also the recall times. It is everything. But can you not excuse it, thinking that it is a good objective to take in the early game, and, it feels hard not to do it, right? If it's just there for the taking?
Honestly, it's like eating a piece of cake. It feels good maybe in the moment, but then you remember the calories. Oof. So, maybe you just do a little bit of number crunching.
A moment on the lips, forever on the hips. I don't want to hear that. Eat your cake if you want it, okay? Despite their losses yesterday, of course, G2 and Matt, they didn't have the best day. Today it's going to have to be better, because they are still 2 of the top teams in the LEC. And later tonight, they face off in our match of the week.
I'll be honest, I'd be lying to you if I told you that G2 had anything left to prove in the LEC. They are the back-to-back-to-back-to-back champions. They've done it all, they've won it all, and they continue to dominate in the regular season.
With a looting lullaby, look at that sleep. Mickey dives in! A 4-man Magnastorm! And immediately Fnatic's hopes maybe dash against the rocks.
I think so far for 2 years, me and G2 have been proving that we are the best team in Europe.
The rest of G2 are collapsing, surrounding, and crushing Rogue's hopes. Odo will be the next target to get rooted down from a long range. A dash forward from the Gale Force, another Zenith Blade. Every single tool lands.
There's been a lot of new faces, I guess, coming in. I think I just have to prove that it's not easy getting to where I am.
Even though I won MSI, I won so many splits, it doesn't really make League less fun for me, because I just want to prove myself at the top and finally get the World's Trophy.
But despite that, G2 have been playing every game in the regular split like it truly means something. And for Mad Lions, a team that has beaten G2 once before in a best of 5, this is a chance to prove themselves and to give their fans a showing of what to expect when the playoffs come.
Mad Lions! They turned it around! G2 are losing! G2 are losing! They've done it. The rookies have risen up.
So Mad Lions is a weird team, because they came in out of nowhere and just beat us in a best of 5. And then they had a really solid summer. But then somewhere along the lines, they just fell apart. And now it doesn't really feel like they found their old form again.
I mean, my motivation as a player comes from actually not being a mediocre. Like I have always wanted to just be remembered by doing something. My motivation is just to be someone, to be remembered, and not be just another mediocre guy.
Oh, Yo-Yo waiting, looking for an opportunity. Here he goes. Blade Reach comes out. Dan now going to be in trouble. A little trespass comes through as the 1v1 happens off to the side. Carzzy now isolated. They're just going to start mowing down these kills. There's nothing left for Patch. Triple pulls out with the Ren. Are you kidding me? Kane triple at 16 minutes. 7-1-1 for El Yo-Yo.
I mean, it's not a trophy, but I want to be the best top laner in LEC for sure. After that, champion of LEC, or maybe, I don't mind, I want both.
But now Kaiser with the re-engage, Dion off to the side. Look at that chase damage. My God, the hyper proc is a bit too much. Mad Lions taking the fight.
Mad Lions is a team that cannot be underestimated. They have proven to us across so many different splits that they are creative, that they are tenacious, and that when it matters most, they are explosive. If G2 are looking now to rest on their laurels, they will find themselves very quickly losing the game to the Mad Lions.
Wow, stellar match of the week video once again, and also a lot of good interview tidbits there from the players. From Wonder, who is someone for me that always goes under the radar, but saying, of course, it is important for us to win. Same for Caps, but we have a special eye on the jungle matchup: Jankos versus El Yo-Yo. Now, Medic, El Yo-Yo is someone that I've heard pass on everyone's lips in terms of hype and in terms of the rookie to watch. Where do you stand?
Yeah, he's definitely the rookie to watch. Like, he has been the most consistent rookie, in my opinion, across all of our new blood. And also alongside that, he is so good at getting his team ahead. Like, his first 10 minutes are probably the best first 10 minutes of any jungler we have in the league, at least statistically. His matchup into Jankos is going to be really interesting to me because what G2 are very good at doing is adapting to how the enemy is playing and how the enemy jungler is playing. So that 1v1, which is more likely to be a 2v2 or a 3v3, is going to be really exciting.
All right, and then lower screen, what do you think about G2 and specifically the draft yesterday left something to be desired? Are you expecting them to drastically change their approach here?
I think that usually, at least in my memory, when G2 ends up losing, usually they try to dial back and they often do go towards the scaling. So I'm curious what's going to come out for them here today. I would expect a more scaly type of draft. I mean, I would hope so. And I think if they have that, if they have a draft edge of even the slightest margin, I think that they're heavily favored in the match.
Well, despite the loss yesterday, G2, of course, have had a great season so far, and I would assume that some of their players find their way into the All-Pro team from the fans. But LS, you also thought about your All-Pro team. Yeah, all G2 and inspired. What is your defense?
Well, all right. So, to make things really clear here, I think that a lot of us on the outside, we use conjecture, right, to assume what could maybe be a player's worth inside of a team holistically. And so the removal of Jankos, from an outsider's perspective, we can't know what sort of a chain effect it could end up having. But I think from an outsider's perspective, Inspired's just the best jungler in the league right now. And I think he's the only person, if you look across all of G2's roster, could possibly be some sort of an upgrade. He can play tanks, he can play supportive champions, he can play utility, he can play AP carries in the jungle, he can play AD carries, and he can play it all as if he is a carry player on all of those styles thematically, which is exactly the one area that maybe you could think G2 could be lacking in. He's phenomenal with his pathing. He's really, really, really intelligent with everything that he chooses to do. And then he's just so clean. I think he's the best jungler in the league right now. And I think with a jungler like that on your side, that's the upgrade G2 could need. And I think this iteration might just be the best Western team overall possible, maybe. At least it is in my opinion.
I am going to play devil's advocate here just a little bit, right? Because I'm sure Jankos fans will also be clamoring for it. Jankos also plays a versatility of champions. He plays a lot of champions. He plays them well. And it's almost, in these discussions, it's always hard, I think, specifically for All-Pro, because you're thinking of the context of G2, right? And in the context of G2, Jankos actually doesn't have the space to do as much as playing like a mid in the jungle like he would on other teams. So it's a hard one, but I don't think Ellis's reasoning is off.
Oh, no, not at all. It just depends where you put your impetus on what is All-Pro, right? Because to me, All-Pro's always been statistically the best. Objectively, if I look at the numbers, who is the best player? And in that regard, you're always going to see a lot of G2 players on there because they keep winning. And when you keep winning, objectively, your numbers are going to be better.
And let's then talk maybe about a couple of other options from the top of my head. Odoamne, who we've said had such an incredible contribution to Rogue and how they've been looking so far, LS. Why is he not on this list?
I feel like Wonder, when you compare him to Odoamne, Wonder has shown versatility up in the top lane. He, like many other G2 members on the team right now, is able to play a multitude of different styles and approaches to the game, and he's able to show up in extremely clutch ways on, again, all of those styles. And so, if Inspired was hypothetically the jungle, you have Caps, who needs no introduction, Reckless, who I think really has yet to show just how deep his champion pool can go and how diversifying it can be. And then you have Mickey X, who's basically like a mid laner in the support role, and probably the best Western support overall. I mean, that's why I think Wonder being on the All-Pro champion list is probably the best.
I love how you say in in G2, the jungler has to be a mid laner, the support has to be a mid laner. Yeah, ideally, yes.
They're all there. Everyone is playing Pyke again. We'll just go back to that meta.
In terms of Odoamne, though.
Yeah, I think Odoamne, the thing with Odo is what he has done for Rogue has leveled up Rogue more than Reckless's introduction to G2 has leveled up G2. Like, I actually think it's the best move, the best transfer in the off-season, but as LS says, if your metric is based on, is he the most flexible? No, he's not. He's a very, very, very good weak side top laner. And you saw from the numbers, his CSD is good, but he gets the least jungle attention of anyone in the league. And yes, you can put his name in the hat for your All-Pro team, but does he beat out Wonder in terms of versatility? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's super interesting to track all of it. And of course, going to come down to what your definition is of what a certain role should bring to a certain team. But we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure the audience will have something to say about it. You can send us tweets. I'm sure Odoamne has already sent in a tweet.
He hasn't got enough player of the game votes. That's the issue.
No, he doesn't. Very interesting.
3 at least to get in the All-Pro team.
Is that how it works? You just made it up. In any case, we'll see all of these players in action tonight on the penultimate day of the regular season. Only 2 days of games to go and tons of pivotal matchups. So you gave us the scenario earlier, Medic, of the Fnatic getting into that tiebreaker. So they actually have a very important game versus the Misfits.
I think Fnatic's game against Misfits is probably the second biggest game of the day because Fnatic play Rogue tomorrow. So if Fnatic don't beat Misfits today, after Misfits have come off a big win yesterday, it actually puts Fnatic in a very difficult spot tomorrow. And they might miss their first playoffs in 17 attempts. They've made the last 16 playoffs in a row. To miss the 17th, that's not the best look.
That would be crazy. Finally, before we go to the match content for SK versus Astralis, LS Astralis yesterday threw an absolute curveball. Will they be able to do the same versus SK? SK who would lock with a win here.
This is an interesting matchup because there's a lot of volatility.
Thank you very much, Shox, and Promiscu, thank you so much for joining me. We didn't have much chance to catch up. We had a chat a couple weeks back, actually just before Magifelix joined in. So I want to know how have been things for you since then, and how have you guys been able to adjust to this new mid laner?
First of all, thanks for having me again. Glad to be back. It's been, I mean, it's always rough to like change roster, especially when it's not really something that like we weren't looking to do roster swaps, you know. We kind of just had to do it. But it was also like we had the honeymoon effect kind of going in the start. But then we had a couple of rough weeks of practice and stage games as well. But yeah, I mean, I think we just have to look forward to Summer Split, like mostly, and because I think we're gonna play with him. I'm not really sure, but yeah, it's been rough, yeah.
I can imagine that it's been rough for you guys, and I mean the year overall, the fact that you had to adjust to a new mid laner, but still, I mean, you did a great job adjusting to him. I mean, when I looked the game from yesterday, it feels like you finally found your marks. So taking learning for Summer, I had a chat with What Knight yesterday, and he agreed on the fact that throughout difficult times is where you usually learn the most. Do you agree with this statement? And when you compare this year with Astralis, with the previous experiences that you had, do you feel like you learn more from this?
Yeah, I think it's always like you kind of like usually like you change teams like each year or whatever, like, and then you get new teammates, and yeah, you kind of like learn how to work with each other after some time. But with NukeTech, we really never got the time to fully learn to work with him. So it was like we kind of just like, I mean, it's just a weird position, right? But I think for summer, if we do continue playing with Felix, it's, you know, we have something to work on right now, and we kind of know what to work on, like specifically as a team with him. So that's kind of like something to take away, I guess. And we will just see how it goes these last 2 games as well. It would be really nice to finish with like 2 wins here to just get some kind of like self-confidence for ourselves, because it's like, sure, we can't make playoffs, but it still means a lot for us to win these games, kind of to prove to ourselves and prove to the community, you know, that we are actually not the Astralis, the last team. But yeah, like I'm excited for summer, and I'm gonna like make the most out of it, because for me individually as well, I haven't been really comfortable or like happy with my performance this split. And I mean, I am a person or like a player who is in a position where this is kind of like my last chance, you know. So I definitely feel like I have a lot to live up to in summer, and you know, keep proving people wrong, I guess, or well, start proving people wrong, because maybe I didn't do it that much this split.
I hope that you can keep on proving people wrong, because when I see the game from yesterday, you surely had those engages going. And I mean, let's not forget that you are an MSI champion also. So talking about all this, I mean, yeah, you have so much experience. You had so many teams you played with. What is your role within Astralis, and how do you want to evolve this team?
I think my role is kind of, I think Nico is, or well, he is the most communicative like player in the team. He talks a lot, so I don't really have to do a lot of talking, even though it's kind of like, it's kind of easy for me at this point as well, because yeah, I'm an experienced player, right? So I know like, I understand macro stuff, but kind of leave that to Nico, and I'm just more looking for these engages and, you know, small plays kind of, or like trying to be creative. I think you can kind of see it as well in the games that we play, if you pay attention, that I'm looking for kind of like flanks and stuff like this, looking for to make plays happen, start fights, which shouldn't really happen, you know, because I think that's kind of important right now as a support player, to find these fights, start good fights for your team. So that's kind of like my role, I guess. Just like, you know, it's an engage meta, so you have to really find good engages for your team, because if I do good engages, then I should be able to rely on my carries to do their job as well. So I kind of need to enable them in a way. But yeah, you know, like still I have this veteran aura, I guess, around me, or experience when it comes to like outside of the game stuff as well. So there's still that to it as well.
Well, I hope that you'll be proud of your performance after this week. And yeah, let's make every game count, Promiscu. Thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. And casters, back to you for Astralis versus SK Gaming.
And thank you very much, Lore. It's my pleasure to be joined on the caster desk by Vedius. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dracos. We're going to be bringing you the first 2 games of the day. Now, these are an interesting pair of games, because on one side, we have teams that have already been eliminated, but on the other side, we have teams that are either fighting to get into playoffs in the case of our second game, or for SK, it feels more like a fight for seeding, a fight to stay above that 6th place position, maybe eke into 4th place. That's what we're going to have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where at the end of the split, obviously some teams are no longer in contention for playoffs, but we had some bangers yesterday, Dracos. We had a Renekton pentakill, and like, I know all the LS fans were so excited about seeing that. You know what I mean? A champion of such caliber and strength in the top lane, bringing so much power and grace, was just phenomenal to watch, and maybe we'll get to see it again today. But more excitingly, Dracos, I have a button. And this button allows me to go into Champion Select when I please. So in the count of 4, we will be going in. Are you ready? Press the button!
Vedi, I have no idea why they gave you that button. But I'm so glad you pressed it when you did. We are into picks and bans for game 1 at SK Gaming versus Astralis. Astralis just here to prove a point, just to prove that they are a worthy LEC contender. SK Gaming on the other side, trying to make playoffs with a very young roster and hoping to turn around a difficult game after yesterday's performance versus Rogue. Let's see what they bring to the table for now. Some standard meta bans and a little bit of targeted bans towards Zanzara in the jungle.
Certainly seems to be the case. And you imagine that SK is going to prioritize that Hecarim. We've been seeing on the current patch a significant increase in the priority of the champion. Azir has fallen off the table. Udyr consistently making it through the bans now, often being picked as an answer, and Zanzara was able to get himself that yesterday. So I imagine that that's going to be the priority, but with Rel up and available, I wonder what SK will go for.
Of course, yesterday we did see an interesting shift. Rel has felt incredibly powerful for the entire time that she has been available in professional play. But yesterday we did see more teams adapting, more teams figuring out how to shut this champion down. Very squishy if you're the one to engage on her, stop her from getting that CC. And now we see Hecarim, as you predicted, Betty, locked in and prioritized. But it is that Kai'Sa-Rel combo on the opposite side, the response from Astralis.
You imagine now that the Alistar is going to be an immediate answer from SK. We already know how powerful Treats' Alistar can be. Some of the plays that he has made on the champion have been very memorable throughout the split.
Fair, for sure.
And there it is, going to be the hover, unsurprisingly, as considered a good answer into the Rel. You're already talking about great answers. This is one of them. The question is, what will Jezu go for? We have been seeing a fair amount of Xayah as an answer to the Kai'Sa on the current patch, strong in the laning phase, and does give you a decent amount of scaling and a lot of self-peel, which can be very valuable, especially against divers like the Rel and the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it definitely does mitigate a lot of the kill threat that is the Rel Kai'Sa combo at level 6, but it looks like for now they're willing to give up potentially in the second ban phase that Xayah, instead prioritizing the Orianna for blue, but that does mean Astralis, they're going to get their first pick here, and it's going to be the Udyr coming through for Zanzara. Zanzara, a jungler who looks completely different when you give him one of his comfort picks. The Udyr and the Skarner have looked so fantastic for him across this entire season.
Certainly have. Let's have a look now as to how things transition into the second half. Look at this, target bans towards Genax, Aatrox. Not a common ban that you will see, but against Genax, something that you want to take him off of. He's very comfortable on it. Back when he played mid in the LEC, he was even playing that champion there. So a lot of respect being shown towards him. And we talked about potential AD carries. Vayne is another one that Jezu, also very well known for prior to joining the LEC, but also something that he's happy to pick into, something like a Kai'Sa.
And again, something that has a decent amount of self-peel with the Condemn, the ulti into the stealth, gives her some maneuverability options in team fights. We've also seen Jezu already. He was the guy coming in at the start of the season playing the Vayne, not afraid to play more of these solo queue-esque picks. So interesting to see Astralis give him that respect now and take it away. But the Tristana is going to be the final ban here. Tristana has been rising in priority. It feels like just about everywhere Hail of Blades makes her so oppressive early in the game.
It certainly does. I like seeing Tristana banned. I think it's a really impressive champion in lane. I think it scales really well. Patrick had a dominant performance on it yesterday. And are we going to get to see another Sylas locked in? Yes, we are. Okay, MagiFelix, I'm excited. Because often when we look at MagiFelix and what we've been seeing from him are like control mages, things like Corki, Azir, you know, the Orianna, but now we get to see him on a playmaker, which is going to be awesome because I think that in the current meta, Sylas has a lot of great ultimates to steal. Orianna, not the greatest, but nah, okay, yeah, let's just make this easier for the Sylas, shall we? I'm going to take your ultimate, I'm going to take your Hecarim ultimate, and I think Astralis have got a very meta comp right now. You know, they kind of have that strong bot side, weak side top, very powerful mid-jungle combo, which can easily get a lot of priority, and very powerful team fighting.
That's a lot of frontline, Betty. That's 4 champions who want to be in your face and a Kai'Sa to back them up. So Astralis ready to play aggressive if we do get to the point in the game where they can fight. That said, SK Gaming, maybe some positive early main matchups with the likes of the Gnar, Orianna, maybe going to be able to contest the push here in mid lane, but I'm sweating a little bit if I'm SK Gaming. After the performance we saw from Astralis yesterday, Zanzara is not a man to go quietly through the early game. I'm expecting some early action.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this mid matchup plays out. MagiFelix on something a little bit different. We already talked about it earlier, but I want to highlight it again. MagiFelix individually is a very strong player. We haven't really gotten to see some of the high mechanical skill that he can express. A couple of cool out plays on Corki, but let's see what he can do on the Sylas as we jump into game.
we are. Into the bot lane, interestingly enough. Level 1 looks like we could see some action. For now, it just looks like fighting over, contesting a bit of the bush control here. We've seen what happens when Rel is allowed to control that middle bush in the bottom lane. Spoiler, she gets to flash or hex flash or W or really engage on you any way she pleases. It does make the lane very difficult to play. So cool to see SK invest just a little bit of their mid laners' time here to make sure that there is not a Rel lurking in the darkness.
So for now, nothing too crazy going to be happening in the early game. I'm having a look at where junglers would consider starting. Often we will see Udyr's path from on the red side, top, all the way down to bot, do that full clear, get those raptors and Krogs spawning very, very quickly, and Hecarim kind of doing the opposite on the other side, looking to path up towards top. Not too surprising. Things that you can threaten, of course, is that early gank onto the Sion. It's very dangerous to dive a Sion, thanks to his passive and how tanky and obnoxious he can be as a champion, but you kind of want to play around the Gnar because you expect the Gnar to get that early push. What's interesting here is White Knight is actually helping Zanzara with the early... what's the word? The pull, the jungle pull, the jungle leash, exactly. I'm just so used to not seeing them anymore that I just completely forgot.
I don't see this. Yeah. I'm in a high enough elo where we just stop doing this because lane priority matters.
Exactly, and that's the thing. Like we talked about it so much at the beginning of the split. Bot laners in particular just don't want to pull for their jungler anymore because being able to get to lane, get that early push is so valuable. But White Knight's like, I'm going to get pushed in anyway. You know, I may as well just help out my jungler. We'll be running the Omni Stone. Currently has lethal tempo. I think Sion's one of those champions that can get a lot of value out of the rune, though.
I mean, it's very true, especially in a ranged matchup, right? You're not going to be doing a whole lot. You're not going to be getting a lot of grass procs.
Right,
There's an argument for Glacial, maybe, but otherwise... Let's be honest, you're chilling. This is not a highly interactive lane phase. You get what farm you can. You hope that Gen X isn't clean enough on the boomerangs and the W procs that he can get too much done. So top side, we do expect to be a little bit quiet, but checking in on those junglers, as you mentioned, Zanzara level 3, now in the area from mid lane. But unlike the previous game where we saw him, a little bit harder for him to find a good avenue into this mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like he's not going to go for any super early ganks. That is one of the scary things when playing against a Sylas, because the champion does have the stun, thanks to the E, and I love that we are seeing Fleet footwork. For those unfamiliar with the champion, many melee matchups will run Fleet because it offers so much sustain. When you pair that with MagiFelix's, or Sylas's rather, W, it gives you a lot of trading power in the laning phase. So a big fan of the rune choice.
As am I. Really nice thing is whenever you're able to hit, you get the instant move speed boost to then get out, so you're not just constantly harassed back by the Orion. And you can see Blue giving a lot of respect, and after Blue's performance yesterday, I think it makes a lot of sense that we are seeing him take a little bit more of a step back. He did have honestly, just a very, very bad early game in the previous game that we did see him. He died a ton. We were watching the VOD earlier, Vedius, and I think to see him on the Orianna today, something a little bit more stable than the Zoe, is a good look.
Yeah, I think that he definitely wants to redeem himself. I think in the later game fights, he offered a lot of value, but unfortunately his laning phase, he really did struggle, and that conceded a lot of early pressure. As you see, MagiFelix, great trade.
Tank's coming in, though. This is going to be big. He already burned the W. MagiFelix, a clean flash out to safety, though, means he will walk away with his life.
Yeah, but they do get the flash out from him. We'll trade the Ghost from Tinks, but you can see that Blue was playing to the side of the lane where his jungler was, so he knew that he could go for this trade and he didn't have to run the risk of losing anything. But MagiFelix, I think he held on to his flash because he was like, there's no way you can kill me under tower. And then the burst damage came out and he was like, okay maybe you can. Yeah. So he was forced to flash there. This does, though, give Zanzara an opportunity to steal away some jungle camps. So often what you'll see at high level of play, it's just that constant trade of objectives. Oh, you do this, well, I can do this. You do this, I can do that. They get a little bit of vision. I like the sweeper from Tinks. And yeah, for now, it seems that no major advantages can be gained from either side.
Both sides sitting pretty comfortably, checking in on the CS. The only really big difference is on the top side of the map, which is kind of to be expected in the range versus melee matchup. Sion not going to worry too much about being down a little bit of gold here. Gen X would need to get a much bigger lead to really threaten him. You can see, even with how much damage Gnar has, even with the W, which does innately do more damage to tanks, Sion is still just essentially an immovable object in this top lane if it is just the one-on-one.
White Knight is representing what all autofill top laners should do. Okay, he just is. Like, this is, if you get autofill top, you should just mirror what so many pro players are doing and just pick this and try not to die, as Tinks right now could be a death's door.
Clean footwork there. Blue with a nice sidestep, though. Means MagiFelix can't connect. Good damage. Zanzara, it looks like ready to flash over the wall for the bear stun if they do commit into tower range, but this mid lane matchup has just been hotly contested by both junglers.
Yeah, both Blue and Tinks actually had a level advantage there, which made things a little bit awkward for Astralis, but Tinks now has his eyes set on a dive. Look at how Blue is playing the lane. They have information on where Zanzara is, so Blue can be very aggressive in the 1 versus 1. Force MagiFelix to kind of use all of his abilities to get the town. Look, you're going to see these short trades. Blue's happy to take that tower shot because he's keeping pressure up. And MagiFelix is just losing farm to the tower, which is why the CS discrepancy is starting to build up. But you can see how talented MagiFelix is, because huge credit to him. If he's able to get all these minions, he's actually only going to be about a wave down. And considering the amount of jungle attention that's been thrown his way and the pressure that he's currently dealing with, very good farming underneath his tower.
Definitely solid. And again, you talked about this first time we've really seen MagiFelix on one of the more, let's say, mechanically demanding champions. Not that Corki can't be mechanically demanding. Not that Azir isn't there or the Orianna isn't there either.
I think it's fine to say that Sylas is harder to play than Corki is.
Then Corki, okay, fair. I was like, I don't want to bring Azir into this, though, because I can't. There's too much going on.
Yeah, I'll give you Azir. Azir's hard, yeah. That's tough. But yeah, I'm really excited to see it. We've been talking about it a lot. MagiFelix did get a quick level 6 there as the 2 junglers meet in the jungle.
Zanzara just going to make his way out from this one. The flash in from Treats. I don't know if that was going to hit anyway.
It wasn't, but it get the flash
The
out.
bluff from Treats is phenomenal. Wow, Treats. What a playmaker.
I wonder if he just messed up his combo. I wonder if he flashed into trying to get the W in, and then he just couldn't quite land the W. I'm not entirely sure. In any case, they trade flashes. Perhaps Astralis can look for an answer in the bot lane. I noticed that White Knight still has TP, MagiFelix still has TP, which means that the room for plays from Astralis is still available, but SK choosing not to burn their TPs either. Looks like Orianna going to walk back into mid. Nah was able to get a reset off earlier and wasn't forced to burn any summoners. So a lot of globals still up and available, which is not what you'll commonly see very early on into many games.
Very true. Usually we expect to see a little bit more strong contrast in some of these laning advantages, but good look from both sides that they've been able to hold on to these TPs. Promiscu rotating in the mid lane, willing to spend a lot of time here. Now, he is being matched by Treats. No vision to show him that, however. Treats will see if he commits. Does hit the Scryer's Bloom, so they at least have a decent idea that someone else is in the area, but have to be careful. MagiFelix can steal the Shockwave here if they want to commit for the play. That said, Astralis don't want to risk it. They will just back off. Promiscu, very good pathing from him means that he has not showed on vision at all yet.
Yep. Treats, though, both supports just hovering around mid. MagiFelix knows. Both mid laners are very aware of what is going on right now. Very common for these supports to just be hovering around the mid lane. But now Zanzara is here to assist. He's acting as that face check tool. He knows the Promiscu is by his side, and he's saying, hey, is anyone here? Nope, looks like we're clear. I'm going to clear out some of this vision. MagiFelix, this should make you feel a little bit more comfortable. But observe this, if we could quickly click on MagiFelix so we can have a look at what he's maxing. Often you'll see many Sylas players actually max the W, but notice that he is maxing the Q. The main reason for this is because he realizes that he's forced to farm at range. We've seen Tinks play a lot around this mid lane, so he's prioritizing having that additional wave clear, having that extra bit of damage, and I think that also contributes to his high CS number.
Yeah, and you can see it exactly in that example that we just witnessed, that he is able to, once Orianna is out of the area, essentially with a few procs of the passive and the Q, one-shot the wave, something he would not be able to do if he maxed W. Not a lot of AoE damage present in that skill, even if it is ludicrously powerful in terms of sustain.
Yeah, you imagine he will look to max the W next because of how much value it does give. It's such a strong tool, especially when it comes to these later fights, but it does suggest that Astralis also waiting to fight a little bit later on into the game. It shouldn't come as a surprise. We have somewhat scaling comps from both sides, but I do think Astralis have the slight advantage purely because of MagiFelix on this side. We saw how impactful it was yesterday when Vito got his hands on it, specifically into a Gnar and a Hecarim. The ultimates that you can steal are just so valuable, and the later the game goes, the stronger power that MagiFelix is going to have. Like, imagine having Gnar's ultimate effectively whenever you want, without having the condition of getting all that range.
Fun fact, I don't know if you know this, but Gnar is balanced almost entirely around the fact that he can't have his ultimate whenever you want, and it's pretty much the most telegraphed ability in the game League of Legends, which is kind of what balances out the fact that it is a massive AoE 2.5 second CC. So I think MagiFelix, if he's going even into this mid to late game, he's feeling pretty good about his chances in a team fight.
Very much agree. Of course, he is at a slight deficit for now, but we can start to see items continuing through as jungle camps are continuing to be taken.
And of course, as there's a little bit of downtime before teams are going to try to make any play here, Astralis may be setting up for something on the bottom side. Important to remember what this game means for both sides of the table. For Astralis, they're at 4-12. They are knocked out. There's no playoff contention left for them. But you heard from Promiscu, they've got ambitions higher. They want Summer Split to be better. So for them, not only do they have a chance at maybe crushing the dreams of SK Gaming here, knocking them down a peg, but they can prove to themselves and to any Astralis fans or doubters that they've still got what it takes. On the opposite side for SK, you can see they are neck and neck. Misfits right behind them, as well as Schalke, Fnatic, one win ahead of them alongside the Mad Lions. The playoffs race is very, very tight right now. So for SK, it's not quite do or die, but it is a very, very important win.
And I will say that credit to the SK organization, because let's not forget there was a roster with both Self-Made and Crown Shot on it that also made playoffs in pretty surprising fashion. They had to fight hard to get there, but it was a lot of young rookies. We were kind of talking about it in a very similar way, and I think that for SK, they're trying to repeat that same process, try and find that next star talent, and introducing Treats, I think, has given a platform for many of the other players to shine. I think we're still yet to see the true potential of some players like Blue and Jezu. While they've had their pop-off games here and there, I think that they're still in that growth period, and I'm excited to see where this SK team can go as they get closer and closer to that playoff spot. But as you rightly said, they're not quite locked in just yet. There are a number of scenarios where they are likely to get in, but they haven't quite guaranteed it yet. And if we know anything about the LEC, when things get closer to the end, chaos starts to ensue.
Yeah, as Cadro reminds us, even a 4% difference, you know, that 96% is not enough to secure it in the end.
So I thought about that, right? So when we talk about these percentages, we're talking about percentage of scenarios where they qualify, right?
Yeah, which it does also assume that every match is a 50-50. So it's definitely not a perfect science if you're trying to calculate.
But it's like that scene in Avengers, right? Endgame, where you're just like the number of scenarios where you make playoffs, and they're like, which is the one where we beat
Doctor
Thanos?
Strange.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So like, you've got to imagine Cadro is in that position where he's like, there are all these scenarios where we make playoffs, and then it's like, which ones where we don't? And then it's one, and that's the one where, you know, the ending happens.
Well, what? Wow. Okay. Wow. Many spoilers. Jeez. All right.
I mean, I didn't spoil anything. That was the point. I just said the ending happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, okay, all right, fine. We'll give you the not.
Also, it's been out long enough.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, at what point? I don't know, man. Some people get mad when we talk about Game of Thrones. It's like hard for me to keep track of what
some people
have
got mad at like
match.
Lord of the Rings once. I was like, come on.
What?
I know.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard? Why would they do that? Yeah, people are weird about spoilers, man. They want to.
True.
I understand though. Like we've done this before. When we play a game together, we always like to play it at the same time because if you don't play a game with fresh eyes, it's just not the same.
It's true. Somehow I still haven't had Cyberpunk spoiled for me, and I haven't played that yet.
Why would you say that?
No.
Why would you say that?
I can't check Twitter
Twitch
today.
chat, control yourself.
Yeah.
All right. All I'll say is right now in the game, I'm actually surprised about how passive this game is, Vidi, because, again, yesterday was like the Zanzara show on this Udyr. He was literally everywhere on the map. He was an unstoppable force to be reckoned with. Flashbacks to the Skarner game. He played against Gilius. It was a good showing all around. Now, this game is just Farm City from both sides. And Astralis, they're slowly falling behind in gold. So Farm City, not as favorable for Astralis at this point in the game.
I think that... But I think it's fine, because Astralis look at this and they're like, I'm pretty sure we outscale as long as we keep control over the Drakes. The next Drake is spawning in 40 seconds. You'll see Zanzara is resetting on the map right now. Zanzara is just saying to his team, hey, we're fine. We just need to wait for like core itemization, then we can look for a fight. I think SK is the one that really needs to try and find these early game advantages. And it's not like they don't have any team fighting power. I just think that the game is going to get harder to play, largely because of MagiFelix, who really isn't that far behind. If we could have a quick look at the gold observers and see what the difference is between the two mid laners, I want to see how close. So there's about a 600 gold gap. So of course, MagiFelix will likely not get that core itemization just as the Drake is spawning, which could give SK that opportunity to contest the objective. But right now, Astralis do have control over the river. They're making their way forward. Let's have a look at TPs. Both TPs are up and available for top laners. White Knight's in a position to join the fray, so this may very well be our first taste of action in the game.
Ultimate but no Ghost available for the Hecarim. Otherwise, flashes across the board are up, ready to go. MagiFelix, if he takes over to level 11 here, it would be a very big deal, and he does. So, Stolen Ultimate's going to be that much more powerful. Now, Tinks moving into contest. But SK already laying down this vision, certainly doing themselves a lot of favor to set up here. And it looks like SK are going to try to collapse on the weak side here from Astralis, looking to get themselves in on those two members, but will not find the fight, will not find the engage. And a stolen Hecarim, well pointed out there, Vedi, is going to be very big in the fights to come. That about sums it up, doesn't it? Well, thumbs up.
I imagine that must have been intentional. I feel like he wants the flip back before the upcoming fight. Because why would he want to just engage on an Alistair there is kind of my logic, right? Why would he just want to pick a fight in a tri-brush when the rest of his team clearly doesn't want that fight, you know? That's why a part of me thinks that that was intentional.
Yeah, that's fair. To be honest, I don't know how big that hitbox is, that range is.
Also,
I ban Rel in my games.
I've recently, you know, like I was reading comments, one of the voice comms, like the G2 voice comms, and then like people in the comments were like, casters, wow, look at this really intelligent play from
We've
G2.
been there.
And then Wonder goes, I have no idea what happened. And it's one of those things where like, do we give them credit for really smart play, or is that just a happy accident, you know?
Yeah. It was we did this last year where we were convinced that Shock were the biggest brain team in the league because they like set up flawlessly for some Dragon, and we asked Odo about it, and he's like, "No, we just decided Dragon was we were in the area, so we did Dragon." Like, what?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, take it with a grain of salt, you know.
It's one of those things where they're one of us. Fans at home.
There you go. Magic Felix though, I'm gonna take down blue for now. He's gonna settle for one shot in the wave. That means nothing for any coming fight, but already. Dragon has now been traded for Herald. The downside of this is there are no plates left. So that Herald, unless it breaks a mid lane tower, which it certainly could, you saw mid lane was very, very low, is going to feel relatively low impact.
Well, they could use this to break open the game a little bit. Right now, SK, as we mentioned, they want to get a little bit of an early game advantage, and they do have that thanks to the place they were able to get in mid. That mid tower is very low. Top lane is also starting to accrue a pretty significant advantage. So I think that they can use this Herald to actually break open the game a little bit more, try and start to force fights where they should be a little bit stronger, as they actually look right now for a mid lane play.
Gonna move in, gonna go for the knockback, pushing back, has the ulti as well, but no mana. Tinks is just out of mana. Zanzara is now zooming in, he's just gonna punch down on him, they're gonna follow up, now they're gonna get the shockwave back, but in the meantime, Magic Felix, W's not gonna be there to finish the job, but you have to think that if Tinks had enough mana for ult there, that was a dead Magic Felix.
Quite potentially, but he still had his flash up, and I feel like Magic Felix was holding on to it because he knew that that shockwave hadn't come through yet. Good patience overall from him. So SK yet to find another play. We've seen quite a few ganks thrown towards the mid lane, but nothing really come of it as of yet. Blue doesn't have TP, while Magic Felix does. I'm looking at the junglers right now because Zanzara is hovering around the bot, but Tinks is on his way as well.
Flash in, they're going to immediately get the follow-up there. That's the ulti coming into Jezu, the flash back to safety. The Gale Force back out. He hasn't pulled the feathers back yet, but he can try to lock up Zanzara. He's waiting as long as he can. First blood traded back. Didn't even pull the feathers.
A lot of skill shots went wide there, but Astralis were able to get themselves first blood, and SK aptly are able to respond. When we get a look at the replay, we'll see exactly what... Oh, wow, Drees. Oh, he was able to interrupt Promiscu. That's actually going to have a big impact on the laning phase in a little bit. It looks like Promiscu's trying to interrupt him as well. Let's have a look back at this. So, I like the engage from Promiscu. It forces the ultimate out immediately from Jezu. The stun does not connect, so perhaps a little bit early there. But Zanzara sees his opportunity. The W goes quite wide from Jessica, but most importantly, Jessica gets tower aggro and then Treats knocks him underneath the tower. Jessica realizes there's nothing he can do, so he commits to proccing the passive, which allows him to get that kill. But then, of course, because he's underneath the tower, the trade kill ends up happening back. So, good stuff coming out from both sides, really, and once again, huge promise to Treats as we get this slow-mo remount from Promiscu.
There's a ward there. Guys?
Oh, we're getting the slow-mo interrupt.
Okay, all right. I don't know if we need... Oh, wait, we're not even going to get it! Oh, man. Are you kidding me? All right. Pip it in. Pip it in. You made us wait that long. Pip it in. We deserve it. Okay, so all I'll say is I said he didn't use the E. He did at the start of the fight, so he just wasn't available, wasn't coming back off cooldown. At the end of the day, a pretty odd exchange. You highlighted it overall, Vedius. That said, 4K, almost 5K gold advantage for SK. While that bot play was happening, the second they saw the Udyr on the map, Blue just walked up and took mid lane tower. So overall, doesn't really feel like Astralis won out big on that trade. Maybe they feel a little bit better now that they've already got some armor pen coming in for the Kaisa, but certainly was not ideal. As now potentially the follow-up here. Treats ready to cover, however, and Astralis just committing so much to this bottom side.
I think right now, though, overall, SK is in a pretty solid position. They have a pretty significant gold advantage. I believe a lot of it is coming from the top side of the map. You can see that Genax does have the 2 items completed, and a lot of the core itemization is being done from SK as well. So I imagine that they're going to look to contest the next Drake. Everfrost being complete for Magic Felix, so a bit of a shift from VTO's build yesterday. Slightly less damage than the Leandries, but a lot more utility, and it can be very valuable. We are now going to see that Rift Herald used on the bot side of the map with the Drake spawning in about a minute's time. Makes sense considering that SK have already taken top and mid and want to throw this one down bot, but I don't think they're going to get a huge amount of value out of it. Or will they? Oh, they will. will. Okay, I think Jessica expected that to actually aggro him, but it didn't. Won't end up dropping the tower. In any case, Astralis right now in a better position for the Drake. But notice this top wave. You can see that it's being pushed in. White Knight will be forced to answer, which means that he's likely going to have to teleport into the fight. And Jenax already on the move. Is he really going to stay top? I thought that he would actually want to rotate down. He could even choose to do a quick reset here if he wanted to with the Drake spawning. So, oh, okay, he wants to push in another wave, and then he can rotate down. This is also absolutely fine. Just keeping White Knight under the tower and hopefully forcing the TP out from him.
Well, and right now, Jenax is kind of having the best time as an Gnar top laner. He's got the 50 CS lead, you know, something that can happen if Gnar is just left to fight a Sion 1v1 for long enough. He's already broken top lane tower. He's going to start to push in for tier 2. He can always start to move first. Sion will have to burn the TP if he wants to match. So while the Sion, in theory, has more reliable impact in the team fights to come, Jenax certainly has more gold, is more powerful overall at this moment, if he can find the right angles of attack and leverage all the power that Gnar really does have in his kit.
They certainly can, and right now they've brought Jenax down. He helped Blue push in the mid wave. That's going to go under the tower. You can see White Knight is there, which means the SK have numbers advantage, but they're playing very afraid. They should know where Zanzara is. They know they have the numbers advantage, yet they are afraid of MagiFelix. The bot wave has been pushed in, and now White Knight has enough time to move. So, you know, this game has been a little more passive than I think both teams really needed to be, but Astralis, they're happy with this right now.
Jenax fleeing, but if he turns Mega here in the midst of everything, it's going to be bad news. They managed to take him down before it happens. Now it's Alistar in the midst of the entire team with no follow-up. White Knight pushing into the backside. His zone Jezu out of the fight. Tink's ready to go in a moment's notice. He's going to ult in. He's going to try to finish MagiFelix, but no, the heal coming back. Silence looking strong, but the stun still comes in. It's an absolute mess of a fight, but I believe Astralis are the ones who take it in the end. That's 3 kills for Astralis, traded back for 2 on the opposite side.
And most importantly, they get themselves the Drake. I'm surprised by the lack of coordination that we're seeing here from SK. Look, Jenax is inside the pit, so Astralis is saying, let's use this as an opportunity to engage. Tree slides to come through there, but look, Jezu and Blue are just completely zoned off. White Knight has access to the backline. This is not normally how these front-to-back fights should play out. And then you can see while a good shockwave comes through from Blue, Tinks doesn't quite have the damage, and then the heal comes through from MagiFelix as well. He's stuck in a 1 versus 3, gets a little bit of support from Blue, but the reality is that the backline from SK was completely disconnected from the fight, and that just seemed like very poor coordination overall from SK.
When we look back at the fight, you can see how big...
That's not what you want your AD carry doing in these fights, Dragos.
How many times was that? That has to be after resistances. Does shields not count? Shields must not count. Because she was hitting the Scion. She was hitting the Scion.
Don't count. You're right.
Okay.
Shields don't count.
All right.
Yeah.
I was like, if you're hitting the Scion 6 times and you don't do any, like, the Scion is strong, guys, but that that would probably be imbalanced, I think it would be safe to say. Overall, though, crazy to see. SK, we always look at SK, or at least I always did, as this very clutch team, always finding these comebacks. We'll hold that thought in case the engage does come through. But clutch team, always finding comebacks, flanks from out of nowhere. This was the first time in a long time I felt like we've seen a really uncoordinated SK in a team fight. And again, this match is not significant for Astralis. It is pride on the line, nothing more. For SK, they are neck and neck in the standings with so many other teams. They can't afford to make mistakes like that, because if they do it one more time, it's Mountain Soul for Astralis, a team with essentially 4 frontliners.
Let's get the standings back up again, Andrakos, and let's show them the audience at home. Hang on a second. We might not have time as an engage is coming in the mid lane.
Knockback comes in. MagiFelix going to knock back. Blue going to be in trouble now. Pulling back. Shockwave goes in. It's good damage on the MagiFelix, but if the W comes back up, it will not. Jezu, though, onto the backside, has been left to die. The rest of Astralis finding the collapse. Jenax ready for a Mega Gnar of his own. Stride breaker forward, ready to go in, but he comes the hop. They are going to be able to walk away from this one. A close fight, but now SK, they're ready, even with Jezu down. Maybe they feel like they have to do this. Astralis, they don't think that it's coming.
I mean, I respect it. I mean, they know that Zanzara's low, but White Knight is alive. Jessica's up as well. Here comes the Hex Flash. Perhaps they're just using it to bait a fight, but I think that committing to this is very dangerous. They're going to back off.
Straw, so they're going to try to pick off any stragglers. Looks like the answer is no. They're going to be happy with just stopping the Baron for now. White Knight moving in, though. Jessica in the area. No ulti available to follow up on any potential engage. Both sides are going to back away, but there you go. SK, remember, still holding on to the gold lead, so getting fights like that, certainly not a bad look.
Okay, so in that last fight, MagiFelix, he was just a little bit out of position. Well, I say out of position. He kind of got forced into a bit of an awkward position, but let's follow things through. So you can see that the engage comes through onto White Knight. MagiFelix is like, okay, I see Blue. Good ultimate, but doesn't quite get the stun onto Blue. If he could have, that likely could have been a kill, but then SK split the fight apart. Jezu, on the other hand, gets collapsed on the top side, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. You can then see the speed coming out from Jenax and Tinks as they tried to chase down Zanzara, but He is a fast jungler himself and is able to walk away. So a 1-for-1 overall. I thought that SK may have tried to convert that into a Baron, but if we can very quickly look at the individual gold, I want to see the differences. So we can see a lot of the gold difference is actually sitting in top lane, the Gnar advantage over Sion. This ultimately doesn't mean a huge amount because Sion, remember, is just this front line. Now, one of the bigger differences is the mid lane because MagiFelix has been falling further and further behind, and he's actually at about a 2k gold deficit. That's nearly an entire item. He does have the Zhonya's, and he will offer more value later on, but that could hurt them. The big advantage for Astralis is Jeskla. He has been getting all of these kills, he is continuing to ramp up, and he is sitting with the most gold in the game right now.
Jeskla certainly a player that we have been keeping our eyes on, has had a number of notable performances across Astralis' split, and was set up to perform in this game. Remember, it was the first pick Kai'Sa-Rell combo, and they've been getting some decent work out of it, even if promisQ has been a little bit quieter in this game than any others, but you can see good damage already coming in from the Acathian Rain, and SK trying to hold control of mid lane right now, and it seems like both teams not as interested in the side lanes as they are in grouping up mid and looking for the next fight. It's 30 seconds till the next dragon. No one really has time to go clear out the side lanes.
I think that's the main reason. Right now, this soul point is really important for Astralis, and contesting mid-wave is extremely valuable. I do think that they could send someone bot, but the problem is if they do that, because they don't have their mid-tier 1, it's so much harder to contest this mid-wave. And look at how they're already being bullied away because of the positioning of Xantara. But MagiFelix may have caught treats.
Punt back in. MagiFelix can just ult back out to safety, though. Where's he going to go with his Hecarim ult? Taking as much time as he can. But that's Alistar ult gone. And now immediately the fallout from promisQ. It's big from White Knight over the wall. And instantly, it looks like Astralis have taken the fight. Big heal comes in from Silas. He still has the Hecarim ult. He's waiting. He's biding his time. The setup is there. The shockwave goes wide. But here comes the stolen ultimate. And it looks like it might just be enough. The snare comes in. Jeskla comes flying in from downtown. He's ready to finish the job. But Jezu says not today. It will be the 1-for-1. The quadra kill comes in for the Kai'Sa, but not enough to survive in the end.
And Jeskla pops off in that fight as Astralis find a huge ace onto SK. They'll be able to get themselves the Mountain Soul. They'll be able to wipe their opposition off the board. And Dracos, the playoff race just keeps delivering as the bottom of the standings teams keep competing. Now let's have a look at this. You highlighted it, Dracos, throughout the fight. MagiFelix is so patient with this ultimate. He's like, unless I'm getting onto the back line, I do not care. This is like 4 versus 2, and SK are immediately on the retreat. Then this engage comes through from promisQ, and Blue is completely zoned out of the fight by Zanzara. He's just making sure that Blue can't do anything, and when Blue finally does, the shockwave misses. That means that MagiFelix is like, okay, my time to shine. Finally uses the ult to close the gap between him and Blue, and is able to set up the play for the rest of his team. And then this is where we see how strong Jeskla really is. On such little HP, is able to proc the passive and just burst Jezu. I mean, okay, turns out Kai'Sa, a bit of an assassin.
Those are the damage numbers I was looking for. Both sides, though, to be honest. Jezu 5k almost. You have almost 6k on the opposite side for Jeskla. Clutch performances for both AD carries, but definitely the game is going to feel a lot easier for Astralis now. Remember, they were 2k, 3k, 4k, even 5k behind at some points in this game, but now they are dead even in gold, and they've got a Mountain Soul backing them up. This is going to be pretty comfortable, I would say, for Astralis. It's going to be all pressure on SK to find the big fights, to find the big flanks, or to find the big moments.
Felix could be in some danger here. He is on the weak side of the map. Tinks recognizes that, but he's not actually going to get anything off the back of it. Astralis right now in a great position to actually start off this Baron. Are they gonna
Stealth?
They're gonna get spotted by that. Yeah, Jessica's definitely spotted by that. But Tinks is back in base. They're doing this incredibly fast, Dracos.
I don't think there's a lot of room to contest. Hecarim can zoom in. Is Tinks even willing to burn the Ghost to maybe get in the area? He's running faster and faster. 5k, it's getting lower, but no one is coming. SK are going to give this Baron up. Astralis now with the gold lead, a Baron buff, a Dragon Soul, everything going their way.
And it's just a situation where I feel like SK, they were on a 3-game losing streak coming into this matchup, and we thought that this would be their bounce back opportunity. You know, they'd be able to get a strong win against Astralis, but both Astralis and Vitality have shown that as the splitters progress, they have gotten better and better, and that they were not just going to roll over and die. Xandara himself said, my commitment is to play spoiler. I'm going to make playoffs so hard for all of these teams fighting for these spots, and he is doing just that. SK, if they lose this game, things get extremely... And I'm not going to go into the craziness. Medic is much better at keeping track of all that.
Thank you for the checkups, Medic.
But yeah, the playoffs race is only going to get crazier if Astralis are able to close this one out.
Does get wild Very contentious, and of course for Astralis now, it's not quite the victory lap moment of the game. They're not that far ahead, but Mountain Soul does make a lot of these setups easier. The big question on our minds at this point is how do they use this Baron buff? What do they actually get done? Normally, tier 2s are usually what fall around the first Baron buff, but can they break open the base? That's when this game really starts to get hard for SK, and you can see SK now, they've done it before. They've found Miracle flanks, Miracle engages to turn games around, and they're going to look for one now, going all in onto White Knight, but that is one tanky Scion. He's slowly but surely going to fall,
taking any damage.
But it doesn't matter. The entire team is collapsing. SK thought they had their opportunity, but White Knight just refuses to die. My God, it's beautiful. Astralis artists on that engage, painting with the blood of SK. It is violent. It is glorious. And SK, they've got nothing left. He wanted to play spoiler Zanzara. Well, here you are. That is one hell of a playoffs run denial.
Beautiful team fight from Astralis. White Knight eventually drops, but he is the definition of a tank. He soaks up so much time for his team. The rest of Astralis is able to collapse, capitalize, and now they're looking to end the game.
Yesterday he killed 5 people. Today he survived 5 people. It has been a clutch week from White Knight and a clutch week from Astralis. They may not have been playing for themselves, but they have certainly been playing spoiler, and they are going to take down SK with a commanding win.
The early game was a quiet one. You know, we were talking about spoilers, and lo and behold, Zanzara went and spoiled things for SK. Like, we talked about it in the draft. I feel like the longer the game went, the harder the team fights were going to get for SK. With the way in which this comp worked from Astralis, specifically this Sylas, I feel like that because you can steal all these ults, you just have so much more team fight power, and you're going to have so much more damage. But then it was Jessica in the bot lane that was just quietly farming up, getting those items, and he was just getting all of the kills in every single fight. So huge props to the Astralis roster. They played that extremely well. They were very patient, and they picked their fights right. They focused on the Drakes. They knew that would be their win condition. And yeah, overall, very clean game from Astralis.
And there's going to be a lot of players worth voting for here, but key player of the game at LEC on Twitter, there's only 3 names right now. Zanzara, Jeskla, and Promiscutor options. I do want to give a shout out, though, especially to Zanzara and White Knight, because they aren't the guys who got big kills in those fights, but every single fight, one of them solo zoned a carry from SK completely out of the fight. Tanks looking nice right now. But that said, Schalke are once again in a close race for playoffs and face Vitality in a crucial matchup after the break. They must be sweating after this game 1.
Vitality and their team is a mess. There's like no synergy. They don't play together well.
Yeah, Gilles now onto the Dragon. They're going to immediately get Connors down. He gets taken low. The onslaught shadows onto the backline. Abadage finds 1. He's found 2. He's got a double kill already. He's going for the triple, but it's going to be Broken Blade that picks it up at the end.
I still think they're a good team. I was a bit surprised that they went 0-2, but I still think they can be just fine for sure.
Can he survive long enough? Forced to flash. Great engage from LeBron. The pulverize sends SK packing. The last man standing is blue.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Helm. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone. Australis are now 2-0 in Super Week. And Magi Felix, thank you for joining me. This is an insane result from you guys. How do you explain what's going on for Australis?
Well, I think as a team, we have been making a lot of improvements lately since I joined the team, and that has like helped us actually, take some game off the better teams as well. And I feel like, coming into this last week of Spring Split, we have actually like improved to a decent level where we can actually, show that we are not maybe the worst team in the league, and we can actually maybe contest for like a middle tier spot. And hopefully, like that's our goal coming into summer, that we can show that we can actually make it into playoffs.
I agree. It gives a lot of hopes for summer. And talking to your teammates earlier today and yesterday, they were mostly telling me that this week for them is about making a statement, either for them or for the fans. What is it about for you?
For me, I'm mostly trying to, work on my own play individually, because I feel like I've been playing like decently, but I could be doing better than what I've been showing so far. So what I'm focusing on is like just trying to, step up my game and perform as best as I can.
Yeah, we're seeing an evolution for you, especially in the champion pool, playing the Silas today. I'm wondering, is it because of the patch changes that you got away from the comfort champion pool, maybe that you used to play, or is it because you're getting more confident playing with this team?
I feel like it's more about like how we're working as a team. When I first joined, we had really bad synergy together. So our game plan coming into the games was only to pick a scaling mid laner. Hopefully we don't fall too far behind in the early game, and then we can beat them in the late game. But now that we have actually made some improvements, we can expand our champion diversity a bit and play more for early mid game diving champions as well, like the Silas, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, I see many great leads to follow for Australis in summer, but looking forward now, with the learnings you got from this spring season, whether it's through losses or wins, as you got this week, what will you take away that can help you perform in summer?
I feel like the biggest thing is just what I've been working on is trying to, help my team improve, because in the past I've usually been always, focused on my own gameplay, and if I see things that are not going so well in the team, I'm not the one to be the one to try and change that, right? I'm not trying to help my teammates actually improve as much as I should be doing. So since I came to Australis, I've been trying to work on that, and that's the biggest thing I'm taking with me into summer as well.
All right. Well, I see brighter days coming for Australis in summer. But Magi Felix, thank you so much for the interview. And best of luck for making the 3-0 in Super Week.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in a few for Vitality versus Schalke 04. Stay tuned.
back, everyone, to the LEC and Schalke 04 versus Vitality. We told you there would be some bangers and some upsets, and, well, 1 down, 4 more to go. Next up, the German fan favorite Schalke. They're in a bit of familiar territory as they face a scenario similar to last summer, where they pulled off the famous miracle run. Now, listen. Last summer, it was actually a lot more dicey to begin with. They were in an impossible position.
I mean, they were at 0-9 at one point last summer, and then the introduction of Gideus really changed the team around, and we can see just how much it meant to them at the time. I don't think we can call it a miracle run from Schalke this year, of course, but it would be a big step up from their last few weeks of performance.
Yeah, maybe LS. This isn't as crazy in terms of they didn't seem to have any identity, any wins last summer, and then they turned it around.
Yeah.
This split, it's a bit of a different story because they had some great moments, but they just seem to lose it every couple of games.
Yeah, and right now, it feels like they're playing Mario Kart. They're in the final lap, and all they have to do is just not get hit by any shells, and they just need to actually finish it out. And honestly, I mean, the only blue shell coming their way right now is Crowning's Comet, so we'll have to see what happens and if another upset can come out big today.
Yeah, great point. Yesterday, they did beat Fnatic, and in terms of being a streaky team, a win versus Fnatic is always good. What gave them the upper hand, you think, LS, mostly? Yesterday versus the crazy Fnatic?
Well, I mean, I think the gameplay overall, they were really quick to just go in. Their team composition was very cohesive. It shared a very similar identity, and Fnatic kept mispositioning, and Schalke were just really quick to capitalize. And honestly, I mean, I loved the performance on the Urgot. The Urgot was, that was my fan favorite watching the game yesterday.
Yeah, I think Broken Blade always has to be a key person that you watch on this Schalke lineup. They've been so good at playing through mid into top and really facilitating him. We saw them trying to do it yesterday with the Hecarim and the Twisted Fate. They knew they were going to put pressure up towards that top lane. And so the ability to get Broken Blade ahead really allows Schalke to open up the map and then to play some of these fights later on.
And LS, do you think you could bring down Schalke's struggles this split to not correctly adjusting to the top laner they have, which is a very different style of top laner than they had in Odoamne?
I think that a lot of it has to do with so many different approaches that they're taking to the game. If you look at their match history and so many different draft approaches that they're having, and Gideus is having a lot of ebb and flow inside of the jungle right now, and a lot of times he's actually having to salvage lane states for his laners, whereas other times he doesn't have to, and then it looks like he's the one coin flipping. There's just a whole lot of inconsistency happening for Schalke, and all they need to do is just remain stable.
Yeah, I think you need a little bit of water as well, you know. Running out of words there to talk about
Lost
Schalke.
Speech, I believe,
Lost
is his nickname.
Speech. Oh, it's the gift that keeps on giving. I love it so much. Finally, though, very important game for Schalke. As said, they have to get to those playoffs, definitely after that miracle run last summer. They've got Vitality right now. Medic, what do you think?
I really think they should be able to get to playoffs now, especially with SK dropping a game. If Schalke can win their next two, they're in a really good spot in that playoff race. And just in case anyone's wondering at home, the 5-way tie is still very much alive. Very exciting to see if that one comes down to the wire.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a Medic's playoff checkup a bit later today. But for now, we'll see if Schalke's final lap continues tonight versus Vitality as we leave it to Dracos and Vedius.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Thrilled to be bringing you yet another potential upset. It's been the week of upsets. The only people safe themselves, I think, have been Astralis and Vi. Everyone else is on the list
Do you know who's
somewhere.
also not safe, Dracos?
Who?
You, because this button does more than I told you that it does. Watch. Watch. I have the power to do as I wish. I'm going to press the button again.
What?
Anyway, we have Schalke versus Vitality. Dracos didn't know that I had the power of the button, but I do.
I was concerned what the button was going to do. I was concerned if this would turn into like an improv class where you're like, this button gives me the power to make you talk about King's Legacy and Dynasty, and I would have to like pretend to back you up, but no, it just actually controls the lights. That's fine. But Betty, push the button. The music's
time to push the button.
good button pushing, Betty.
Thanks, man.
Incredible. Team Vitality, they're going to need some good button pushing of their own. Yesterday, the buttons were not so good.
True.
Schalke, on the other hand, push buttons real good, especially Broken Blade. Limit also, of course, deserves a shout-out. But we'll keep our eyes on the picks that are going to come through. Because we saw yesterday, White Knight got a pentakill on Renekton. Today, they put him on Sion, and while he had a good game, it was, well, relatively uneventful. So we'll see how much Schalke's strategy pivots today. It will be a similar story if the MVP from yesterday will be, again, forced onto tank duty. It is the sad nature of the meta, but for now, the Twisted Fate, the Orianna, the Lilia, and now the Seraphine banned away. Seraphine, of course, the one we have to call out because that champion yesterday was beyond broken. This champion is so good. Happy to see it banned away.
Yeah, I think the Seraphine, even after the nerfs, is still very strong. We've heard LS singing the praises of the champions for a while, and I've definitely been in the same camp. I really like her mid lane. Of course, she's a little bit weaker, but still very prevalent, and I respect the ban from Vitality. We imagine that the Hecarim will be the first pick, as that is what we've been seeing a lot from not only the meta, but also Gilius in particular. Of course, the Rel is open once again, so we're going to see that trade once more. It's fascinating how, to many teams, the Rel is actually less of a priority than the Hecarim is, because a while ago, the Rel was just constantly the first pick. You wanted that engaged support and you could fill in the rest later, but it seems that many teams are saying, you know what, we're fine answering with Alistar, and it feels like we're seeing the same draft in every game, you know, Hecarim into Rel, into Alistar, there's the Xayah as well. And with this Tristana, Team Vitality do have some flexibility. They could put the Tristana mid, they could send it bot, which is why I imagine something like an Udyr will very much likely come out from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see always how matchups develop. Of course, if you're keeping track, 11.5, there were nerfs on a Rel, but relatively small, all things considered. Every pro we've talked to has said they're basically not relevant. You know, it's 2 seconds. It does certainly matter, but it does not take away the champion's big defining moments, the flash, W ults, those sort of combinations. And now, of course, paired with Tristana, there's a little bit of that synergy that you would get with the Rel Kai'Sa bot lane, although Tristana maybe overall, a very different champion in terms of what she provides. And Udyr balancing things out. Excited to see what Skeens can do in the early game. We've seen a lot of hit or miss performances from this champion over the course of the last few weeks as we enter the second ban phase.
Let's have a look here. Shen actually taken off the board. Shen. That's interesting. I'm trying to think of what Shen is often a good answer into, and I'm wondering if
Camille go even. Kind of. Not
also
even.
Thinking about Urgot. I know Shen was often considered actually a pretty good matchup into the Urgot. Maybe Vitality are thinking about some Urgot for themselves. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, a lot of flexibility still available in the top side of the map with so many top laners still up. The Sion still available, Aatrox as well. The Gnar now taken off the board by Schalke.
But what's interesting is that in patches past, we would have seen a lot of Azir bans here, maybe more sculpting or focus towards a mid lane matchup. But you can see, especially in this week, how crucial, how pivotal top lane has been for so many teams. So not surprised to see 2 immediate top lane bans. Though, right as I say that, mini caster curse, of course, Syndra is then banned away from Abbedagge.
Okay, so a little bit more mid focus. Again, we don't know where this Tristana is going. Could be mid, could be top. The Jace, so a lot of like carry top laners have actually been removed from the pool, which is quite interesting. Jigenda, for those that don't know, formerly of AGO Rogue, one of the very successful EU Masters teams that did in fact win EU Masters. Are we gonna get crown shots? Sorry, I shouldn't talk about Hubbards, but I always get excited whenever I see the Twitch for crown shots specifically.
Because you can remember the Twitch Yumi, right? When he would just appear out of nowhere with a cat strapped to his back and kill 4 people.
Yeah,
it was
that
cool.
one. But yeah, Jigenda, he was one of the hyped up rookies, and I think that he hasn't had the most impressive split, but I think the Vitality as a whole have also struggled. So I'm excited to see what he can do as we round out our split. Perhaps we do get to see him put on a carry up against Broken Blade, because it looks like that he will have that counter pick as the Victor is locked in for mid.
Victor going to lock in. Now, Karma, the response, this is still technically a flex. I don't know for how much longer. Obviously, it's going to feel pretty clear when the final pick is locked in, unless it's an additional flex, which, if it's the Rise, it technically is. Now, Sagenda, I was going to say that I expect to see him play something like the Aatrox. That's been one of the few champions where he really has been able to show what he's made of. But if we are in a potential double flex situation, not something that we would expect to see from a team like Schalke, it does certainly shift a lot of things up.
Yeah, I like the Karma plus Hecarim combo in general. I think the amount of utility that she provides in the late game is very strong. There's no way you're picking Renekton to Karma, right?
Doesn't she just empower WU and walk away?
I swear, I mean, like, I'm not an expert on top lane matchups,
but I feel that like I would be quite happy if I'm a Karma in that matchup. Like, don't get me wrong, I can definitely see windows where the Renekton could like set up plays, but I don't know, I guess
the prospect of walking into a Rise Karma in any team fight at any stage of the game does seem very difficult.
I feel like this game is just really hard for Renekton, like really hard. Like, how do you get close when you're playing against an Alistar and a Rise and a Karma? Well, and even if you do get close, like the speed from Rise and then the ultimate from Xayah, I just feel like, yeah, a lot of question marks for me around this Renekton pick.
And while League of Legends certainly isn't just 5 champions running at each other, I completely see this problem on the side of Team Vitality. It's like, how do they start most fights? It's all on Lebrov to pull the trigger and engage, or one very fast Udyr. Otherwise, they have not a ton of reliable engaged sources.
Yeah, I much prefer Schalke's comp. I think that it scales extremely well. They can play through side lanes too. Of course, not everything comes down to the draft. A lot of it is execution, so we'll have to wait and see. A lot on the line still for Schalke. They very much need this win, so let's see how it plays out as we jump into the game. What do you reckon happens if I press the button while we're in game?
Oh God, what have you done? How much does the button do? Does it run Kit Kat ads? Because that's fine. That doesn't scare me. I'm concerned about what else the button can do.
It makes Rise do a backflip. Woo.
That'd be cool.
Anyway, Exhaust on Neon is pretty cool. Okay, so we were talking about how this game was already hard for Renekton.
Yes.
Guess what? Just got a lot harder.
One-shotting the Xayah, most certainly. Halo Blades Tristana also takes a little bit of a hit on the early game all-in.
That's a great point, and I think that's the main reason for the Exhaust, because for those that don't know, or maybe haven't played against a Tristana with Halo Blades, she's really powerful.
If you haven't played this, please play this. It's so oppressive. You just rock in level 2 with an E and a W, and you one-shot like 50% of the 80 carries that are played in bot lane right now. It's so strong.
And the crazy thing is, because you proc the bomb so fast because of Halo Blades, you then get your jump again, which is why the jump in is so valuable, and also why it's such a great combo with the Rel, because you can even use the Rel bind to stun on the initial jump, and then you proc, and then you jump again, and it's very strong. So Exhaust is very valuable in that matchup. Of course, the lack of heal can be a little detrimental, but in the straight-up 2v2, the Exhaust is really going to help a lot.
Oof. And we'll keep our eyes there on the bottom lane. It's been a lot of really explosive Tristana bot lane matchups across the course of this season. We've had some misses, and we've had a lot of very aggressive hits for some teams. We'll see what Crown Shot can do today. Yesterday was a difficult day for Vitality. Of course, they played big competition in the form of Rogue, but there were a lot of deaths across the board, Vidi. And when we look at it, that's not the graphic I want to click. Technical difficulties, there it is. You know, obviously it's a loss. You expect there to be more deaths, but there were a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. As now we might see some deaths coming down here too, as Crown Shot has to flash out. They are going to have to back away. Already struggling a little bit here in the early game. Fast level 2 for Schalke means disaster for Vitality.
But I think it's fair to say that Vitality have kind of like had their ups and downs over the last few weeks. A lot of people sort of saw the value that Crown Shot can provide, and I think it was a little uncharacteristic for him to die so much that he did yesterday. And I think that it was a close game, very exciting game against Astralis yesterday, but already in this 2 versus 2, small mistake in the early game, which does cost them summoner spells. We talked about how powerful this Tristana Royal combo can be at this point in the game, so losing that push is definitely going to hurt them. But they'll definitely be able to bounce back. Jungler is pathing towards bot side. Skeens doesn't have a huge amount of mana, but the blue buff likely just gonna fix that no problem at all. And with Gilius pathing up towards the top side, there is a real opportunity here for Vitality to set up a play.
But he reset the blue.
He did.
All right, let's pan away. Thank you, observers. They don't need to embarrass him any further. He's going to get it that time, guys, for sure. I think it's interesting, this top lane matchup. We talked a lot about how Sagenda was looking for more opportunities to prove himself.
So I just, you know, we talked about this top lane matchup, and then I look at this CS and I'm like, maybe I'm the one who's wrong. Perhaps Karma, Renekton's a great matchup into Karma. There's such a huge CS difference already. Of course, he is going to catch that wave and close that just a little bit, but Broken Blade showing how difficult range versus melee matchups can be for the Renekton.
Absolutely is. Maybe it gets a little bit easier if he gets some attention on the top side, but with Skeens on the bottom side, feels pretty good. Abadage, though, fishing for a solo kill. Oh, and the Whisper Monkey.
Wow. Cleanly done by Abadage.
The thing is, Victor, not a lot of power in the early game. Ryze, surprisingly strong. His biggest problem is mana, often, and in that situation, he just happened to have enough. Tia was obviously a little bit helpful, though, like having that additional mana in the early game, but honestly, that was just a bit of an overstep from Elitza, and like, he should have just respected the damage and flashed. The moment that E landed for the second time and the root could come down, he needed to respect the damage output, and like, that's going to accelerate that Ryze already in the 1v1 in mid.
That's a big deal because remember when we look at Schalke last season, the Miracle Run, we talk about that a lot, but one piece of the Miracle Run that we don't get to talk about as much this season is how good Abadage was. This is where the Faker Dage adage comes from. So when Abadage is a player who's feeling confident, when he's a player who's solo killing people in lane, he is not a man to be messed with. And Ryze, definitely one of those champions that can absolutely run away with the game if given any kind of lead.
Yeah, I think Abadage is such an interesting pro to talk about because he's someone that kind of like has highs and lows. But I think that when you speak to any pro, a lot of them give him a huge amount of credit. He is very talented, and I think that he's had some really incredible performances in his time at the LEC. And now having a solo kill already, it seems that his team is looking to enable him a little bit more. Hex Flash.
Headbutt back through. Flash away from Elitza is good, but that means he's going to be in trouble in any further 1v1. Skeens and Lebrov going to try to turn it. Skeens now moving in, looking for the follow-up stun. Limited trouble. Now Lebrov looking for the follow-up as well. Lebrov grabbing the kill, not ideal, but Skeen wants to give another. The stun now going to connect on Abadage. He's going to try to realm more back to safety, but Skeens does so much damage with that Phoenix stance and a clean turnaround for Vitality.
Run, stun, job done. Skeen sets up the play beautifully with Lebrov. Now we get a bit of an all-in from Jigenda. He's not going to be able to get a huge amount off the back of that. I think he even lost that trade, but Skeens is here to assist.
Broken Blade overstepping there. Bear stun connects. He's going to be forced to flash out as well, and this went from a relatively quiet game outside of the mid lane action to action across every single lane. Skeens certainly making his mark on the map.
So I love the dive setup from Schalke, but this is where Melitza, the fact that he didn't burn his flash earlier, comes into fruition with a beautiful flash over Limit's engage, but then Limit takes 3 turret shots. There's no way for him to escape in this situation, and Abadage's like, maybe I can actually trade hit for Melitza, but he doesn't quite have the damage before Skeens and Lebrov can arrive. And then you can see, look, 1 stun, 2 stun, 3 stun. Abadage thinks he can get away, but Skeens has enough damage in Phoenix form to be able to shut him down. And then on top of that, he also gets the flash in the top side of the map. Quick panoramic view of our beautiful LEC stage.
Are you interested in Sightly Sights pro players? This could be you in a weekend when you return.
Now back into the game.
And I think overall, we'll see, Broken Blade, ooh. Zidane very confident here, and of course the Band of Glass Mirror going for some more supportive itemization for Broken Blade does mean he's not quite as much threat in the 1v1, though as I say that, the Q does still certainly hurt.
So I will say, we didn't mention this earlier, but Karma is running Grasp.
Yeah.
Obviously slightly less effective on ranged champions relative to melee ones, but I wonder if Broken Blade is going tank Karma. I can hear Shakarez in the back of my mind. It's like, I see it. The Spirit's Visage.
I know you're watching this.
The Iceborne Gauntlet,
that item doesn't exist anymore. Type all of your
that
secrets.
one. You know what one.
Okay, yeah. The Frostfire got one. Also fine. Probably not with the Band of Glass Mirror, though. Maybe. All right.
Maybe.
Renato?
Honestly, I don't know what tank who builds tank Karma outside of Shakarez?
Very occasionally a pro player. And in this case, maybe Broken Blade. Oh, Dominus now coming in. Big trade. Can start turning back. Conqueror procced. But that said, hard for Sejenda to get much of anything done. He's going to start to walk him down. There's no more creep wave for Sejenda to heal off of, but Broken Blade would rather have the creeps than Renekton. Doesn't want to overstep.
Yeah, he also knows that he doesn't have flash, whereas Jigenda does, so he didn't want to overcommit. Now we see the collapse from Abadage.
Oh, the denial! He can't quite get over the wall. Lebrov now in trouble. He's going to be able to connect the stun, but that's a clean kill pickup, and they'll donate it over to Neon. Well played by Schalke.
I saw Gilius tried to steal that. Neon does end up picking it up, though, and Schalke will convert this into the first Drake of the game. So, bit of skirmishing going back and forth, and credit to Jigenda. He is staying even up towards the top side of the map. I'm still a little skeptical of the pick, and we'll see how much it influences the rest of the game as it progresses, because right now he's not at a huge deficit. But the bot lane in a similar state. They did struggle in the very early levels. They haven't been able to take advantage of the strong 2v2 power, but they've been able to neutralize. They haven't really fallen that much further behind. The kills are 2-2, and Schalke has an ever so slight advantage, but we're in for a pretty exciting game. I was worried that after how the lanes were going, with the top dominance, with the mid solo kill, with bot burning the flashes, I thought the Schalke would just kind of set up to kind of steamroll over Vitality, but it seems that Vitality, off the back of Skeens, are definitely still in this game.
Certainly are. And again, reminder, this game at the end of the day for Schalke, it's everything. It is their chances of getting into playoffs. Overall, they've still got a relatively low percentage, although I think it's certainly looking better as the day has gone so far. It has been a day of upsets. Vitality playing for nothing other than to crush the dreams of others and to prove to people that they deserve the spots that they have earned for themselves. So pressure on Schalke really to come out with a win here. And Vitality so far, relatively quiet early game, but we saw what happened to Astralis when they were playing for nothing. They played incredibly well. Maybe Vitality will receive a similar sort of buff today.
That's for sure. I think that Schalke's comp does have the better scaling overall, so I think the longer this game goes, the easier it will be for Schalke to play. I mean, we already talked a lot about how Schalke's comp, like, it can do quite a lot. It can play through side lane. It has a lot of damage as the game progresses as well. You have a lot of utility to play around Neon and enable him. There's a lot of speed with this composition, like we were joking about it yesterday.
Wait, I literally said in the room backstage, I do not want to cast one of those team fights. Those champions are too fast. When people complain about mobility creep, I always think they mean like Lucian dashing 6 times in a team fight. This is what I mean when I complain about my mobility creep. Why is everybody so fast, Riot?
It was so crazy. I was watching the games yesterday, and like normally, as you rightly said, you see like a lot of dashes, you see like a lot of animations because of all these ults and huge team fights, but no, yesterday it was just a lot of champions just moving at high speed.
Yeah. I always compared League of Legends to other MOBAs when I was looking at games, but it turns out Formula One is the more apt comparison for what's happening.
Yeah, Gran Turismo players like, wait, what?
Boy, have we got a game for you.
Yeah.
It's called Build Shirelias, get your jungler to build Chem Tank, push 2 buttons, and zoom.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun to watch. Well, in any case, I think the Schalke's comp is very fast, so we'll see if Dracos can keep up. Your play-by-play is pretty fast too, so maybe this is appropriate.
There
we'll have
go.
to wait and see.
The challenge I've been waiting for. Will I become completely and totally unintelligible? Hard to say. Broken Blade, though, is certainly looking unkillable as Sagenda cannot do damage to the Karma.
That was quite funny, yes. I didn't quite see where...
Rock jump in, 1, 2, 3, looking for the reset, won't quite get it. Waiting on the pullback, flash out from Crown Shot, the flash, the pullback through. Now he's gonna finish the job. Neon, clean pickup on the double daggers at the end of that trade.
Big misplay there from Crown Shot, but this is the power of the exhaust. We talked about it earlier. Mitigated a lot of the burst, and now we have another skirmish.
Keeps now trying to run out, but Gillia's pushing him right back. The Udyr's still very tanky. The ulti now coming in. They want to finish the job. Skeen's going to get taken down by Broken Blade. Gillias now on the hunt. LeBron going to be in trouble. Limit waiting for an opportunity. The knock-up, the knockback. Where are you going to go? Taken out. The ulti comes in, and it's too little too late. So Jenna just has to walk away. A clean couple plays from Schalke, no fear.
A lot of mind games coming out there from Limit, basically saying, okay, I can see that you want to W away, but if you do, I'm going to interrupt it. So Lebrov, he never actually uses his W. He never gets the opportunity, and the rest of Schalke are able to collapse. So now they're starting to snowball this game. They're going to convert it into a Rift Herald. They can use this to potentially open up the mid tower, open up the top one. They have so many options, but Schalke firmly in the driver's seat.
Oh, and the thing I love is watch when Neon uses his ult here, because by denying the bomb proc, he denies the jump reset from Crown Shot. That last auto, the Crown Shot needs to get the jump, too little, too late. Ooh, just so clean.
Very well played there from Neon, and is able to get that solo kill.
No, it's I hate watching this skin die.
It's so sad. But let's look at something slightly happier for Schalke, at least, as Skeens flashes in, tries to get that stun onto Abadage, and does buy him a little bit more time, and this gravity field almost saves the Vitality jungler, but not quite enough. And here you see the mind games from Limit. He holds onto the knockback long enough where Lebrov then flashes in the hopes of flashing and then Wing away, but the reaction speeds from Limit were far too quick, and he's able to mitigate and then ultimately get a kill.
And right now, Schalke has to be feeling pretty good. It's not a huge gold advantage, but their Karma in the top lane is slowly scaling up. Very supportive item build, and we talked about it already. The Renekton with a Stride Breaker, he's going to feel pretty good if he ever finds an isolated target 1v1, but it's going to be pretty hard to do when Schalke can just group up, use an empowered Karma shield, and, well, run him down.
Exactly that. It's very reminiscent of the comp that they had yesterday where Limit was on Alistar, Gilius was on Hecarim, and basically the biggest difference is what's happening in top and mid, but the mid is the same thing, roaming kind of powerful side lane champion as you see some trading top.
That is got to feel bad for Sagenda. He can maybe get the double dash up in time again to do something, but an empowered W could come through from Broken Blade and heal him right back up, so... Wow, this is such a toxic lane matchup.
Yes.
That is miserable to play against. Do not try this at home, kids. But the Herald being used bottom lane means Schalke just continue to win across the board. Sagenda cannot get any individual advantage. Meanwhile, Schalke as a team break bot lane tower, are now set up with priority access to the Drake, and everything is going their way. That was dead even gold just a moment ago. Now it's about a 3K advantage to the side of Schalke.
Very well played from Schalke. We can see a lot of the advantages coming out in the bot lane. Neon having a fantastic performance, sitting at 2-0-0 right now, and being the benefactor of a lot of those plates means that he is sitting very comfortably, I imagine, working towards his next core item. Props to Jagenda. You know, I was critical of the pick, and I'm still not convinced in what it does in the context of the comp, but you can see that in terms of the matchup, once he gets the Stride Breaker, the 1v1 is a little bit easier for him, but he never really has any kill threats. And I think it was Buppo who was talking about it with you on Euphoria, where he's the type of champion that it only really works when your team is ahead, right? He's not the best champion at being able to, like, claw back from the jaws of defeat, and right now it feels that Schalke are just kind of gaining more and more control, and I think it's only going to get harder and harder for a Renekton to actually have impact in this game.
And again, you mentioned it before, there's a lot, it's very difficult for him to find good targets to get onto. We already saw 1v1, you know, maybe with backup, obviously he can take down the Karma, but individually can't do that. 1v1 against Neon, yeah, eventually he'll kill Neon, but Neon with an exhaust, Neon with an ultimate, a very difficult target to kill. That said, maybe Schalke overextend here. Maybe they overstay their welcome on the top side, but it's not going to happen. The good use of the blue trinket spots out both members of the Vitality lineup waiting in the darkness.
So what blows my mind is that Neon had the awareness to realize that that was a possibility. And like, to us it seems obvious because we get to see everything, but I think that things like that game sense is something that is sometimes hard to highlight in pro games as
He just broke his ankles! He's never seen anything like it!
Oh my word, LeBron is now in danger as well.
He just went from absolutely griefing it with that flash to 5-head in a quarter second. That was so big brain. That said, Broken Blade's now in trouble. Sagenda might finally get his kill back, but that's the empowered W. That's even more healing, and Karma simply refuses to die. This is like the sequel. The first play was the Matrix 1, this is the Matrix Reloaded. By far, not a good follow-up here in terms of hype plays.
Oh my word. So that play was basically Limit saying, if you try to jump over, I'm going to knock you back. It was just such great foresight. Will we get some cool camera angles? Look at this.
Boom.
So he flashes over. Doesn't have any vision for the record.
Oh, where are you going?
But the timing is just so good. Such well played from Limit. Huge props to him. I think the Limit has had a fantastic split overall. Has been one of the key engaged tools for Schalke repeatedly throughout the split. Even in their losses, I think that he has had some very solid performances. And as a player, I think that he's really grown into his own. Like we're getting a lot more strong supports here in Europe, and I definitely think Limit needs to be part of the conversation.
Absolutely has to be, because yesterday everyone's going to look at Broken Blade's score, and he popped off on Rogat. Don't get me wrong, but the man who was facilitating so many of these team fights, following up whenever Seraphine deemed it time to kick things off, is Limit. That said, Gilius might now be in trouble. Now we have a TP coming in as well. He's going to be unstoppable, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Gilius will go down. It's Sagenda's TP in the trade there. That felt a little bit over-aggressive, but stops Limit from sticking around.
Unfortunately, Vitality can't really convert that into anything. Of course, that was a bit of an overstep from Gilius. Didn't respect the collapse, but now Neon looking for another 1v1. Oh, Crownshot even forced to use the heal just to get out of range of Neon. So, very powerful stuff coming out from the 280 carries.
And Betty, after yesterday, I thought we'd be talking all about top lane. Broken Blade picked Karma. We don't really have to talk about top lane anymore. But bot lane we do have to talk about, because you said it, Limit's been so good. And for Neon, it's been a bit of an up and down split, but this game has been so clean from him, really coming to his own as a bottom laner. And as you said, little things like the blue trinket, great to see. That's the little details that might slip past people's eyes. But even just mechanically, in these 1v1s, he's also been such a monster. Those kind of highlight moments that are undeniably signs that this is a guy that we need to keep our eyes on.
I mean, the crazy thing is the fact that Schalke have struggled so much this split, because like, when they had such a strong start, I thought that they would just kind of continue that momentum, and I thought that they would kind of sit around that 5th place spot. I thought that they would do what SK did and just rack up a lot of wins, but they struggle to find an identity. Let's see if Vitality can now break Broken Blade.
Broken Blade very fast, but is he fast enough? F1, begin! Broken Blade currently in first place, running for his life, pulling ahead, trying to find the inside path.
Oh, here comes Skeens up on the flank.
Broken Blade might be in trouble here. It looks like they're trying to pass him. Oh, crown shot coming out from in front. Looks like we're going to have a wreck on our hands here. Formula 1 not going in favor of Broken Blade. Will get taken down.
Oh, no. Devastating crash on the side lane.
Oh, I hate to see it.
Hopefully he can bounce back from that one.
I've got it confirmed from production that the paramedic said he just needs 24 seconds and then he'll be okay.
He's bounced back. He's springy, he's young. He'll walk it off.
He's walking it off. You'll love to see it.
He'll run the rest of the race if he has to.
Absolutely will.
But in the meantime, while that was happening, Schalke was able to get a tier 2 in the top lane. They dropped the Herald mid, very close to securing that tower. Vitality will have the priority on the Drake, though, and I think Schalke, for the time being, are they going to give this up? It looks like no, they have the TP.
Ready to fight this one. Gilius waiting. Is he going to go in for the smite? Is he going to contest this? He's going to push for now. Combo goes in. Sagenda just going to get one shot. That's the Gale Force forward. Crown Shot going to make it out of the wall. Schemes forced to flash, but Abadage ready with the follow-up. Here comes the Realm Warp. Melitza waiting to throw down the gravity field. Is just going to get absolutely taken out. Abadage now on the hunt for Lebrov as well. Lebrov, there's nowhere to go. That 2-second cooldown nerf starting to feel pretty significant in a trade like this. Abadage grabs the kill.
And Schalke, while they do lose the Drake, they will get a huge team fight win. The question is, can they convert this into the Baron that spawns in 12 seconds? They'll definitely get themselves the mid tower. Limit did, that was a flash, I feel.
I heard the sound, I saw
heard
nothing.
The sound. Limit, he's been playing really great, and I'm sure there's a reason for that. It looks like they're not going to gamble on the Baron. Instead, they're just going to take the towers, and they're going to be happy with that.
It's the cursed monkey paw. Every engage you find will be good, but you'll flash on cooldown.
All right, I'm sure our observers will help highlight for this. So let's have a look at this. Schalke, the TP from Karma actually came into the mid lane, so she was quite far away. She didn't have many places to go to, but you can see how quickly Sagenda dropped, did not have his ultimate available to him. Skeens and Crown Shot forced to split away from Melitza and Lebrov, and then Abadage is like, hey, I've got an ultimate that can cut off their escape, and they're able to find that kill. No flash available on Abadage. Sorry, not Abadage, Melitza rather, and the Victor ends up dropping. So let's have a look here. Observers, they're going to give it to us.
Here we go.
His flash does just come up, and he uses it. I respect it. He's a Hex Flash gamer. That's what he is.
Yeah, it was right as it came off cooldown. Production
literally as it came off cooldown.
Mashing D, ready to go. Maybe he actually thought he was going to Hex Flash over the wall and accidentally just pushed it at the exact
but
second.
That might have happened. He may have just thought that, like...
Guys, I'm going to channel Hex Flash. Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind.
Happens to the best of us.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Vedius. This game, again, it's hard to know what's going to happen in these games where it really matters for one side and for the other side it's mostly for pride, mostly to prove something. For Vitality, for Astralis, these kind of games have looked so good for them. For Vitality, it's not looking so hot. Maybe struggling to find their footing here in today's game. For Schalke, it looks so good. And remember, this game is huge for Schalke. Again, they are fighting to keep themselves in a very, very tight playoff race. So many teams contesting. Even Excel, not out of the picture yet. SK Gaming, potentially looking a little bit more vulnerable. So a win here is crucial for Schalke. For Vitality, yes, maybe they can turn it around. But if you're Schalke No Fear right now, you have to be feeling pretty good. This game, one more after it, and then you could be finding yourselves in the playoffs.
Seems that Abadage could be in trouble, but just going to flash out of that one. And going back to what you were saying, Dracos, yeah, because after SK's loss today, the playoff race becomes a lot more interesting. Medic will keep us up to date throughout the weekend on all the tiebreak stars, but he mentioned to us that a 5-way tie situation is possible, which is kind of crazy depending on how things play out. And you know, one of those is going to be later today when Misfits play up against Fnatic. That's going to be a really important game for many of the teams in the standings. And like, Schalke needed this win. Of course, they haven't won yet. There's still room for Vitality to claw back. But when you look at this goal difference and when you look at how strong Schalke is looking like, this game feels like that it's locked in. And that's only going to make the playoff race even more intense. And I think that for Schalke, qualifying for playoffs does mean a lot with this new roster. I think they set pretty high expectations for themselves. They wanted to, at the very least, be able to compete in those best-of-5s. And after what was a pretty impressive miracle run last summer, they've had an up-and-down split. But if they can end strong, they can feel good coming into playoffs.
Absolutely can. Of course, need to continue to just keep finding these wins, regardless of the competition. And right now, I'm generally, obviously Neon's had a fantastic game, but I'm also curious to see how Broken Blade and Abadage play these fights, especially now that the staff of Flowing Water has come through. That is going to be one very fast rise. And if Abadage is hitting his cues, Vitality really don't stand a chance in these individual fights. The rise damage output is absolutely crazy. That said, Sagenda not too scared, is still going to commit in the exchange. Doesn't go super well for him. Again, I feel like, back to the F1 narrative, this man is, you know, he's granny shifting. He is not like, Abadage is like double popping every second. He's making it work, and Sagenda, He's a little new behind the wheel at this late game stage.
So I'm not that familiar with Formula 1, but I know that when there's an accident, they have like that car at the front that goes really slowly.
Sure.
And I feel like that is what Renekton is in this comp. That little car that's driving around
Mate,
with
I hate to break it to you. I think Renekton's the accident.
Well, I don't know how to follow that one up, but it was funny. The Drake spawns in 10 seconds. We'll see if Shigenda can turn things around with his Renekton. Right now, the wave is being pushed in bot from Abadage. Broken Blade has made his way down, but Vitality have access to the river first.
When are they going to get done? Neon just playing very aggressive, not too concerned. And again, this is one of the weaknesses we talked about for Vitality's composition. Lebrov really the only big engage that they have to be concerned about. But there goes Lebrov. There goes the Udyr, just going to get deleted. Limit going to grab that kill off the back of the Ignite, and Vitality just forced to back away.
And this is what Schalke's very good at. They showed it against Fnatic yesterday. They're showing it again today. Have Limit be that engage tool, and the rest of the team will follow. They don't care about the Drake. They've set their sights on the Baron. Without a jungler, without the smite contest, it's going to be that much harder. Here comes the Hex Flash.
Agenda now going to dash out to safety. They're going to get Limit's ultimate out. If they can wait this one out, maybe they can get something done. But by the time it fades away, Baron may already be gone. 4K and dropping. 2.5, 2.4. Wait to see if they can get in. Lebrov in the middle of the entire team, but there's absolutely no follow-up. Gilius setting his sights on the objective. They're not able to take it down. Gilius going to grab that one, and they can turn the fight right back. Melitza has to run for his life, but Hecarim, even as a full tank, the power, the phase rush, all that movement speed means he's going to grab one. As Sagenta just barely able to make it out to safety. Crownshot now running for his life. Not going to walk away from that as Abadage grabs the kill.
And Schalke just cut through the ranks of Vitality, getting themselves 3 kills and the Baron. They're going to add a Drake to just get that extra bit more, and just beautiful execution from Schalke. Their comp is simple, straightforward, and they've executed it well. And their identity is clearly just let Limit do Limit things. If you enable him, he will find the fights for you, and you just have to be ready to follow up.
The EU supports, man. I'm feeling it every week. We have so many fantastic engages, so many clean plays here, and as you see this one, absolute confidence. Because this is not the play that we thought we were going to see.
It is a
Limit
little
just leaps in and does nothing, but he's zoning, and that's what matters.
Yeah, a little bit before this was when that engage came through, but here at the Baron, you can see Limit just buying time. He doesn't quite get the interrupt because Lebrov does flash in, but he, along with Abadage, are just zoning the 3 members away from Vitality. This means it's support for support, but crucially, Schalke get that Baron. So they're able to chase them down. You can see how speedy Gilius is. Vitality cannot escape, and while Jigenda just get away, Crownshot does not quite have the same luxury.
Absolutely does not. Crownshot really the center of attention this game. Of course, one play he made on the bottom lane backfired against him, but otherwise he's just been getting focused down here. Lots of teams making him their #1 priority, at least this weekend. And Vedius, I will say, for Schalke, it feels... We've always talked about Schalke feel this season relatively one note, and I won't say that this changes that narrative entirely, right? I still think that's relatively true of Schalke. But what I'll say is the Urgot and the Karma for Broken Blade have looked like some development for Schalke in that they are giving him picks that are not a tank or Gnar over and over again. And it does look like it's working out. Here we go. I feel like a kid at the store at the fake cars, but mom didn't give you a quarter, so you're just sitting in the fake car making noises.
Yeah. That's what that was for me. Watching Udyr chase after Gilius. He tried to lap him, but that ain't happening today. Nope. Gilius walking the wave into mid lane. Schalke gonna break the bot lane inhib.
Looking good. You know, Ellis talked about it. It's the Mario Kart lap. They finished. There's no blue shells left in the inventory that we can see, and they got the banana on standby for the defense. So Schalke ready to close this out. But Vitality going to do what they can to hold on. 2.5 items on Crownshot. I won't lie to you. It's just about impossible. It would require a miracle team fight, especially when Gilius is so fast.
He didn't even do anything with it. That was just a power play.
He didn't expect it to be that fast. The throttle is sensitive, my friend. You got to be careful in a car like this. This is not, you know, this is a top-of-the-line Kia. Wink.
Have you seen that Sonic quote? The one where it's just like, the problem with moving so fast is that everyone else is just still. And it's just, I just had this image of Gilius being like, no one's moving, but Melitza's dead.
Well, Melitza's certainly not moving. Neon now going to pull away. Limit slowly but surely going to back off here, level 12, so 2 ranks in the All-Star Ultimate means that tower, not a very big threat. Does mean it'll be squishy if Vitality can find the re-engage, but with Melitza dead, this is all but set to be 3 inhibitors taken out and potentially the game. Waiting for that one final miracle engage, but at this stage, Schalke may just be too far ahead.
I feel like that is correct, Dragos. They have a numbers advantage right now. Schalke have the Nexus in their eyes. Here comes the final engage.
This is the worst game to play Renekton ever. I feel so bad for Sagenda. I want to catch this fight. That's going in. And Abadage is going to snipe him out. Folks, that's a 13K gold lead. Mechanics might not matter because Abadage is just too strong. He goes golden in the midst of the entire team. They are just absolutely wiping the floor with vitality. This is absolute dominance for Schalke no fear. A double kill, a port into the fountain laser, because not even that is enough to stop the dreams of Schalke.
Good draft, good execution, and overall great play from Schalke. They're on track to making playoffs, getting a big win over Fnatic yesterday, and now getting another must-win today. They're keeping their playoff hopes alive, and it was a clean game overall. Really impressive limit engages every single time, and I feel like that he is really becoming a core part of the identity, if he wasn't already, for the Schalke lineup.
Yeah, feels like a player who could go unnoticed if he wasn't making so many flashy plays, but he absolutely is, and that's why he's part of the Kia Player of the Game vote at LEC on Twitter. Limit's on there, Neon's on there, Abadage as well. There are no wrong choices this time around. I'm glad Karma wasn't there. Just nothing against you personal, Broken Blade. Just don't really want to support that style of play here.
Yeah, I mean, there were two supports in this game. There was Karma, and then there was Limit. And the real question is, who really won the game for Schalke? You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
The one without the gold supports. Are they balanced? That's the question on my mind. But after the break, Shox is joined by LS for an in-depth discussion about Renekton top lane. Wow, convenient timing. Before that, it's do or die for XL or Rogue following that discussion.
That was my foot. Wait, I can't find the switch. It's on your left? Wait, I got it. Oh god, that's not good. What did you do? I wasn't supposed to leak that. Oh no. No, wait, look, if we react quick enough, we can just pretend that we revealed it on purpose. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go. Damn it, just roll with it. And let's bring the hype music. LEC Finals, 10th and 11th of April. Tune in.
everyone to the LEC studio where I'm joined by LS to talk about his favorite topic, why Renekton is bad. And I know what you're thinking, oh, you're catering too much to LS, you know, Renekton is not that bad. Well, we've got some stats for you. In the LEC this year, big ban percentage of 74.5%, and the record is 13 wins, 15 losses. So the stats say that LS is right. So first up, why do you hate Renekton in general? Let's start with that.
In general, I don't like champions that the onus is on them to get ahead. I think that there's other champions that are better if the argument is that you're going to be sort of like a defensive lineman or something for your team composition. Obviously, there are items that are propping him up a lot better, but I think generally, if you really look at the context surrounding a lot of his games, it's really bad. Now, on the topic of his stats are really bad in LEC. They're very high in other areas, but there's a very big deviation between the regions. So stats alone shouldn't be the crux of the argument for people wondering.
Hey, they should never be the crux of the argument for anything, right? So let's then look at the facts and look at this draft specifically, where of course he got picked into the Karma in the top lane. Talk to me about that specific lane matchup, but then also both the team compositions and how he fits in there.
The really weird thing to me is Renekton, he came in on R5, and if you look at the opponent's team composition, they're really close quarter combat. They're short range, very brawlery. You have a lot of shields. You have Xayah that can uplift herself, whatnot. There's Alistar, there's Hecarim. Ryze is really good in a mid-rangey type of team composition. On the flip side for Vitality, they already had defensive linemen inside of Rel and Udyr. They had Tristana and Victor, which is outranging everyone on the side of Schalke. So why did they go with Renekton, which rewards Schalke's team composition, but also loses to not only Ryze, but also Karma and lane? Doesn't make any sense to me.
What would be your counter suggestion, knowing that you have Karma as a lane matchup, but you also have things like the Gnar taken off the table, the Jace perhaps even in the Shen?
So the interesting thing is Karma, I think in her current state with all the buffs that she's been getting, just as well as the nature of the champion, she has two different ways to really itemize. She has different rune selections. It's really hard to beat Karma. I think only off the top of my head, Aurelia actually silences her in laning phase. And even that is sort of a skill matchup. Aurelia obviously favored inside of it, but Karma doesn't really have a lot of lane counters in a vacuum. So if you're looking for something like that, that's pretty much where you have to go. You could just handshake it with another enchanter up in top lane as well, but then you get people that are starting to roll their eyes at an enchanter meta up in top lane. It's a pretty rough situation, but any other generic tank would just be better than Renekton.
All right, let's take a look then at the lane state. As we know, Karma can be oppressive in that situation in any lane she's in. Why specifically in this matchup?
So Renekton obviously needs to stay on top of his lane opponent in order to have value. He has the gap closed with Slice and Dice, but the problem is that Karma's shield invalidates his initial trade pattern, but then the tether that she has on the W, the innate lane sustain that she has, and the fact that her items cost less than him means that it's really hard for him to keep up in lane. I mean, there's just so many consistent trade patterns that you saw unfold inside of the laning phase, and if you play this lane out 100 times over, it's going to look very similar to what we saw here. Sometimes Renekton will win, though, if he manages to clip Karma or some support from the jungler, but generally, he can't really do anything against her spacing, and her kit just thematically answers him. And then in the later stage team fights, her mantra-empowered E on all the teammates, the fact that it's a mid-rangey type of team composition for Schalke just means that Renekton has no place being picked.
I see. So it was a combination of, first off, you don't like the champion in many situations, but it was also not good in the lane and also wouldn't offer as much as the Karma in the team fight positions. I think I gathered that correctly. The Kia player of the game was Limit with 58% of the votes. He doesn't often get that praise, especially not as the Kia player of the game. What did you think of his Alistar?
I mean, the Alistar, I love the highlight that we chose here. This one was a little bit of a five-head play by Limit. Crownie getting told to sit down. And just all in all, I mean, he was really on top of a lot of the engages, a lot of cancels on the Alistar here in this game. And I think it was just a really good performance to get the ball rolling for them.
It was definitely from Schalke also as a whole, as now we've seen 2 games from them this week, and obviously they're looking to fight for playoffs. Where do you think they're going to land, knowing that they're going to play XL tomorrow?
Well, the matchup against Excel is going to be really interesting. But, I mean, first, I do want to see what Excel does against Rogue. Yeah. If Excel continues to draft the way that they can draft with the late-game scaling, the insurance policies, etc., I'm almost inclined to think that they're favored.
Ooh, there we go. Well, I'm glad you mentioned it because the stakes could not be higher for that next game. XL are going to face off against Rogue, and it is now a direct elimination match. If they lose, XL are out of playoffs completely. Let's see if they can stay alive.
Like a hammer on a drum, like footprints in the sand. From the moment we are born, there's an imprint on your hand. Wrap your fingers around my neck. You don't speak my dialect, but our images reflect. Drawn together by the flame, we are just the same. Embrace the wind and fall into another time and space. If we belong to each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. I'm going to any world you're coming from. Any place, anywhere, anytime. To each other, we belong. Any world you're coming from. To each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. Another story, time and age. You were a pirate from the sea. Words sail across the page, crash like thunder suddenly. Wrap your fingers around my neck. You don't speak my dialect, but our images reflect. Drawn together by the flame, we are just the same. Embrace the wind and fall into another time and space. If we belong to each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. I'm going to any world you're coming from. Any place, anywhere, anytime. To each other, we belong. Any world you're coming from. To each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. To each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime.
Welcome back to the LEC Super Week. Laure here, joined by Young Buck ahead of their game today against Rogue. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Laura.
Anytime. I mean, you're coming back after an impressive and needed win against G2 yesterday. How did it help with the confidence of making playoffs?
Well, I think it helped massively because historically we have not been able to beat teams in the top 3 even last year. And this split we've also really struggled with it. So we've only beaten a top 3 team once in G2 last year when they had a substitute, but they didn't really feel like it counted. And us getting that win today, or last night, gives us confidence that we can also beat other top teams in the standings, such as Rogue.
Yeah, you will have to play Rogue later today, but I mean, talking about Excel as a whole, I had an interview with Torre yesterday, and we talked about the struggles for Excel for the past few weeks. How have you been able to address these issues internally?
Well, that's a good question. I think we've actually struggled starting in December. We've had very tough scrim results, not very inspiring. But when we ended up going towards stage games, we snagged a few wins that we think we probably shouldn't have gotten. And then what happened the last few weeks is we had some good drafts that we didn't execute on, or things were going completely the wrong way. And I think the way for us to address it was to be a lot more stricter in the scrims. Like I felt that a lot of the times we had a really good opening game of the set, but then you have 4 more games, and you could tell that the players felt more comfortable having one good game and then just not giving 100% in the rest of the game. So I think just being a lot more stricter and tougher on the guys helped a lot with the practice.
All right, well, that's very good to hear, especially this week, because there's not many chances to make playoffs as it is for Excel. You have 2 more games to go. But I mean, Excel has been in this situation before, like missing out on playoffs. I hope this won't happen this time. But do you feel like it's different compared to the other iterations of Excel lineups?
And lineup-wise, not so much. I think both teams that I coached, or the 3 teams, were playoff worthy or could make playoffs. What's really different is that last year we got to see Schalke overtake us in the last week without having much say about it. But this time we played them on the last day, so if it's between us and them, we're going to make sure that it's up to us to take the final spot.
Yeah, time to take your revenge on Schalke, but you get another opponent coming for you today, Rogue. I want to say you defeated G2 yesterday, but these are very different teams, so how are you going to approach this one?
I think Rogue has a very similar playstyle to ourselves, very jungle focused and being very efficient with farming. And because of that, and also having blue side actually gives us a bit of an advantage in the draft. We know what they want to do, how they want to play. I think they have a very similar feeling for us. And yeah, it's just fun going up against a team like that, because I think we know each other in and out because we have a similar playstyle.
All right, yeah, and this blue side giving the ability to grab these very interesting and needed picks in the meta right now. But okay, last question, more about the team. How are the players feeling right now?
I think today super happy. I think yesterday before the G2 game, seeing Misfits and Schalke take a win, it felt a little bit. It wasn't the greatest mood because it was almost like reality hitting us that playoffs would be really tough. But after beating G2, I think we know that we still have a lot of fight in us and that we can actually take the next 2 games.
That's amazing to hear. I hope this confidence can shine on stage for Excel today. Thank you so much, Youngbuck, for the interview.
You're very welcome.
And welcome back to the Caster Desk. I'm Medic, this is Ender. We are here for the final 3 games of the day. And Ender, I see you eyeing that button.
Yeah, Vedius told me he changed it, and it's going to do something different. I'm a little nervous. Should I press it?
Go ahead, go ahead. I'm going to stand back over here, though.
Yeah, okay, stay. There might be a blast radius. Okay, Vedius got some good taste. Yeah, game 3 coming our way. Jamming over here.
Kevin just told us something was going to happen, and then it happened. That is amazing.
Do that, Pep. I'm not going to press it again, by the way. We're just going to keep writing that in the
keep the music going the whole time. This is great. We can take this into Champion Select. It's going to be great.
Okay. I'm being yelled at.
I mean, what's new? Do or die, though. This game for Excel. If they lose versus Rogue, they are eliminated from playoffs contention. Otherwise, everyone is still in. Rogue, of course, still fighting for that first spot as well. They could overtake G2 with a win right here. We'll see if they can do it. Excel, Youngbuck said, it's in our own hands. Well, they do still need the other teams to lose. Even if they go 3-0 this week, they are not guaranteed a playoff spot.
Should I send us in?
Send us in.
Should I do it? Okay! I dropped the button.
And it's Champion Select we go.
That really hurt, actually.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. That's bad for your hands. So, what did Excel do well yesterday? Well, they had a scaling composition, they stayed even in the early game, and they scaled. That's what I want to see from them again today.
And all of that, even simpler terms, is just they stuck to their style.
Yep.
You know, and I said it to Dan on PGL last night. Stick to your style. It's what's worked all split long for Excel. And Excel came away with their first win against a team ranked higher than them in the standings. Now up against Rogue here today. They have to stay competitive. A loss will eliminate them from playoffs possibilities of making it into that top 6 here, so they have to show up with a good look today.
Already we see the Tristana banned away by Rogue. Patrick popped off on that yesterday. Lots of AD carry bans actually, with the Caitlyn and the Senna being removed. Alongside that, a bit of a support focus with the Thresh. And immediately, Dan says, Lilia worked out well for us yesterday. I'll pick that up once again.
Yeah, with the Hecarim taken off there, I do believe the Lilia shoots up in priority. Now we look at things like the Rel over for Rogue. Likely just continue to see the Rel All-Star traded around. I think that Torre on the All-Star in particular looked pretty good yesterday, especially with some creative 2v2 around the bot lane. They're actually able to knock down the Mickey Reckless duo on their own in an isolated 2v2, punting them back underneath the tower. So would love to see a similar look from that bot lane once again today.
Well, for the moment, as you said, ended the Rel immediately locked in. Alongside that, Kaiser for Hansama, his most played this season. He has got 100% win rate on that champ over 7 games, which is pretty impressive. Less impressive when you think about the fact that Rogue wins most of their games anyway.
But then that's also very impressive if you win most of your games.
That is true. Alistair locked in here for Torre in the bottom lane. We'll see if they decide to pair it up with an AD carry this early. Could, of course, look towards top and then ban out later on, but instead, Patrick gets the Xayah. Bit of self-peel, a lot of damage in the late game. Can work well into the Rel as well because you just pop your ult when she jumps in.
Yeah, and I also think Xayah plus the All-Star with that chain CC sets up nicely for all your feathers to go out. Then you root them. Then All-Star's E stun is all ready to go there. So some chain CC down on the bottom side of the map. I like this from XL to be sure. And they've also held on to their solo lane pick. So not too surprising to see Rogue go for a solo lane pick on the third rotation here. And now they can ban away some of those mid laners that fare pretty well into the Syndra.
I mean, Shekelad has consistently looked towards those control mages. The Orianna, Syndra, Azir have been his most picked. There's the Orianna ban. I was a little surprised to see the mid lane pick here because usually you'd want to get a jungler for Rogue, but obviously they think the jungle pool is big enough. Even if there's 2 targeted bans here, they can find something else in their back pocket.
Yeah, and you know, it has been very common practice for a lot of LEC teams just ban the Azir away from Shekelad and try to make it so that he can't get onto that one. So that's what I'm sort of eyeing here for Rogue. I think for Excel, it goes without saying now you want to remove a lot of these junglers away. Take the Nidalee from Inspired. He was a beast on that one yesterday, especially playing around the Syndra in the mid lane. So I'm sort of expecting Rogue to go for a similar style to yesterday. Again, that's focused a little bit more on early skirmishing. They already have, the bot and mid lane trio that worked so well for them just yesterday, and now they're banning away the Victor, so another one of those scaling mid lane picks that does leave the Azir open, and I almost feel like Shekelad could go that direction.
I mean, Azir's win rate did drop by a ton on 11-5.
But Shekelad's Azir was so good,
Exactly, and you wonder, how much does the 10 damage nerf really hurt? Of course it does, but is it still viable when you are falling down to this B tier, C tier of mid lane? Do you want to just pick something you are comfortable on? Speaking of comfort, looks like Odoamne might be going back to the Gnar in the top lane, leaving jungle for last.
That's surprising. What is Inspired pull? What's he ready to pull out here? Whenever you blind pick both soul lanes, when you absolutely can hold on to the counter pick for one of them, it always makes you think that the jungler has something specifically prepared. In the past we think oh, is this a 5th pick Evelynn to come out and surprise Excel? But really, I don't know what they're gonna throw in there. If it's gonna be something spicy, they could of course just go something a little bit more.
It's gotta be spicy. Talon.
It's gotta be. No.
Yeah,
I honestly, you guys have been hyping up Talon yesterday. It's not going to get played.
It's
Selfmade's
not,
having fun in solo queue, but that's all right.
You can always dream, and Sion locked once again for Cries in the top lane. I mean, XL's composition looks very similar to yesterday's.
I like it.
Looks like they're going to round it out with a Sylas. I love the fact Sylas has come back into the meta, especially with these big, hard-hitting ultimates. You look at the Gnar, you look at the Unleashed Power coming from the Syndra, the Magna. Oh, an AP Magna Storm.
Yeah,
this is going to be
the one
fun.
I was looking at.
It's going to be fun.
The Jungle Vel'Koz, how could we not have seen this coming? All right, we'll see what Rogue end up locking in for themselves. Again, I'm expecting it to be a more early aggression-focused type jungler here from Inspired. So if the Jarvan were to be locked in, it wouldn't surprise me. Of course, Udyr has been left open this entire time, so obviously that is going to come through now for Inspired. And again, what worked so well for Rogue yesterday was their early skirmishing, especially around the mid lane. Shekelad now on the Sylas is piloting a melee mid laner, which is especially vulnerable to support roams towards mid. There's a lot of CC on all, mid jungle support from the side of Rogue. So Chekalot is going to need to keep his wards up. He's going to manage his waves very well to get through this early lane.
Well, something XL did really well yesterday was track those roams. We saw Torre coming towards the mid lane whenever G2 were trying to get a 3 or 4-man dive onto Chekolad in that lane. The rest of XL were there to help out and just sustain through that early game. The expectation here is for XL, if you can get to 20 minutes even, you have a strong scaling composition. You have power in those late game team fights. The question is, can they utilize that power for their second win of the weekend? Currently sitting at 6-10 XL. It's do or die. You are down and out if you lose this game, but we'll see if they can take down Rogue. And a scenic view of the champions there.
In case you forgot what they picked, I wonder if I can press the button and get the music to play while we're in game.
Oh.
I've been told no. Immediate. Before I finished my sentence, it was a no. You can blame Kevin, guys, if you want to.
All right, we always blame Kevin. He did tell me I was adorable before the cast, though. So
that's
nice
cute.
of him, yeah.
Never said that to me.
So let's talk about what Rogue have just done, because they've walked in towards XL's jungle and they placed a ward on this red buff. No sweepers on the side of XL, so they won't be able to deny this vision. And with Dan starting on the bottom side, it actually looks like XL were expecting something to happen. You can see they're slowly working their way through here. Torre walks around the ward and, okay, places a ward. I was worried for a moment we're going to have a limit moment where he's like, I've got Hex Flash right now, and just flashes over the wall.
Flashes over the bush without any information. No, I think Excel, because they actually didn't have anyone really posting inside their bot jungle, they're like, okay, we're going to call everyone down here, try to retake it in case they're in here. Of course, like Lilia's level 1 fighting, very, very powerful. Just stacking up that Q, all that move speed can be very annoying to deal with here. And with both bot lanes deciding not to leash, there's always the potential for an early scrap just to, assert your dominance, say that you're going to be the ones fighting over the wave first, getting that prio in fast. We saw from Dan as well. It looked a little bit weird because he was pulling the red buff over towards the Krugs, but that was just to keep the stacks of his passive up, all that move speed so that he can increase that clear just a little bit faster.
Already we see a bit of aggression from Trimby and Hansama in the bottom lane. One of our bloodiest 2v2 bot lanes actually have, I think, the second most 2v2 kills out of any of the lanes in the LEC. And Trimby using his shield, using the aftershock when he jumps in, just to get that little bit of extra damage down onto the XL bot lane. XL lose the push in the lane. Of course, they took a while to get down here early on, so it was always expected. And Trimby and Hansama will hit that level 2 first.
Yeah, some good damage going down at Chekalot in the mid lane too. Interesting actually seeing the Doran shield here for the Sylas as opposed to the Corrupting Potion. Now, I personally am much more of a fan of Corrupting Potion, especially because on the Sylas you're going to be running Teleport. So, on the 4th, 5th wave, you can go back to base very easily after, completing all 3 potions, get all those recharged. So it feels like a ton of value you can gain out of going for that option. But of course, he realizes he's going to get poked out a lot, and maybe this says that he wants to stay in lane for longer. But ultimately, I still, if I was in this matchup, I would go for the Corrupting Potion.
It's a good thing he's on the LEC stage then.
Okay, well.
True. Chekalot's still being forced out. He has got the fleet footwork, so can sustain just a little bit on the Sylas. In the lane, we saw Hansama and Trimby get the push in the bot lane, work their way up the river, just gaining control over that Scuttle area. And actually looks like Dan has worked bot to top in his jungle pathing, but now has realized he can't really trade for that top side crab as there's an engage in the bottom lane. Hansama's going to cleanse away. Patrick decides not to flash in, does still have the heal. Currently a summoner spell advantage for XL, although they did burn an ignite and Trimby did not use his own.
Yeah, and it seems like this is all playing into a fight for this bot side Scuttle Crab. Dan's going to try and get in there, but he doesn't have a smite, so Inspired will take that easily. And even though bot lane was going well for Excel with the early skirmish around there, Chekalot is completely useless in the mid lane currently. Larson just absolutely bullying him for the time being.
The thing with this, though, is XL are okay with this. If you can get Shekelad to level 6 without dying in lane, only 10, 15 CS behind, that's fine. Kryze is just absorbing pressure on the top side as expected. The CS in bot lane is basically the same. And need I remind you, Ender, yesterday XL won with a very similar comp versus G2. You can see the Tristana, Xayah switch around, the Orianna, Sylas switch around, but both that AD carry and that mid laner do very similar jobs when we get towards team fights.
Yeah, I would say the bigger difference is probably going to be between the mid lane champions, but when you look at the ultimates, Shekelad can steal, it's like, okay, well, kind of like a shockwave if you get that rel in there. It's just a longer duration shockwave.
Yeah, and then you have the Gnar ult as well, and you've got the Unleashed Power. You have so many good ultimates here for Shekelad. Of course, we have talked a lot about Exile in the early game here. Rogue will be very happy with how this game's playing as well. This tends to be how they've played their early games, get these incremental advantages, get the priority in the lanes, and then they start to open up the map by getting extra plates, by getting extra CS when the enemy is grouping for some of these early objectives.
Yeah, and I think the thing that bodes the best news for Excel here is that the bot lane was able to take a favorable trade early on. They also are the first ones back to base, get some priority to take over the map a little bit. You see Dan feels a little bit emboldened to put some vision down on the top side of the map. Now, me personally, I would have actually much rather seen Excel invest that vision underneath the mid lane, because that's going to be where, you know, Tori will likely approach from mid, and if they continue to use this bot lane priority, well, then you want to have a control ward in the pixel bush on the bot side so that Tori can roam to mid, or to see if Larson, who's constantly pushing mid, is ever going to try and come and punish you for pushing on the other side. It's that sort of roam switcheroo that can go between the two lanes.
It's always a concern when your mid laner is pushed in that the enemy mid laner can just work their way down towards the bottom side, especially since you have few and far between wards early on. You know, you've got a control ward each, you have those warding totems. Usually as a support on your first back, you switch over to the oracles, so that's another fewer ward that you have in the bottom lane. It means Inspired could be anywhere in that bot side river right now, and Exo wouldn't know. Of course, he's not, and he's on a control ward, so they do know where he is. But for the moment, Exo just seem to be very happy in the current games.
Yeah, so this is the window. You see Hansamo is going back to base. Trimby pretended to reset as well, and he's actually roaming towards mid, because this is when you expect Torre to make a play around this lane as well, knowing that Rogue's bot lane should be resetting, and ultimately because Dan is also involved in this party, Trimby's going to feel real bad, because now he has no good way to get back to base. You know, he's full HP, you know, 60% on the mana bar, so he doesn't necessarily have to take a reset here. He'd likely just get a Ruby Crystal, maybe some boots, and some wards.
I mean, early boots are so good for a support, though, especially if you can get towards the Ionian boots of Lucidity. You can see Torre already able to roam around the map just that little bit quicker than Trimby, and Trimby has now backed. He's got himself the Lucidity boot, so he will have so much more impact in some of these fights.
Yeah, and ultimately Trimby is allowed to go back to base, because if we actually go down to the bot lane, just a little bit down, guys, see the wave? Yeah, huge wave building up there from Patrick as they push it in towards the tower, and it wasn't pushing fast enough that like Excel were going to try to threaten a dive on that wave, so Trimby's like, all right, you're going to be fine, Hansama. You don't need me down there. Just get that solo EXP, no problem. Kaisa definitely happy to soak that up, and now Patrick has been back to base twice in the span that Rogue's bot lane has only been back once.
Has been able to get himself a pickaxe double longsword here. Noonquiver already complete on Hansama though, so instead of getting the extra upfront damage from the pickaxe, he instead went for the Noonquiver itself. About 1,000 gold lead here for Rogue in the early game, kind of as we expected, just from how these teams have been playing over the last little while.
Yeah, and by now the cleanse has already come back, so Dan's going to try a gank towards the top side of the map. It's a good window, but Odo very high on the rage.
Yeah, and also just steps to the side of the Decimating Smash. If you can't lock him down, can't really do too much.
Yeah, so I don't really love this from Excel. I actually don't think either team should be looking at top lane pretty much at all here. You know, Rogue trying to dive a sign is just quite miserable unless Larson's also going to be joining the party here. If you do notice, Dan was able to get a ward on the Rift Herald, which would see out an Inspired, but it's a 2-level difference in the jungle.
Oh, Inspired steals away the Gromp as well. Dan has just been so forced back in this jungle. I don't think he's got a Scuttle Crab yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's been completely denied off of the Scuttle Crabs, and also I think just the Udyr's base clear is going to be faster. Yeah. Dan now with the buff being stolen away, potentially, Shekelad has to get involved.
I mean, Dan has Smite and Inspired does not, so Dan will be able to secure that himself. Larson TP'd in to see if he could join the fight, but for the moment, Dan will be able to get up towards that level 6.
Yeah.
Gives him just that little bit more pressure and a little bit more impetus in some of these skirmishes that we said Rogue were going to try and look for. At the moment, they haven't really had to have all-out brawls. Instead, they are just denying XL from some of these resources on the map. But Dan is going to flash forward. Looting Lullaby coming out as well. Flash away from Inspire. The chase is on, and goodbye, Udyr. Well played there by XL.
I love that combination. Now, Larson's moving up here, charging up some Q's inside the brush to see if he can get a huge unleashed power. There's no smite on Dan. Can they steal it away?
Not quite able to get it. Secured by Dan in the end. Importantly, Patrick and Torre had moved up from the bottom lane as well, so they were well on their way to joining that skirmish at the Rift Herald. And
you think they were going for the skirmish? Patrick just wanted the
scuttle crab there. We've got to take it. Deny it from the enemy jungler.
Even when Excel are getting scuttle crabs, it's still not Dan that's getting
true.
the crabs.
That is true. But what I will say is, as much as playing around the Gnar who has easy escapes can be a little bit risky, what worked yesterday for XL versus G2 was constantly ganking Wonder, constantly shutting him down, and of course, a Jace is a little bit easier to gank than Gnar. As Patrick oversteps a little bit in the bottom lane, Magnet Storm comes out, Feathers fly, and Patrick's trying to trade back here onto Hans. Some of the killer instinct comes out, good double knockup. Patrick brings the Feathers back, and Dan and Torre are there to help out. Trimpy flashes forward to get a kill for himself, but Dan is on the chase. Inspire here to join the fray. Chocolate misses the abscond ab duck, but Trimpy has nowhere to go and no flash to get out. Dan gets his second kill of the game.
2 days in a row against two of the best bot lanes in the LEC. Torre and Patrick have shown a little outplay there. Torre keeping his AD carry alive for so long, able to trade that back onto Trimpy, get a couple kills out of the exchange as well. Of course, they had their jungler on the way to move over too, but this looked completely doomed at the start. Patrick has almost no mana. Trimpy obviously locks him down immediately from the start, but then Torre's like, no, 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 not today. Get away from my ADC, pushes. Oh, wait.
Oh, Cry's been nod underneath the tower. Odoamne's tanking this up. Cry's trying to trade back.
Come on, guys. I told you it was impossible to dive a Scion.
Well, no, he did manage to dive him. He just couldn't do anything with the dive.
Right.
Interestingly, though, Patrick is still here. Torre gonna Hex Flash across the wall. Odoamne has Flash. Torre doesn't have Flash to follow if Odoamne flashes away from the WQ combo.
Yeah. That's the trade you expect to see every single time. They're still getting the flash off the Gnar is good, and again, Excel coming off that, crazy bot lane experience in the 3v3, they immediately move back towards the top side of the map. The Rift Herald, of course, is in Dan's pocket from earlier, so they do have the option to place that around the top side if they want. And I actually really like going for a lane swap, even though all the summoner spells are gone between the bot lane matchups here. I like this decision from Excel because Scion is so good at surviving in 1v2, 1v3, these 1vx situations underneath the tower. Even if you do manage to kill him, his passive is just going to clear away the entire minion wave, and then you're looking at a full turret given to Patrick and almost nothing to Hansama.
Exactly, Patrick already getting a bunch of those plates. Has the Zerka Greaves now complete. Dan still has that Rift Herald for about a third of its cooldown, so could look to place it in. Magnet Storm coming out. Shekelite can try and dodge away from this one. Manages to abscond back to a minion under the tower, and Trimpy really wasn't able to get much more out of his ultimate. The rest of XL are working their way across here. Rogue will just back away. Ender, we are 12 minutes in. The gold is basically even. Remember what I said, at 20 minutes, if this game is even, XL are licking their lips greedily at that playoff spot.
And Excel might even come away with an advantage here after they place this Rift Herald from the early game. Hansama desperately calling his support on over here, but they can't actually sit underneath the tower because with the Herald with only 3 plates left, it is very easy just to break this turret and then continue to force onto Hans. So Hans is gonna have to back away from this. The rest of Rogue are like, guys, you can't fight for that one. We're gonna take the dragon towards the bot side, but I actually think it's quite a miss here from Rogue to try and match in that 2v2 towards the top side of the map.
And if you looked at the bottom of your screen there, you could see the gold for Patrick jump up. It was about even with Hansama when that Rift Herald started the charge. He is now 800 gold ahead.
Yeah, also if you look at the two junglers, right? Because for a point there, Inspired was 2 levels ahead of Dan. Now, if you actually looked at the EXP, it was about a 1 in 1.5 levels, 1.4, something like that. It wasn't quite as extreme, but to see that now Dan, with a couple of solid ganks, has been able to finish off his first mythic item, the only one he can buy, as a matter of fact. It shows very good signs for Excel to try and stabilize that jungle matchup.
Definitely does. Dragon on the cards in about 4 minutes time. Still a long way to go before that really becomes a key point of contest. And as we have a moment, it looks like Torre isn't going to engage. Just want to remind people of how the LEC looks right now. XL sitting at 6 and 10 need Misfits, SK, Schalke to drop games. Like, they need Schalke and SK not to win any more games. They need Misfits not to win any more games, really, to make it into the playoffs. And they have to win today, and they would have to beat Schalke tomorrow. It's a long road to climb for XL. Their fate is not in their own hands, but after beating G2 yesterday, and now in a good position versus Rogue, the question is, can XL get to playoffs for the first time in their history?
And we'll see if they're going to be able to, once again, Inspired trying to invade this blue buff. This time he's got a smite, so Dan's going to have to walk away. You can see the entire top side of the map just pushing in for Rogue. Meanwhile, Patrick and Tori making some moves towards bot side. It's very difficult to dive this Gnar, especially with plated steel caps and a stride breaker complete. But now as we see Checklot and the rest of Excel make their way down towards bot side, Odo will be that strong weak side top laner we know him to be and say, I'm coming to the strong side, baby.
You told me you couldn't die, but Sion, he's blocked by the killer instinct from Hans Sama. That was beautiful. Dives in front of the Zombie King and manages to take him out. Cry's trying to trade back in, but he's locked up. And the zombie form will die. Good play there from Rogue in the top lane.
Yeah, that was really, really solid coming through from them. And now Excel, we'll see what they're able to get off the map, because I think Excel's still in a very comfortable position in this game. They got that full turret on the bot side. Patrick took that all by himself. He's feeling very good about himself with the Gale Force also completed now. It removes a lot of the engaged threat I feel that Rogue have, because obviously already he's going to have the Feather Storm he can pop up, try and get away from something like the Rel, but now even Pharrell tries to hop in towards Patrick, well, scoots away with that Gale Force. There'll be no problem.
Later on today, of course, we have Mad versus G2 in the match of the week, but I'm going to be honest, every game is a match of the week right now. Every game has playoff implications.
That's not how match of the week works, Medic. No, 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 there can only be one.
What about last week? We had two then.
You want to say Rogue versus G2 was the match of the week? Okay.
That's true. Anyway. 15 minutes in, XL still very even in this game, about 100 gold between the two teams. We are seeing those first completed items across the board, Inspired with a turbo chem tank. Hans Sama has his Kraken Slayer complete. Larson took a stop off to get himself a green shield, a verdant barrier. But he will now complete his Leandri's Torment.
Oh, Hans Sama very forward here. Of course, has his support on the way. Jungler 2 making their way towards the bot side. It's a very interesting game because teams are just trading pressure on both sides of the map. The big difference here, though, is that Excel are going to be able to knock down this mid lane turret as well, sort of keep Larson pinned in this mid lane if they want to make some sort of side lane rotation afterwards, but Rogue have something to say about it. They're here to fight.
Torre trying to knock Odo one way away from the fray. Patrick doing as much damage as he can. Torre has the stun up. Odo jumps across the wall. And it looks like Trimby was looking for a flank position, couldn't find it. Odo's going back in here. Patrick still has the Feather Storm. Trimby coming forward, but Shekalad hasn't stolen away an ultimate as of yet. Has a slew to choose from. And for the moment, will decide that he wants to hold on to his own.
This is showing some growth, though, from Excel. I mean, even yesterday, Dan was talking about when they went on their big losing streak, they still were, you know, playing some of these scaling comps, but they chose a lot of really bad fights. And there, for a second, Kryze was going to recall, maybe teleport in, they were going to frag, but then they said, no, we can actually just walk our way out of this one. We got a ton of damage on that mid lane turret. Kryze pick up the wave in bot side, shove that one out. Go back, finish off an item, and Excel are going to calm things down once again. And Excel, they need to keep this game calm. That's how Excel win games, is when they're able to get to the later stage team fight. I think their decision-making in the later stages of the game has been quite good generally for them, and they do feel much more stable at those points. And now, off of the setup, they have good vision control inside the river, but their own jungle littered with wards because of the way the map was traded off earlier, and Rogue had that pressure down towards bot side. So there's TP flank wards, although Syndra's not really going to be doing that, and there's a lot of information to give Rogue the intel that Excel are in fact in this river.
I'm pretty sure Rogue are just going to give up this dragon. They don't really need to fight over it. It's the second of the game. They already have one. And their Cloud Dragon doesn't give Excel too much in this situation.
I almost feel like the biggest part of that is because the first Drake took so long to actually go down. Yeah. Like, usually we see these early fights over Dragons, the first Drake's taking like 6 minutes, you know, and then you're threatening a 23-minute soul. And it's like, okay, well, maybe now we need to freak out a little bit and go for a fight. But because Rogue took their time on the first one, they're like, hey, Soul is really not going to be a concern for such a long time. There's absolutely no need to force anything right here.
I will say we are watching a Rogue and an XL game, so it's possible that we get towards Soul at some point. Both these teams well, actually, Rogue, that's a bit disingenuous to Rogue. Rogue have actually sped up their gameplay. They play methodically, but what they do is they take a gold lead and constantly eke away from the enemy team in quite a fast fashion.
I mean, I'll also say that, like, Rogue don't really have one generic style.
That's
like, they've proven they can play multiple different comps, different, you know, speeds of game and whatnot here. As Kryze gets a big bump on Hans Sama. Continues over the wall with an ultimate.
Going in with the unstoppable onslaught. Burns
Wow.
Summer's flash there.
I mean, the rest of Excel was on the way, so an intelligent flash there for Hansama. And Udyr, well, is a pretty decent skirmishing champion. Not the best when it comes to peel. He just sort of runs around trying to slap everyone for 1 second stuns, and not the most effective thing in the world when it comes to saving your AD carry's life.
Yeah, if someone's running at you, a zombie, master, just slapping him a few times doesn't tend to dissuade him. He's got the shield made of, like, his own voice. It's the roar of the Slayer. It's just like, oh, I'm so big.
Is that how that works?
Oh, I don't know. Airwaves, sound waves could do it, probably.
True.
Oh, check him out, looking for the Gnar here underneath the tower. Odoamne has a Gnar of his own. Trade continues. Odoamne throws a bit of a building and will use the Gnar in the end. It was a good trade there from Shekelar, but really just kept Odoamne under the tower.
I mean, the only reason it's not a solo kill is because there's no one from Excel on the bot side of the map, so Shekelar can't extend forward there. But, I mean, I loved a lot of things about that. He uses the Gnar ultimate not just to stun up Odoamne, but to also clear the minion wave. So then Odoamne is tanking the tower, of course, has the first item Everfrost complete as well. So the chain CC from a stolen ultimate, plus your Abscond Abduct, plus that Everfrost is pretty frustrating to play against, and Odoamne already realizing that itemizing into armor early on has not really helped him in this 1v1 against the Sylas.
We do see Shekelar going for that Everfrost build that we've seen on Sylas a few times. The ability to lock someone up with the Abscond Abduct, then Everfrost root them, then use a Gnar ultimate, use a Magnet Storm, use all of these abilities to lock them in place. It's just so strong from the Sylas. And with Baron spawned, I don't think either team is really going to play for that objective, but we'll play for vision control around it as Rogue clear out just a few wards. Both AD carries, Ender, have decided Lord Dominic's is the way to go, as we are seeing much more of this as a second item on ADs. The Giant Slayer passive, giving you that extra damage to tanks, and with there being more tanks in the game, it just makes a lot more sense.
I like it. When there's a Scion and Udyr and a tank Hecarim in every single game, it definitely does check out.
And supports the tanks now as well. Like, we're not really seeing any enchanters. We're not seeing... Even things like Thresh get banned.
When was the last time enchanters were meta, man? Like, come on.
Look,
we've been...
every support main has flashbacks to Ardent meta, okay? Every one of us. It's like, do I want to play Janna and stand by the tier 1 tower pressing E every 10 minutes? Just get one of those, you know those little birds on the pivots that just go with their beaks, they just tap something over and over again?
No.
It's an old thing. You're too zoomer to understand. What? There were these little clicky birds that you put on your desk, a bit like a Newton's cradle, and it would just constantly go up and down. It was balanced by water. And so you just press that on your E key the entire time and hover your mouse over the AD carry.
That doesn't sound real.
Okay. Someone knows a name for it somewhere out there in the wide world.
I mean, it probably was
I'm almost 30 years old, Ender, okay?
Real.
I was from a generation before yours.
Oh, God.
In my day, we walked 10 miles in the snow to get to League of Legends.
Someone bring Medica's cane.
Well, Quickshot's not on the show today, so one of us has to be the old man, right?
Oh, no. He's going to be mad that you're stealing his thing from him, by the way. I hope you know that.
Let's be honest, he steals a lot of stuff from the rest of us.
True.
Yeah.
True. Back to the game. Excel.
Not much has happened in the last 2 minutes.
It's true, honestly. It's a little bit slow here, but hey, you said at 20 minutes, Excel, as long as they're not behind, well, they're ahead, Medic, by 600 whole gold, and continue to just trade flip-flop pressure on the map, and I absolutely love this. In the jungle, a 2,000 gold lead has somehow emerged now for Dan, of course, equalized a whole lot by the carries on Rogue's side, who I assume are pilfering a lot of the jungle camps away from Inspired now as well.
I will say there's a slight difference to me between this game and yesterday's game, because yesterday's game, XL had a very similar composition, but G2's comp was very invested in getting ahead and being able to fight from ahead. Rogue's comp doesn't really need that to the same degree. You know, Kai'Sa's still good if she's a couple of, like 1,000 gold behind. Syndra's still, she has one button and she can press it really well, right? So the question for me is, can XL level up from yesterday and actually play against a team that's macro in the mid game is usually very strong?
Yeah, and I would say there are a lot of, you know, clutch ultimates and abilities on Rogue's side that can win fights from behind. Even that Rel comes to mind here. Rogue are not going to contest the Drake. nearly whatsoever. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is it the Rogue are going to be waiting for before they pull the trigger and go for some sort of fight? You know, they could just be waiting to see if Excel makes some sort of mistake, but it seems like they just want to get Hansama as much gold as they possibly can for the moment, because eventually we're going to reach a point where, like, if Rogue can take control over one side of the jungle, which they've consistently been trying to do, and if then they can set up a trap inside the Fog of War and Excel try to reclaim territory, well, the Syndra stun into all of a sudden a Kaisa flying in, like, that's such a nasty combo when it comes to picking people off. So it feels like it's Rogue almost playing for pressure, playing for vision first, and then waiting to see will Excel step into any sort of trap.
It really feels like they are funneling into Hansama over the last little while. He's been solo in that top lane, sitting at 270 farm. Larson 278, actually 70 ahead of Shekelad in that mid lane. Has finished the Seraphs and the Liandry's Anguish. For the moment, Shekelad will be okay, just on the Everfrost. Of course, does want to get towards that second, third item to really have this Silas scale up.
Yeah, there is actually a really big difference in how the teams are divvying up jungle camps for the time being, because you see, like, on the retake of the map, Larson walks in into the bot side to take away Wolves and Gromp, so he's been doing this consistently for quite some time, whereas both of Dan's topside camps are up. The blue buff has actually spawned now too, and no one's farming those, right? Dan's saying, like, I need all of these camps for myself, and I feel like that might almost hurt XL just a little bit. Of course, Luvia does scale well with items. Cries yells very loudly.
That was a smart move to cancel it.
Yep.
They didn't know where Syndra was. She was waiting just around the corner. Dan now stepping forward as well.
But this is where, like, Rogues, the way they play the map is actually just better right now. Because, again, Dan's like, okay, now we want to make a play around bot side. All these camps on the top side still up. No one's taking them. It's just gold EXP valuation that is being
Gonna go for this. Swellseed landed. The Loathing Lullaby coming out as well. And the sleep goes into the Decimating Smash. Can the rest of XL get here in time? Oda1 flashes away, uses the Stride Breaker. And the answer is no. They cannot get here in time. And you know what Rogue are going to do during this time? They're going to gain total control of that topside jungle.
Maybe even take away those camps. It's a possibility here for Inspired to walk on in. Again, Hansama has just been posted in top lane for the last 10 minutes, it feels like. Just pushing in wave after wave after wave after wave. Working on his next sign. But yeah, now, as we mentioned, the blue buff stolen away, and even though the other camps don't seem like they're going to be taken, well, Gromp now is. Even if they weren't taken, the fact is, if they were farmed a minute and a half ago, they'd be back up again. Yep. You know, so it's these small things that I think are actually keeping Rogue.
Oh, here we go.
Ahead in overall gold.
Sorry, I got really baited by the observers because as soon as they do this, oh look.
Oh, now they're doing it.
Yeah, now they're doing it again. Torre's got a base check, and you talked about it, and you can't regain control of the area because Rogue are lying in wait. Hansama gets his second kill of the game, and Rogue might turn their eyes straight towards the Baron.
Yeah, that ward that was placed in River actually gave Torre a really false sense of security. He thought, there's no way anyone can be in this brush, but now Rogue, they get the pick on him. They're going to TP in behind and go for the Baron.
Double TP's used. Shekelad's going to join the fight as well. Can he steal away Oda1's ultimate? That's the one he's got to look for in these moments. 4,000 HP on the Baron. Cries stepping in. Patrick pushing forward as well. Dan has the Lilting Lullaby available. Cries trying to get the damage down that he can. Trimby in the back of the pits taking a huge amount, and now has to jump out with the shield. Baron resets. XL played that very well. They stopped Rogue from being able to engage on them. Cries was the meat shield he needed to be on the front line, and they managed to get XL away, Rogue away from the Baron.
You know, XL did everything they needed to do, but I'm a little surprised in how Rogue executed there as well, because a lot of the time, when it's a 5v4 and you're on the Baron, you're never trying to full commit for the Baron because there'll be a 50-50. Okay, Cries.
A little bit greedy from Cries to stay around. He flashes away. The Killer Instinct comes out as well, and perhaps Torre is going to distract Oda1 and Hansama for long enough. The Wallop comes in. Oda1 now the target. Shekelad's going to gnaw him back, and this is... that was bad. That was bad from Cries. He overstepped, he overstayed, and Rogue now get another kill, and you know what's up, Ender.
Let's just run it back. Let's try the exact same thing. Now, this time the difference is Trimby's ultimate is back up. Rogue should always be looking for the turn off the Baron into a 5 versus 14 fight, not looking to actually full commit into a 50-50 steal unless they can zone away Dan. But again, watch where Trimby and Larson are going to be setting up for this side flank attack onto XL as they try to approach the pit.
Shekelad shouldn't be able to steal away Oda1's ultimate here. He used it just a while ago. His hijack is still on cooldown. Inspired. Down low. Hansama, the target. Has to flash away. Inspired to the back of the pit. Does he have flash? He can flash out if he needs to. The stun lands, and that's Dan Dad. The Gnar comes out. This is awful. This is all over the place. Patrick gets one. Shekelad gets another. Now Larson caught out by Torre. And that's a shutdown. Either way, both the AD carries kill each other. Cries coming in with the TP. Larson has to try and flash away, but straight underneath the tower. And that was a disaster if I've ever seen one. Charging to victory perhaps for Cries, but Inspired runs away. Shekolab flashes the wall, the Everfrost just catches on the side. Inspired just zooming away through his jungle, but in the end, Excel will get the kill. And Ender, quickly before we jump into the replay, I want to congratulate Torre on his 1000th LEC assist. He hit it with his second assist of the game.
How about that? What is going on, though, Medic? I mean, Torre's getting assists, Excel are winning the fight somehow, and Rogue are completely splitting their decision-making. Right before it, I'm like, okay, you have to make the decision to turn and force the fight, and then no one agreed to actually do that. So he started off with the pick onto Cries, which, again, he's overextended in mid lane without the rest of his team ready to respond into any sort of play. And then once you get this kill, especially with Trimby's Magnet Storm back up, ready to go, all you have to do is look to turn around and force this fight onto Rogue. But then Hansama and Inspired are stuck in the pit while the rest of the team is trying to fight. Why are you trying to burst this down? Don't do that. It's all about the team fight. Why is Patrick allowed to step forward and auto-attack 80 carry on 80 carry action? That's completely messed up. That should never be allowed to happen. And Rogue are in a position where the fight ends up still being close at the end of the day because it was a 5 versus 4, but it should have never been like that. Yeah. It should have been a 5v4 that they win commandingly.
Do you want to give credit to Torre as well? He distracted Larson. He was buffeting away Rogue for a very long time. We'll see the end of the chase. This is a bit of Benny Hill music right here.
Thanks for that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. 4 minutes though, Ender. You know what's coming up in those 4 minutes? An Ocean Soul for Excel.
Ooh.
An Ocean Soul for Excel. Rogue and Excel, even in gold. 3 items on both the AD carries, both of them going for the Infinity Edge, alongside their Mythic and Lord Dominix. Looks like Patrick is actually going Essence Reaver for his 4th. Sleep's gonna land. Oh, this is Drift King territory. No, Cries decides to stop it. Torre diving in, and Larson, no flash from the previous fight. He has a scatter of the weak, but the weak are right back in it. Shekolad with the kill. Odoamne now running away towards the top side. He could look for a jump across the wall here with the Gnar, but Shekolad's gonna try and chase him out. Rogue doing what they can. Trimby still has the flash, the Magnet Storm, the Attract Repel. Is he gonna go in? Shekolad has a Gnar of his own, but he is Gnarred into the wall. He counter Gnars. But here goes Trimby, and this is a great fight perhaps for Rogue, but already they have lost 2. Trimby and Inspired just deleted.
And with the jungler gone, Excel, they can turn their sights over towards the Baron. Hansama, no flash, no killer instinct, has no way to really get into this fight. There's also no Gnar ult ready to go for Odoamne. Look at Torre's positioning. I love this over the wall. If Han steps too far forward, he's dead.
Odoamne jumps on top of him. Excel disengaged the Baron. How long they got? 12 seconds on Larson, and he has the teleport here, Ender. This could be disaster for Excel. This could be their playoff hopes going up in flames. They disengage. They retreat away from the Baron. And I don't think Rogue will be able to do it themselves. Odoamne trying to build up the Mega here off the blue buff, but instead he will just secure that buff for his AD carry. And it looks like Excel will retreat for the moment. 2.5 minutes left on that.
Wait a second. With resets coming through, Rogue are actually going to try to do the Baron. I really like this call. Cries can't return here. Checklet doesn't have TP. Torre is still stuck in base as well. Rogue will just go for the fight.
Odo gets the Gnar into the wall, but Cries is going to run his way away. Patrick still full mana. Dan full mana as well, has the Lilting Lullaby. Rogue, they do have vision control over the Baron pit, but they will not start it up.
So it starts off with a really great sleep here from Dan. I don't think there's too much to be said about this other than good job, Excel. Now at this point, this is where I wonder, is it actually correct for Excel to keep chasing into the jungle? Now they could have continued to push mid. They didn't have the minions though. Those were a little bit further away, so I don't think they had threat to actually go onto an inhibitor. And you know that Rogue are corralled here. They don't really have anywhere to go. So I think that Rogue's decision is to try and get Hansama and Odoamne out alive, because over this wall, because of the terrain, Hansama has no way to actually fight, has no way to hit frontline, and the same can be said for Odoamne. And then once we're back into a Baron dance situation, then they can try to stall out and wait for the TP to come back there for Larson. So they decided to sacrifice half their players so they could get a few out at the very least.
Where was this Excel the rest of the season? Just like, this weekend has been exceptional.
We saw them for the first half.
Yeah, that's true. We saw them for 5 games,
and then
they left for 7, and now they're back. Dan now with the Cosmic Drive. The Cosmic Drive as well finished on Shekolad. Dragon Tower goes down in the bottom lane. 33 minutes in. Game basically even. The only difference is 2 extra Ocean Dragons sitting on Excel's shoulders. There's an Ocean Soul available in a minute's time, and here goes Patrick diving in with the Gale Force. Swell Seed goes a little bit wide. Excel have to win this game to make it into playoffs. The question is, can they fight back Rogue? Rogue who've been so consistent, so good in these late game fights throughout the course of spring.
If Excel are going to win this game, they have to keep Patrick alive in the fights. Chekalot has fallen pretty far behind Larson inside the mid lane. Patrick now sitting on 4 items. The same can be said for Han Som. If he's allowed to free hit the front line of Rogue, Excel's team fight looks oh so good here. But Rogue have push on mid. Excel committed into the river way too early, so now they use the ulti to charge on through.
Charging in, the Banshees is popped. Cries knocked back with the Scatter of the Week. He's already down to about 3rd HP. Inspired chunked out to half as well. Torre looking for the Hex Flash across the wall. Can't find the man, can't find the target.
Yeah, that was all about getting the Gnar ult, I think, though, from Chekalot. And if Dan Swirlsleed had connected, like Larson and Hansom were just dead there. There's a stopwatch on Hans that could keep him alive for a little bit longer, but now Kryze's teleport will come through. That ulti, level 16 passed, very low cooldown, so he's going to be ready to charge in just a few more seconds.
Battle lines are drawn. Rogue take the top side, Excel take the bottom. It might be a Baron for Ocean Dragon trade, but this Baron...
That's just not worth it, Rogue. Excel love to get the Ocean for this. They can still force a team fight as well. Trimby has been spotted out with the blue trinket. That is huge. The flank now from Rogue is gone.
Baron is going to get taken down. Now, can Shekelad get in there because he has the Nard, the sleep? That was so long range, and here we go. Goodbye, Hans Summer. Sent back to the fountain, sent packing. And you can pack your bags, Rogue, because you're not going to win this against an Ocean Soul. You may have Baron, but Shekelad has 2 more kills in his Death Note.
Excel have a big wave in the top lane as well. They're going to try to ride into the rest of the base. There's only 3 players alive from Rogue. Larson has good wave clear, but an Udyr and Arel can do absolutely nothing against these waves too. So if Larson is zoned from the minions, they're going to lose an inhibitor. I think they may just...
Inspired and Larson there were trying to catch Torre out as he tried to join up with his team, looking for a flank position. You can see Torre's walked that exact path just a little bit later than Rogue would have wanted. Minions cleared out in the top lane. Patrick, though, has escorted away here in mid. This inhibitor tower will be forfeit. Rogue, look at that Baron power play, and a -800, minus a soul, minus an inhibitor, and perhaps minus a win here as Excel continue on their march to playoff. Remember, guys, this win does not lock Excel, but it gets them darn well close. Inspired, pulled back with a Magnet Storm, a 3-man sleep, and here comes the follow-up. Torre diving in, and that's a double. Larson taken out, and Excel have excelled. This is excellent, exceptional. Somehow, they get the quadra kill for Patrick. Odoamne's not going to give him the penta. He's been denied Pox so many times. He wants to deny the penta kill here for Patrick, but perhaps Excel are going to look for it. Are they greedy? You've only got 6 wins so far this split. Take one away and you have as many kills as Patrick might get in this penta. Instead, Excel say, no, we want playoffs more than the penta. And they get their 7th win of spring.
Kryze has got the sunglasses on because it's oh too easy for the Excel top laner. Excel, they take down the 2 best teams in the league in a row, back-to-back in the final week of the split. And if they lose just 1 game, they're eliminated from playoffs. Excel have never made the playoffs before in the organization's history. And no one was expecting them to come into this week and have a legitimate shot, but somehow they continue to surprise us.
I mean, literally in the first playoff checkup, I said, I'm going to ignore Excel because their strength of schedule is too difficult. And now, somehow, they are still in the running, and 3 of the players in the running for your key player of the game at LEC on Twitter are Kryze, Patrick, and Torre. I tripped over a sandbag there for a second. Vote for one of them. They all played really well. Torre got his 1000th career assist. Oh, don't do it. I can see it out of the corner, the peripheral vision.
Being yelled at. I was being yelled at. I can't press the button.
You have to do it next champ select, apparently.
It's fine.
That's the rule. You have to wait. But yes, so...
Seemed like Vedius could press the button whenever he wanted. I don't know.
Vedius is better than you, according to Kevin. Over the past few days, Excel have taken down both G2 and Rogue, the top 2 teams in the LEC. After the break, we're here from Shekelite. Don't go anywhere. Hey, can we get Vedi on the desk with me next game? Is that cool? Thanks.
LEC Super Week as Excel are fighting so hard to get the playoff spot. And Chocolate, yesterday was G2, today was Rogue. I don't even know where to start. I mean, what happened today and how do you explain this victory against Rogue?
So hello. This time I didn't need to burger flip. I think it was Patrick who burger flip on natural beat, you know. How did we win? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Like so much shit happened like lately. Like we had so long blue strike, but we were still like motivated a lot. In screens we're doing fine. I think not good, not bad. So and I think we just had so much motivation to get to playoffs.
I can imagine. I mean, I was talking to Youngbuck just before the game, and we were comparing G2 versus Rogue. But how was it playing the two of them? I mean, how are they different? And was it easier to beat Rogue than G2, maybe?
Oh, it's so cringe to play versus G2. Like it's so cringe because every wave, Reckless. Oh, I wanted to say bad word, but I shouldn't. Every wave, Reckless is moving and Mikey's is camping in bush. Like it's so hard to play. Like. You just need to chill mushroom versus them. Like you believe like your AD carry is good enough, and you will win, I guess. And versus Rogue, actually I don't know. Like they were AFK kinda. Like we just won on having better weak side champion. I think like they couldn't dive Sion and Gnar couldn't lane versus us, so they were losing tempo race. What else? I had decent Gnar ulti, I think, and matchup was kinda hard on me. And not hard, like I was just missing creeps because I'm bad, you know. But I should have more creeps for sure. I was just missing like noob. I don't know, like we just won, I guess.
You just won, indeed, and don't be too hard on yourself. You had an insane game here, and I mean, you were telling me that scrims are going well. Seeing the smile on your face, I guess that you are doing well also, so is the rest of the team. But I feel like in difficult situations, sometimes pressure can become a fuel. Do you feel like that's the case for Excel here?
Actually, yesterday, like when I woke up, I had a feeling that we're gonna beat G2, and today I had a feeling that we're gonna beat Rogue. Like actually I don't know, like it's the fuel, I guess, and I just hope Selfmade will carry today versus Misfits, and tomorrow we beat Schalke, and we make it happen, you know. Miracle run.
Miracle run, yeah, and as the caster was saying, it's not entirely on you. I mean, you need Fnatic to win against Misfits later, but you also need to win against Schalke tomorrow to get the playoff spot. So I guess you're the biggest Fnatic fan right now, but thinking of the matchup, Misfits versus Fnatic, do you think they can take it and how?
I mean, if they draft like humans, I think they will win, you know, but like they kind of trolling in drafts, I think, so everything can happen. But also we made remake versus Fnatic, so they can be mad and just lose on purpose to Misfits. No, I'm joking. I just hope they will win, and we're gonna beat Schalke tomorrow.
All right, well, keep the jokes running, keep the smiles going, and yeah, let's get this third win for Excel. I'll see you tomorrow, Chocolate. Good luck on the last game, and thank you.
Yeah, you will see me. Thank you so much.
And you're welcome. And we're gonna take a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with Misfits versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
back, everyone, to the LEC studio. It's time for Fnatic versus Misfits, and man, oh, yeah. They has delivered, man. I really thought it wasn't going to happen after yesterday, Vedius, but yeah.
Yeah, we've had some bangers. It's a pleasure to be joined by the one and only LS. I'm curious as to his thoughts on Fnatic, because I know that he has many, many thoughts.
Well, Vedius, I'm glad that you asked. I think Fnatic are their own worst enemies, pretty much. And I think that's how I'm really angling today's game, is what is going to end up happening inside of the draft, and then how are they going to play it through. I thought yesterday they had that game in the bag, but then team fight after team fight after team fight, they were really playing pretty poorly. And it's very uncharacteristic, because Fnatic, I feel like they have some of the highest highs in LEC, but then also some of the lowest lows, and it just depends on which Fnatic are we getting.
I think that's very fair. Maybe let's give you something to focus on, because we saw this match, Misfits versus Fnatic, in week 1, and it was one of the most memorable debuts in LEC history for Vito on the side of Misfits. They won that game. He absolutely smurfed. Since then, Vedius, it's been a lot of up and down.
Yes.
And now he's going to have to prove it again versus Fnatic with a chance at playoff.
Yeah, and I think Vito is starting to find form, but focusing more on Fnatic just for a little bit.
No, you need to focus on
No,
Vito,
we're
sorry.
focusing on Vito.
Yes, sorry. That's what we prepped, so you better go with the
So for Vito, I think that his debut at the beginning of the split was very impressive. And what he struggled with throughout the split was primarily finding an identity. Recently, though, he has been finding that a lot more with champions like the Rise. In particular, they've been playing a lot of AD mids with AP junglers, and most recently, his silence performance yesterday. Playmaking champions are what he likes to play, and one of their coaches spoke to me at the beginning of the split and say he likes to play like Caps does. He likes to get in your face. He likes to try to outplay, and for a long time, I was like, I don't see it yet. You know, I don't really see the same essence of Caps that you see, and I think we're starting to get to see some of that young vigor, some of that playmaking potential that was promised early on in the split.
And yesterday, he also, in fact, saved this team multiple times in that specific game. LS, what have you thought about Vito and his development so far, from being super hyped to maybe, you know, a little bit off in some games, and then now finally turning it on again?
He's definitely playing in Abundance Edition Champions, and I feel like his play style and patterns that have been progressing over the course of LEC, he's starting to round out as a middle-of-the-pack mid laner, and I think that that's obviously a pretty good thing, because it's something that Misfits obviously need. And then going up against Nizki today, Nizki was on point yesterday in the laning phase, and I'm curious to see what's going to obviously happen between these two during lane today.
Absolutely. So now for Fnatic, now it's time, Vedius. You know, if they win this game, they will lock themselves into playoffs and SK when we pull off the standings. But if Fnatic lose, they could risk ending up in a tiebreaker for the last playoff spot. And Fnatic's head-to-head records with the teams around them are not the best. And a win here would eliminate Misfits from playoffs. Wait. If Misfits win, that doesn't make any sense. If Fnatic win here, that eliminates Misfits from playoffs as well. So we have a ton of stakes going into this game. And now I'm going to let Vedius talk about Fnatic and what he wanted to see. What do you want to see?
Well, I very much agree with LS. I think that Fnatic, as he rightly said, have these high highs and these low lows. And what I think is really interesting about Fnatic is that, to me, they are individually some of the strongest players we have in the league. I think that Upset is probably having the best split of his career. The fact that he's been working so well with Hylissang. We've seen a completely new side of him that we've wanted to see for a very long time. The problem is, I feel like, and the only way I can describe it is sometimes they don't look at their minimap. They don't respect when enemies have TPs, and they don't pay attention to where the enemy might be and where their teammates are relative to them. And I think that sometimes just taking a second to stop and think, is this the best play for us? It's something that Fnatic needs to do. Now, if this is just something that's happening during the regular season where they're just trying to test their limits, which is common for many top teams going into playoffs, it's fine. But given that they still haven't quite locked in playoffs, I need to see a slightly cleaner, more refined performance from Fnatic.
Final comments, LS?
I mean, I think Fnatic, it's sort of like Excel. Depending on what types of comps they draft, I think heavily dictates how they're going to end up showing up. And if you look at all their match history, when they tend to go on the side of scaling, Fnatic tends to have an easier time.
All right, we'll see what happens. It is all on the line for Misfits in this game as they are fighting to stay alive in the race for playoffs.
Welcome back to the caster desk. Anders standing very side on. It looks like you're very excited by your button.
I got it again. I didn't break it. I did drop it last time.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm ready to use it when I'm told to, because apparently there are rules I have to.
Oh,
that
here
was
we go.
the rule I have to follow. So here's
Look at this. I know what's coming, so I'm ready. Let's go.
Wait, why? Why did that happen?
Look at our little PogChamp over
I'm just
there.
pogging.
This is a little baby PogChamp.
Do you think we might get people to say Pog instead of Weird Champ now?
No.
No? Okay.
Because you look like Linus, and Linus is Weird Champ now as well, so it's like it's all combines into one. Anyway, Fnatic Misfits, big game. Big game. Fnatic, if they win, they lock themselves and SK into playoff contention. Misfits win here, and you keep up with SK, you keep up with Schalke. You get towards that 8 and 9 scoreline, which is so vital to getting into playoffs. And you keep your fate in your own hands. Remember at the start of the day, I said if Misfits win all 3 games this weekend, they make it into playoffs, no matter what. So let's see if they can do that. It's a huge game on the line between these two teams. Last time, Fnatic lost to Misfits. Misfits all the way back in week 1. Can you remember it? It was so long ago. Misfits were able to out-skirmish Fnatic. The question is, can they do that again? Because at the moment, they're on a tear. On the back of BTO, maybe Misfits can win. Bow! You pressed the button way too early.
No,
you have to time it better.
Softly. No, they have to listen to my button and then go into champ
Listen
select.
to the button?
Yeah, when I press the button, that's when they're supposed to do the thing.
Wait, Kevin, have you muted the mic? And into Champion Select we go.
League of Legends. This is going to be a good one, of course, as we already mentioned here, and it's been a weekend of upsets. I don't even know what to think about our league anymore. It is getting all sorts of topsy-turvy upside down. One thing is for sure, Misfits do not want to deal with Niski's Twisted Fate. When Niski's roaming around the map, impacting side lanes, that's when Nisqy looks oh so potent here with the rest of Fnatic. So that's an easy one to take off the board here, and we'll see where they go with the rest of their games.
Yeah, the Lilia getting removed as well from Razzle. He's had a couple of good performances on that across the course of the season. And now we start to see some of Kobe's champion pool removed. The Xayah, his most picked AD carry, had a great performance on it yesterday. Alongside that, Thresh will be banned by Misfits.
Still the Hecarim's up and available. Do we get to see a self-made Hecarim first pick? Two Misfits leave that one open. Has been a pretty common trade here to see that one just go down.
But the trade's usually been Hecarim for Kaiserel.
Yep,
really hasn't asked.
Those are still open, so.
It's very true.
Everything's still open. The Caitlyn priority still continues to baffle many. Very low win rate, only really popular here in the LEC. The thing that surprised me most is that I think it was like almost 2 years ago now when Caitlyn was super meta in a lot of the other regions, but the LEC teams were like, no, we don't want anything to do with that. You just split the map right down the middle, camp it completely to death, and it's useless. But LEC has changed their minds in 2 years, and the rest of the world has too, because no one else is playing except for us.
I will say, the champions changed a little bit in the last 2 years, and so have the items. So has the game. So I don't really blame the LEC for changing its mind, although, as you say, in other regions isn't really popping off to the same degree. Graves is banned away, means Kaiser, Rel, and Hecarim are all available. We'll see what Fnatic prioritize. I'd love to see, once again, Hylissang on the Rel. I think it gives him the engage potential that he needs. And yesterday we saw, if he can't be the one going forward, a lot of the time he's the one going down.
It's definitely true. Tom Kench yesterday. Now we expect the Hecarim to come on through here, the All-Star as well, potentially for Vander down on the bottom side of the map. Such a potent level of all-in threat. The Tristana is an interesting one that I do like, because you're expecting the Kai'Sa now to come through from the side of Fnatic. Kai'Sa the best bot lane pairing, it feels like, in the LEC currently, and Tristana does fairly well into both of those two champions. Her early trading with Hail Blades matches up very nicely against that Kai'Sa. Her ultimate, of course, very good at getting that Rel out of there.
Yeah, and also you can flex the Tristana to mid if you want to, if you get towards that second phase, and you have the option to pick Alistar here, which is the counter you talked about into Rel. So overall, both compositions, both teams really getting what we expected them to get in this rotation. Alistar, we expect to be locked in here for Misfits, and then we'll look towards the other bands. Top laners, mid laners. We have seen Nisqy play a bit of Seraphine across the last few weeks, so maybe we'll see that banned away here by Misfits, or they could get rid of some of Bwipo's champion pool, because here it has either been on Camille or a tank for the last few weeks. So.
Yeah, and playing against Fnatic, it's always I feel like it has to be one of the scarier teams to face off against. Not in the sense like Fnatic's the best team in our league, because they definitely are not, but because they're always fighting you. Their laning phase is so volatile as well, whether it's top lane always forcing engages or bot lane upset and Hylissang with the most 2v2 kills in the entire league by a wide margin. It can be a little bit scary, and Niski loves to run around the map with Selfmade too and capitalize on some kills there as well. So Misfits, that has to be something you're like, okay, either we're going to match them and we're going to completely frag out in all these lanes, or we pick something that can be a little bit more common. I think the bot lane has the potential to try and match up against a Kai'Sa and Narelle already.
It makes a lot of sense with the Orianna and the Sion banned away. We see both teams just focusing out some of those powerful picks. Of course, Orianna with Heku and with Alistar is so good in that combo. And Misfits will, according to our overlay, miss a ban. I will get that confirmed as to whether they have banned something, we just don't have it up, or whether they decided to skip this ban.
My favorite is when people are like, oh, I could ban this champion or this champion, and they search it and it's just too late. They just completely miss here. So, Misfits, what you doing, guys? Lock in a ban. Maybe it's a 5-head strategy. It's not, but maybe. VTO Zoe now gets banned away. Of course, the champion he made his debut on looked so insane early on into the season here, but I don't even know if Zoe was the direction that Misfits would have gone here. I feel like Misfits have a very strong team fight already, and now locking in the Rise, technically still a flex option. It gives them all the scaling they could want with the long range of a Tristana, the DPS a Rise can put out later into the game, the engage, side lane pressure, like they check off so many different boxes here. Misfits do. I feel like it's very well balanced already.
Yeah, and as much as the Rise is a flex option, here it hasn't played a single AP mage in the top lane apart from Gragas, if you count that. So the expectation is VTO will take that into mid. Renekton locked in here for Fnatic. We're both going to highlight that in the top lane. And now we'll see. Oh, it wasn't actually the Seraphine lock-in. I realized I mentioned that, but instead it was the Renekton. And there's the Seraphine. So all they wanted to do is delay me by about 30 seconds.
Look, basically that B4, B5 is like, LS, I know you hate me, but it's not that bad. Yeah, we gave you a Seraphine at least.
The question is, does he get Moonstone? Because if he gets Moonstone staff, then it's fine. But if he gets Ludens, then or Liandry's,
that's how Niski plays his Seraphine for sure. Yeah, so it's good cop, bad cop, good cop here with LS. And you know what? I feel like the Seraphine really just fits into a lot of what Niski wants to do on his team, which is bolster up his bot and top laner. You know, they've been having a very good year so far, and that long-range engage threat when paired with the Rel too, it can be very devastating. It's one of the elements that was lacking a bit when you lock in Renekton and an Udyr towards the top side, is that ranged form of engage, and now they definitely have that there with that Seraphine.
Yesterday, we saw Misfits defeat Mad Lions in what was a turbulent affair, and although Misfits did come out with the win, a lot of it came down to the fact Mad made a few mechanical mistakes in the mid-game, overstepped a few times. Fnatic, they tend to do that from time to time as well, so we'll see if Misfits can capitalize on that, or whether Fnatic will be able to lock their spot and SK spot in playoffs with a win here.
Misfits, they've got options here. I like it. Here it's been such a rock for them on the top side of the map. The rest of the team has been stepping up in recent weeks, and they have quite the team fight to take up against Fnatic. The question is, can they hold on? Because Fnatic just throw fight after fight, punch after punch. Don't even give you the 5v5 all the time. Sometimes just 2v2 with a little bit of 3v3, but this game we expect it to be a little bit bloody for Misfits to try and take it against Fnatic to keep their playoff hopes alive.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go. So, early doors, let's have a look at what could happen. In the bot lane, a ward has been placed in that mid bush. We see that quite commonly from teams, just trying to avoid any early game shenanigans. Selfmade is stepping here in the pixel bush just to make sure that nothing untoward happens from Misfits.
We'll hold our breath to see if something ends up. How long can you do it? Tick, tick, tick goes the clock. You gotta breathe at some point, medic! Medic! Breathe, please!
Is this how we're starting this game?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Also, I have a mute button, so they could have done that the entire game.
I just imagine the Monk W's flying through chat, trying to get you to breathe. You have an early ward placed by Selfmade, pretty common there. Spot out a potential Raptor start from the Hecarim, or just when he passed towards his top side of the map. And you always have to look at these two junglers. When Upset and Hylissang are in the game, and you notice Misfit junglers pathing away from bot lane, Selfmade pathing towards bot lane, it tells you maybe we see something down there early on. Of course, Kabi's going to be running the exhaust himself to give them an edge in that 2v2 down bot side. Not too uncommon, given this matchup for the Tristana to do that. We've seen it a couple times, of course, but from level 1, it does feel like Rel and Kai'Sa have a pretty good time in terms of getting priority over the lane.
Yeah, especially since Hylissang got hit early, has the W available to try and flip back Kobe, can use that through the input buffered W. So we will see if Misfits are able to do anything. They're going to get pushed back for this level 2, and Hylissang and Upset will very happily take these last 2 minions, get that Attract Repel available, and make Vander and Kobe just retreat back underneath their tower.
Yeah, well, we'll have to keep watching this 2v2, because right now, like, Misfits are giving so much respect over, and usually around level 3 or 4, when Hylissang's playing this matchup with the Rail, he'll look for some sort of all-in, try to either get a Summer Spell or just get some low targets on the other side, set up for some pressure early on. But Selfmade has actually invaded the top side of the map, and we're going to see all-out war.
Yeah, Razzle ghosting in here as well. He's going to get the devastating charge off, but Selfmade flashes back in, and that's an easy enough kill for Niski and Selfmade. VTO forced away as well.
Yeah, I really don't know about that one. Of course, Misfits are calling like, oh, VTO has this flank collapse, but in these early 2v2s, when you're spread out like that, it's very easy for Fnatic just focus fire one down. Razork pops the ghost, but doesn't have a flash trying to escape over a wall or anything like that. So Selfmade gonna get away with literally murder and also a red buff.
And it also means Razork doesn't have a blue buff now, will never have a red buff, is going to be a camp behind for the entire jungle path, and looks like Selfmade is taking that topside scuttle. Razork is on Crux. Yeah, he's going to get both scuttles. Selfmade's going to be in a great position to start off this game. Doesn't have bot prio right now, but with VTO backing away, he'll have his mid laners come over and join him whenever he so desires.
Yeah, Upset went for a cheater recall, so after that third wave, back to base, gets himself a pot, a control ward, and a longsword. Places the control ward before he gets back into lane, so as not to give away necessarily that one's going to be sitting in Tri-Brush. Although it is entirely possible that Vander just checks it himself right here with the sweeper, though. Instead, he's moving up towards the river to guarantee that Razork can get that Scuttle Crab. So between Upset looking for the early reset, Niski as well looking for a reset timer right here, Selfmade says, okay, guys, it's fine. We can let Razork get a little bit back into the game, but he is still very happy with that early red steal.
Yeah, the important thing is, like, Selfmade could have been 2 camps ahead. Instead, he is just, actually 3 camps ahead. Instead, he's just 1 camp ahead, right? Like, it's not the end of the world. He's still able to get a bit of extra gold in his back pocket, but
this guy does math, guys.
I did it wrong, but we won't go back to it. Because he could have been 3 camps ahead. Instead, he's just 2 camps ahead is the actual math. And I said 1 for some reason. VTO walked down towards the bottom lane here, not going to find anything. He has already TP'd back into his lane, so he's just using the fact Ryze has good push early on into the Seraphine to push that wave in, and then see if perhaps he could get Hylissang or Upset to overstep and look for that trade.
So the thing I'm always looking at in Fnatic games is side lane volatility, and what I mean by volatility is like how frequently are we trading? Obviously, you'll rarely see like trades that go all the way to a solo kill, but in the top side, both top laners taking relatively low, Bwipo trading inside the minion waves, making use of the fury and the healing he can get off of his Q, because again, that's when Selfmade is pathing towards the top side. So Bwipo's like, okay, can I hold the wave in front of my tower, get this Gnar to overextend, have a control ward inside the river, so maybe there's a gank opportunity. Selfmade won't go for it this time, but these are the things we track specifically in top lane and bot lane for Fnatic. They love to overtrade to set up for fights within the next 60 to 90 seconds.
The question is, when you overtrade, do you then overextend? Or does Selfmade just say, well, we don't need a trade, we can just go for the dragon myself? 5 minutes on this first trade. Razork's coming in from the side as well. He's only level 5. Does have his smite available.
Yeah, but I mean, Bwipo has TP. Here already used his.
Oh, Bwipo doesn't have TP anymore.
Oh, there you go.
And Selfmade doesn't really have much hope here. Razork's looking in. Going very quickly with that devastating charge, but the trade goes down to the bottom side. Vander oversteps a little bit, uses the headbutt to try and get himself away. Selfmade no flash, of course. Vander's going to flash away. The chase is on with the Realm Warp here as Niski does have the double root available and lands it straight away with that passive, but continuing in, Razork pushes forward, can't quite get the damage down with the overload as Selfmade tanks up that Q from the Rise.
I'm trying to understand the thought process there for Fnatic, because Selfmade literally walked straight over the Scuttle Crab vision into the Dragon Pit to try and take that one. And I was assuming it's because Bwipo has the TP advantage, but then Bwipo pops his TP before the Dragon even gets finished off there, giving Misfits the opportunity to force them off of it. Now Hylissang in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, nowhere he can really go here. Does have the flash, but even with the crash down, he will flash away just in time. Vander's on his way as well, and perhaps Niski will be the one to overstep. WQ combo available. Niski flashes away now. Selfmade looking for the stun there, but Razork's still on the chase. Selfmade switches to Phoenix. Kobbe dashes in. Looking for the first kill on Hylissang. Hylissang gets the knock back, and Kobbe will get the reset off that explosive shot, and he can jump right back in. A double. Looking for the triple as he lands right on the head of Niski, and Kobbe is now popping off in this game.
Oh, that is just absolutely huge. No one else you'd rather have it on either. Kobbe, the Fed Tristana, 3 kills to start off the game. He's doing everything. You know, he's dropping the support on the enemy AD, or the exhaust on the enemy ADC, dealing the damage, getting those resets. But really it was Vicho and Razork setting it up by almost killing off Hylissang. So even though eventually it turns into Fnatic having, you know, a 3v3 here, Hylissang can't really offer too much in this fight. The rotation up through River, you'll notice it is also Kobbe that can get over here faster. So in this early skirmish, he shows up. It's easy peasy, gets that kill, and I've got to dive on the top side.
Ripper goes in with the dominance, the leap away from here. It flash over to the other side. Ripper, one more tower shot. Is that enough? Here it gets the 1v1, and now Selfmade's dead as well. You said sometimes they look for the fight end, of Fnatic are failing at the final hurdle as they try and make it into playoffs.
Slash remake, guys, go next. Fnatic, they don't want anything to do with this. Bot River was a complete catastrophe. Top lane, somehow, shockingly, even worse. Bwipo tries to get the immediate CC onto here, but here it's going right back to his left. Bwipo cannot continue to tank the tower after already using his flash to land that CC.
Here it leveled up off the kill as well. I mean, Selfmade, one more auto would have been enough.
It hurts, man, it hurts. He didn't even have to transform to get that double kill. That's the timing window they're trying to work off of, but I don't know how you recover from that mentally. Fnatic losing 5 kills in the span of about 60 seconds.
And look at that gold difference now. Here it 700 gold ahead in the top lane. CS lead for Kobbe as the onslaught of shadows locks up Hylissang, and Fnatic can only have one direction. They've only got one button, it's to go all in. They managed to get a counter kill onto Razork here, but Kobbe's working his way down and has the Buster shot available. Selfmade looking for the stun with bow, explosive charge into Buster's enough. Kobbe 4-0-0, a 2,500 gold lead for Misfits. And Misfits, well, they're clawing their way to that playoff spot.
Honestly, as far as like 80 carries go, like Fed Tristana in the super early game is one of the easiest champions to take over a game on. Like all of a sudden she's going to be 1v1ing solo laners from Fnatic. Her single target burst damage absolutely through the roof. She can crush through these turret plates as well with her E, of course. And I mean, rough man for Fnatic. Misfits looking real good here. A very important win for them to stay strong in this playoffs race.
And I just want to remind people of what this means for the playoff picture. Fnatic are not locked, Ender. If Fnatic end 9-9 tied with teams like Misfits, teams like Schalke, SK, Fnatic lose out on the tiebreakers. They would play 7th in those scenarios. They would not make it in, even if they have the same scoreline because of our head-to-head and our tiebreaker rules. Misfits were 3-8 at the halfway point of the split. They have won so many games since then that they will continue to step up the standings.
Can he do it again? Can he do it again,
coming in as Here it looks to try and outplay this one. The Mega on its way, but VTO is the first to fall. Hylissang will follow. Here it's still trying to build up that Mega Kobbe off towards the top side. Just farming up as much as he can, and Selfmade now looking for the dive. There's no minions here quite yet, but here goes Selfmade. Walloped, minions stunned up, tank up the tower. It's Upset who does it first. Nah, it's been used by Here, and there's the shutdown. Fnatic in a 4-man dive, able to get the kill, but for it, they give up 5 plates to this Tristana.
Yeah, Tristana getting everything here, but we know Fnatic, they are not able to slow down. You also, I mean, like playstyle-wise, Fnatic never going to stop fighting Misfits, even from a significant gold deficit. But also, looking at these two compositions, Misfits scale real good, right? Like, especially with this 4-kill Tristana already, it's not like Fnatic can just bide their time, wait, you know, cruise control through the game. You can see Kobbe with a ginormous gold advantage over the rest of the competition. I mean, even Brupo's Renekton went for a serrated Dirk on the first item, so Fnatic are trying to itemize for this period of the game, 10 to 20 minutes, where they can find these skirmishes, and if Fnatic picks some good fights, there is a window for them to get back, but even then, the clock is still ticking against them, so it will require a near miracle, I feel like, consecutive teamfight victories, skirmish victories here for Fnatic.
Well, we know Fnatic will want to take the skirmishes. Misfits looking for the first Dragon of the game. 11 minutes in, it's a little bit late. We are looking for that later soul, but for the moment, Misfits are just taking everything they can off the map. Fnatic 4 members strong here in the mid lane as Upset pushes a side lane by himself, trying to funnel onto that Kai'Sa, because already a mythic has been completed on Kobe, and Kobe's going to get 2 plates in the bot lane here as well, and as long as Misfits can hold on to this tower, really they don't lose too much. Kobe will be able to take down the turret himself. It looks like the rest of Misfits are pushing for mid, while Upset is trying to get some plates for himself in that top lane.
This is going to be a 15-plate early game for Misfits, because they still have a Rift Herald, by the way. Niski's trying to pull the minion wave over here and deny that from walking all the way into the turret. Oh my!
Innocent goes in with the Magna Storm, but the rest of Fnatic aren't there. 3-man charm is going to connect. Vander pops the Unbreakable Will, and already VTO is down. Hear it diving in, looking for the water punch, and Niski can't quite land it, and this is a mistake from Misfits. Great play from Fnatic, but why are you fighting without your Tristana?
Look, Niski cast out his line, just reeling in Misfits. It's a beautiful bait from him, because as far as Misfits are concerned, wait a second,
Kobe jumps in, flip back, Vander coming in as well, and zoom goes the Razor. The pony finds his mark. Kobe's going to try and jump away. Pupo looking for the slice and dice, flash away from Kobe to get away from that boot. Razor still on the chase, and the bull tank Hecarim just demolishes Seraphine. That one's for Skana as Razor gets himself a double.
His fellow speed bros zooming around the map. He's got to help.
We junglers stick together.
We're TPing
as
back
Misfits
in here. This is
stick
crazy.
into the fight in the mid lane. It's Hirit on his way. The slice and dice available from Whippo flashes away. Razor coming in with a devastating charge as well, but Misfits aren't done. You said it a couple of moments ago, and it could be a 15-plate game here for Misfits. 3 plates were picked up for Upset in the top lane, but with a second plate falling here and the Rift Herald about to charge in, Misfits get all but 1 at the 13-minute mark.
No, they just needed a Tristana. One explosive shot, boom. That's the turret going down there still. Like, it's such an odd game because Misfits win out overall, yet you can see the idea from Fnatic, how they're trying to force these skirmishes continually. Now a Prowler's Claw finished on Bwipo,
yeah,
so
that is,
all the all-in fights you can ask for.
I mean, I kind of like it. I'm not saying it's good, but if you slice, Tristana jumps away, you dice Prowler's Claw, you have that extra bit of chase potential onto the Tristana.
Yeah, so I'm still not convinced when there's like a Gale Force for the Tristana as well, and Exhaust, a Flash, and Ultimate.
It's good, Endo. It's just
I mean, I do believe it is necessary for the game that Fnatic are playing. Like, Fnatic have to all in on this time period of the game because it's just a losing position for them. It's permanently a losing position for them. I legitimately don't think that they can win this game, but if there is a way for them to win this game, it is the next 6 minutes, and it's continuing to find fights around the mid lane like they just did. Now, unfortunately, we saw even after finding a good fight, Misfits are so strong they can just roll in with numbers and items and beat down on Fnatic, but this is the way Fnatic have to play.
Misfits still looking for this final chip away at the mid lane tower. Should be able to secure it. 4,000 gold lead now for them. Niski does have the encore, but really is more distraction than anything as Misfits chip away that tower. Bwipo on a flank position here. 2 minutes on the Drake. It looks like Fnatic might want another Barney, might want another fight here in the mid lane. Hirit, no TP, is down towards bot by himself. And one good thing for Misfits is if they want to delay this game, if they want the pace to slow down a little bit, well, there's not much to fight for on the map. There's only turrets remaining. There's no Dragon for another minute and a half. There's no Rift Herald for another little while.
Medic, a statement like that, very offensive to Fnatic.
I know, Fnatic want to fight,
like
but Misfits
minion,
don't have to.
Fight. Ward, fight. Emote, fight.
Yep.
They want to throw down at all points of the game.
They always are looking for a bit of a scrap, and as you said, this is the best time in the game for them to do it before that Tristana gets out of hand. She's almost got her Dominix complete. Still yet to have a completed item on VTO as Selfmade goes in, and Razzle and VTO are waiting with the TP. Immediately from Fnatic, they knew that Misfits were there because of that ward over towards the Grump. Razzle has to walk away. And Fnatic find a nice pick.
Yeah, Misfits thought they were picking 1 player, but they ended up picking 5. That was not good. Fnatic, I think, saw that one coming off of the ward there the observers just highlighted. Or, I mean, they were like instantly ready on the TP, and Bwipo no stranger to popping that one at a moment's notice. So a very nice response there for Fnatic. And again, it's these types of moves that do give them some hope. Now, that hope quickly removed when you see that Kabi has now finished off yet another item on this Tristana. 2 items at 16 minutes is a little bit faster than I think you'd expect for most AD carries.
Just a tad faster than you'd expect in this sort of situation. Niski has got the Moonstone Renewer now, though.
Both mid laners finished their first item slower than Kabi finished his second. Yep. That is disturbing.
It's a pretty big Tristana. Equal CS with Upset. You have to look at Upset and say he is 2-0-1. He's got a few kills, but he hasn't got all those plates that Kabi has acquired for himself. Dragon up in 10 seconds time. Hylissang and Bwipo were looking for something, but Kabi was very respectful, didn't need to walk forward. BTO here in this bottom side river. Here comes Selfmade as well, running in.
There's one question in this coming team fight, because we're about to get a team fight. Misfits feel very strong. Fnatic always feel like they can fight, and it is, can Fnatic kill Kabe quickly? That is the only question that needs to be answered. Niski still doesn't have his ultimate for quite some time. I don't think Fnatic can pull the trigger until that one is ready to go, but Hylissang does have his flash, and if anyone's going to jump on this Tristana, it feels like it almost has to be that Rel.
Okay, so here we go. Fnatic, no vision at all. Farsight alteration will spot out the fact the Ocean Dragon has been started. VTO on the front line. Vander looking for a flank position here. Hylissang knows he's there. Vander still can step forward. The Dragon down to about 1,000. And Ender, you promised me a fight, and it looks like Misfits are the ones to start the fray. Hylissang jumping away. The onslaught of shadows hits off the 2. Here it does a massive narm on the back line. Oh, no, really, that's 2 down. Misfits can clean this one up. Kabi can jump as much as he likes. It's hopscotch for the Tristana, and Misfits will clean up the fight in the end.
Look, Matic, that wasn't hopscotch, that was hop squash from that Tristana, absolutely destroying it. No threat on the Tristana whatsoever. And honestly, like, while Kabi's dealing all the damage, Razork, a huge ultimate to engage it. Here it followed up on beautifully. Like, those frontliners were going in sort of at their own time and still managing to connect onto multiple players from Fnatic. You'll see it again. There's just not much that Fnatic can do here. Upset's already trying to run for the hills, but first it's Razork. He finds 3, and then those same 3 here, it flashes in. They're still speared right up against the wall. And then it's oh so easy for Kabi to knock down.
And the thing is, that entire time, while the Gnar was going in, when the Onslaught Shadows were going in, Kabi's just hitting Bwipo.
Yeah.
Like, Bwipo with the Prowler's Claw, if he can burst you, he can burst you, but he's not going to survive long. He's not going to be a tank in these fights, so all it takes is a little bit of peel from Vander, and Kabi is safe as houses. Now has a QSS to add a little bit of peel of his own.
This guy thinks about video games. He knows what's up. You know, a lot of people, they're like, give me a BF sword. I'm so fed, I want to deal some more damage. This guy's like, the only way I can possibly lose this game is getting CC'd by a Renekton, a Realm, or probably the Seraphine is the most likely threat there. And as long as he can get away from that one, flash away, hop away with his W, there's not much Fnatic can do about it.
Fnatic very much up against the ropes. Misfits looking for their second win of the weekend. A 2,500 gold difference between Kabi and Upset. Not only that, a 1,500 gold difference in the mid lane. Look at Niski. Niski has less than 6,000 gold right now. We're 20 minutes into the game, Ender. He is weak. Justice for supports. As you say, yeah, Seraphine is a support and she needs justice. Give her more gold.
Oh man, I mean, to be fair, like Fnatic just aren't giving Niski any farm. They're like, okay, all the jungle camps are going to Selfmade, all the waves are going to Upset. We got to get him at somewhat a comparable level to this.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because the support items, the Moonstone, the Staff are relatively cheap, and because Fnatic haven't got any towers as well, none of that global gold has been given across. So usually in this situation, you'd have a couple of towers under your belt. You'd have a few more objectives under your belt, and that would give you that little bit more gold. But right now, Fnatic are, well, they're fasting as a team. 6,500 gold behind. And Kabi's just very willing to accept these waves. 2 minutes on the next Dragon. Selfmade trying to get onto Hirrit, but Hirrit's almost got the Gnar build up, and Upset jumps in. I'm not sure that's the way you want to go. Hirrit now in Mega. Looking for that encore. Have to watch Niski. Bwipo gets the stun onto Razork, followed up with the attract repel, but here's the chase, the onslaught of shadows. There's the encore, but it goes wide, and already Hylissang is dead. The Gnar knocks Selfmade into the wall, and this is done. It's over. There's nothing really Fnatic can do. The Realm Wolf's going to chase them down. And what realm are you going to, Fnatic? There is no safety for you on the rip. As the double kill comes in for VTO. Upset, who started it all off, will get himself a blue buff in consolation, but that Baron is looking mighty tasty.
You know what? I think I'd go with a Baron and a team fight victory over a blue buff, but I'm no mid laner. I know mid laners get a little salty over that. That was just, again, Misfits destroying Fnatic. They try to find a pick, but it's an already transforming Mega Gnar. You're not going to do any damage to that guy whatsoever. Slow it down, watch here it get CC'd. Sure, why not? Because the rest of the fight is just a slaughter.
I mean, the important thing here is you can see what's going on. Magnet Storm, Charm, it's all there, the Encore available, right? But Cobby just stands to the side of the initial engage.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I think Fnatic got much outdrafted here, and then as soon as that bot lane triple kill went to Sana, I don't think there was really any chance for Fnatic to win. Certainly not after the failed turret dive in the top lane.
And earlier today, I tweeted out, there is a 5-way tie scenario possible, but it is very unlikely.
Tell me how it happens. On the spot.
Everyone gets to 9-9.
Oh, that was pretty simple.
Yeah, Mad don't win any more games, Fnatic don't win any more games, Schalke win one tomorrow, Misfits win their next 2, SK win 1.
That sounds surprisingly
very possible.
possible.
Now. The only problem is Schalke play XL tomorrow, and XL have just beaten G2 and Rogue. So XL could, in not making playoffs themselves, stop Fnatic from not making playoffs. Could happen.
Of course, the fun story there. XL never made playoffs. Fnatic never missed playoffs.
Yeah, 16 in a row so far. But they do. I mean, they can still make playoffs without winning any more games, technically. But a win locks them. And they have been struggling to find that win for a while now as Misfits push in this bottom inhibitor tower. Hillasan goes in, there's the charm, lands onto a few, but Cobby just pops the QSS. Already, Upset's got 1 kill, but now Cobby just opens up, takes the tower first, and the rest of Fnatic have to back away. What have we still got for Misfits? Well, here it
Misfits are just going to end this game. It feels like they have the ability to, but they're going to back away instead. We're just 22 minutes onto the clock. This is a complete stomp here from the Misfits. They know there's a Drake ready for them, and they know that Fnatic might want to walk back into their jungle. Let's lay in wait. Niski, how close do you get? He's going to be all right. Vander just tells him to get out of the jungle, but Fnatic, they say, no, we're coming in.
Oh, Suffmade looking for VTO here, but VTO does have a 2-level lead. There's the Everfrost, but dumps in with Prowler's Claw, but Cobby is there! And that is a very unhappy Crocodile. It's a double for Cobby. The triple will follow. Niski, nowhere to go. Here it steals away the kill. And Ender, about 30 seconds ago, you said Misfits could just end this game. They heard you, and they are pushing in the mid lane.
Thanks for listening, guys. Not going to draw out Fnatic suffering any longer. Misfits completely dismantle Fnatic. For minute 3, it felt like Kobbe with the triple kill, and Misfits will improve their record to 8-9, and the 5-way tie is looking oh so possible.
Misfits destroy Fnatic in the fastest game of spring.
Damn.
Honestly?
It could happen.
Yeah, but like this weekend, Ender. Let me just run you through the upsets we've had, okay? You ready?
Yeah.
Game 1, day 1. Rogue SK, Rogue win. Cool. After that, Astralis beat Vitality, Schalke beat Fnatic, Misfits beat Mad, XL beat G2, Astralis then beat SK, Schalke then beat Vitality, XL beat Rogue, and now Misfits have beaten Mad. Misfits have beaten Fnatic.
That's crazy.
Every game but 2, I would say, so far have been upsets.
You know the only upset we haven't had?
Fnatic's.
Fnatic upset. You stole my punchline.
It's better. It's a 2-man. It's better if we bounce. This is why me and Betty are so much better.
No, because I don't want to be the
Oh, you don't want to be the straight man. You want to be the funny man.
Yeah.
Okay, well then you got to work on your comedy. Kia player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Here it Razzle comment. You got to leave again. You've done this joke like 4 times now. And Kia player of the game votes. Vote for one of them. Cobby is the guy. If you look at KDAs, who you're going to vote for. Endo is left, thankfully. And in a moment, we're going to go do a break. We'll tell you more about Misfits win in a few minutes before G2 Esports and Mad Lions face off in our match of the week.
Even though I won MSI, I won so many splits, it doesn't really make League less fun for me, because I just want to prove myself at the top and finally get the World's Trophy. Mad Lions is a weird team, because they came in out of nowhere and just like beat us in a best of 5, and then they had like a really solid summer, but then somewhere along the lines they just fell apart, and now it doesn't really feel like they found their old form again.
I mean, my motivation as a player comes from actually not being a mediocre. Like I have always wanted to just be remembered by doing something. My motivation is just to be someone, to be remembered, and not be just another mediocre guy.
I mean, it's not a trophy, but I want to be the best top laner in LEC for sure. After that, champion of LEC, or maybe, I don't know, I want both.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
That was my foot. Wait, I can't find the switch. It's on your left? Wait, I got it. Oh god, that's not good. What did you do?
I wasn't supposed to leak that. Oh no.
No, wait, look, if we react quick enough, we can just pretend that we revealed it on purpose.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go. Damn it, just roll with it.
And let's bring the hype music.
LEC Finals, 10th and 11th of April. Tune in.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk. What a day and what a banger. As for the implications, Misfits stay alive in the race for playoffs, which is still wide open before our final day. We have 3 spots left and 5 teams still in the running. I mean, it's been crazy. And on top of that, we had a Renekton again. And of course, I got to immediately ask, LS, what did you think about it? I mean, LS? Left screen? LS? LS, it's safe. He lost.
He's gone.
He lost.
The Renekton's gone, LS. It's okay.
You can come back. Yeah.
Come on. It's safe.
All right.
There
nice.
we go. He's back. He's back, chat. We got him back. He was a little worried at first.
Hello.
A little bit of a heart attack. Yeah, I was in the holy water chamber.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, listen, all jokes aside, what a crazy game. I'm going to give the word to you first, LS. Talk to me about that early game and how Misfits got ahead and Fnatic dropped the ball. They didn't just drop it, they kicked it, it was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the early game was definitely interesting. I mean, you had Selfmade open with a pretty good thing, right? He stole away everything. But then Fnatic, in somewhat traditional Fnatic fashion, they end up getting a little bit caught out. You have Hylissang over here. He's actually out, but then Nizki decides that he needs to go back in. Selfmade following him, Nizki a little bit too far up, he gets knocked up, flashes out, and then they still want to try to go, but Kabe able to be here, and this is just looking like a W reset fiesta at this point. Selfmade goes back in, takes the AoE damage as well from the Tristana bomb, gives all the resets, Nizki doesn't have flash, and you know, things just go to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, they certainly
do.
do.
Up in top lane.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse after that play because Fnatic tried to redeem it somewhat in the top side of the map by trying to make a cross-map play while the rest of Misfits were resetting, and then lo and behold, here it just goes and gets a double kill on the top lane. The Renekton was cleansed, as one might say, but it was pretty ridiculous how fast that game went from being in a pretty fine state, pretty even state, pretty good state even for Fnatic, to immediately just being very, very unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those games where this is an Analyst Desk segment, but it's all not that intricate. It really is Fnatic going in when they shouldn't, and Misfits then just picking up the kills. And LS, if you're a Tristana and you get 3 kills in that phase of the game, how do you even come back from that as Fnatic?
I don't know what Fnatic's supposed to do. Honestly, it was reminding me of T1's game from earlier on tonight, where Teddy just got 4 kills early on Kai'Sa, and there's just no coming back. Sometimes when these hyper carry champions get that many kills early on, it's really, really hard to recover. And Tristana's range in that team composition, it's really hard for Fnatic to interact with. So, you know, sometimes the game just runs away from you.
Yeah, I completely agree with LS. I thought at times there was opportunity, like coming into the game, I thought that the drafts were like relatively even. I think that maybe small advantages for Misfits, but I could see clear win conditions for both sides. But like none of that really mattered when the results play out like this, which is why, as you say, Sharks, it is effectively just that straightforward. And like it is this man behind us right now that had such a fantastic performance. Kobe had a really impressive performance, and I do believe that he is our player of the game.
Did you guess that? Because I was trying to mouth it to you. Yeah, player of the game. You got it. Nice. Just got it from production as well. Kobe is the Kia player of the game. I mean, yeah. I mean, hear it also for that outplay top would have been crazy, but I kind of want to take stock of the inventory of these two teams and also of the race for playoffs. Misfits come into this where they had an okay position coming in. Now they win 2 games in a row. They can go undefeated if they beat Vitality tomorrow. Unfortunately, because of how everything is gone, even if they beat Vitality, it wouldn't directly lock them. And then for Fnatic, in the case that they also lose tomorrow, they can be in a situation where they miss out on playoffs because of the tiebreaker rules. LS, did you expect any of this as we got into this Super Week?
No, I mean, I didn't expect any of this, and I don't think anyone expected this coming into the split. I mean, hearing that Fnatic might not be able to make playoffs is absolutely unheard of. They were poised as being, again, one of the top contenders for the split, and here they are hanging on by a thread. And I mean, we saw it even in this game again. Sometimes you get Valhalla, other times you get the Mariana Trench, and Fnatic showed up with the lowest of the lows today.
I completely agree, and I think what's worth highlighting is there's always this really interesting debate, right? Because when bottom teams start beating top teams, the question always comes, does that mean that the quality of the league is lowering? In my opinion, I think that Europe right now has a surprisingly strong middle of the pack. And a lot of it comes from just a lot of key individuals are really stepping up. I think players like Kobe, I think players like Limit, I think players like Chocolat, like all across the board, there are these individuals that I think are just having pop-off performances that are just in this final week having a huge impact and difference on the stand.
I mean, I agree with you, but I wonder, couldn't you have done that earlier? If you had, we wouldn't have this exciting of a playoffs race. So I hope they can keep it up if they get to playoffs. Wow, I cannot believe what is happening so far this week, and it's not over yet. In fact, we've got another banger. Our final game of the day is our match of the week. Mad Lions versus G2.
Like a hammer on a drum, like footprints in the sand. From the moment we are born, there's an imprint on your hand. Wrap your fingers around my neck. You don't speak my dialect, but our images reflect. Drawn together by the flame, we are just the same. Embrace the wind and fall into another time and space. If we belong to each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. I'm going to any world you're coming from. Any place, anywhere, anytime. To each other, we belong. Any world you're coming from. To each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. Another story, time and age. You were a pirate from the sea. Words sail across the page, crash like thunder suddenly. Wrap your fingers around my neck. You don't speak my dialect, but our images reflect. Drawn together by the flame, we are just the same. Embrace the wind and fall into another time and space. If we belong to each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. I'm going to any world you're coming from. Any place, anywhere, anytime. To each other, we belong. Any world you're coming from. To each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime. To each other, we belong. Any place, anywhere, anytime.
I'll be honest, I'd be lying to you if I told you that G2 had anything left to prove in the LEC. They are the back-to-back champions. They've done it all, they've won it all, and they continue to dominate in the regular season.
For the looting lullaby, look at that sleep. Mickey dives in! A four-man Magna-Thor! And immediately without his hopes, maybe dashed against the rocks.
I think so far for 2 years, me and G2 have been proving that we are
the best team in Europe.
The rest of G2 are collapsing, surrounding, and crushing Rogue's hopes. Odo will be the next target. He gets rooted down from a long range. A dash forward from the Gale Force. Another Zenith Blade. Every single tool lands.
There's been a lot of new faces, I guess, coming in. I think I just have to prove that it's not easy getting to where I am.
Even though I won MSI, I won so many splits, it doesn't really make League less fun for me because I just want to prove myself at the top and finally get the World's Trophy.
But despite that, G2 have been playing every game in the regular split like it truly means something. And for Mad Lions, a team that has beaten G2 once before in a best of 5, this is a chance to prove themselves and to give their fans a showing of what to expect when the playoffs come.
Mad Lions! They turned it around! G2 are losing! G2 are losing! They've done it. The rookies have risen up.
So Mad Lions is a weird team because they came in out of nowhere and just like beat us in a best of 5. And then they had like a really solid summer. But then somewhere along the lines, they just fell apart. And now it doesn't really feel like they found their old form again.
I mean, my motivation as a player comes from actually not being a mediocre. Like I have always wanted to just be remembered by doing something. My motivation is just to be someone, to be remembered and not be just another mediocre guy.
Oh, Yo-Yo waiting, looking for an opportunity. Here he goes. Blade Breach comes out. Dan now going to be in trouble. A little trespass comes through. The 1v1 happens off to the side. Karji now isolated. They're just going to start mowing down these kills. There's nothing left for Pat. Triple pulls out with the Ren. Are you kidding me? Kane triple at 16 minutes. 7-1-1 for El Yo-Yo.
I mean, it's not a trophy, but I want to be the best top laner in LEC for sure. After that, champion of LEC, or maybe, I don't mind, I want both.
But now Kaiser with the re-engage, Dion off to the side. Look at that chase damage. My God, the hyper proc is a bit too much. Mad Lions taking the fight.
Mad Lions is a team that cannot be underestimated. They have proven to us across so many different splits that they are creative, that they are tenacious, and that when it matters most, they are explosive. If G2 are looking now to rest on their laurels, they will find themselves very quickly losing the game to the Mad Lions.
And welcome back. The 10th game of Week 8 of the spring season of the LEC. And we still do not know our bottom 3 playoff teams.
It's crazy. And you know what else we don't know? What it's gonna do this time!
Wait. I mute you! Keep it on! Kevin, no, give me the button. Give me the button. Give it to me. Please! I don't want you to unmute yourself. Here, give it here. Give it here. I'll turn you on when you have something productive to say. So, G2 versus Mad Lions. Now, the interesting thing about this game is if you're a fan of the 5-way tie, what you really want is you want Mad Lions to lose, because then you get into that 5-way tie situation. As you can see, Endo is being very informative next to me throughout this entire thing. What I'm going to do now is, as we've got 5 seconds left, Endo, you have 5 seconds to hype us up for this game. You ready? Let's go!
Oh my God, I'm so excited! Match the week starts now!
Okay, Endo. Here's the thing.
Can I talk? Okay, cool.
You can talk. You're allowed to. If G2 win, they are very close to locking first. And of course, first in playoffs means you pick the enemy team that you're going to face up against, right? If Mad win, we no longer have the 5-way tie. But Mad are already locked, so it doesn't actually lock in or out anyone else. We still have 3 playoff spots available.
Okay, but the 5-way tie is gone.
If Mad win, the 5-way tie is donezo.
So what you're saying is tomorrow's a whole lot more exciting if G2 win.
100%.
Okay, let's see what happens. We'll see what goes down here. Already, Mad Lion switching things up. We've seen a lot of Rel today. We've seen some Tristana. They don't want anything to do with that. And you know what? I like that a little bit. I've been getting a little bit bored with the drafts today. The outcomes of the game is very exciting, but drafts a little bit of a snooze fest. It's never a snooze fest when it's Mad Lions versus G2, though.
Oh, very true, especially since G2 are coming off a loss yesterday, and every time they've lost throughout the course of this season, they have gone on to absolutely demolish their opponents. opponents the next day. Seraphine Thresh banned away here by G2. Things like the Hecarim and the Lilia rise up in my mind as soon as we start to see these bans, because of course they are those two most powerful junglers on most people's tier lists.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Expect to see that Hecarim come in very, very early on. And then I wonder, like, do we still like the All-Stars as the next most popular support behind something like the Rel? Well, with the Hecarim gone, that Lilia certainly should come in very early on.
Well, I think the important thing is the Alistar is a good counter into the Rel, but also we've seen the Shurelya's engages, we've seen everything it can do. So you still have that as an option, but it does open up your support pool a lot more.
I do think, though, that for a G2, perhaps, with like a Rel banned away, maybe it's time for a little Tahm Kench Senna in the bot side of the map. Could be something they look for. A very early Lucian lock. That's a fun one there, assuming that's going towards Humanoid in the mid lane. Won't be any of those Ahri shenanigans. He is looking for something lane dominant up against the best mid in the league.
Of course, Caps does have a few opportunities to find a counter pick. We have seen a lot of Sylas in the mid lane. Syndra also we have seen a couple of times this game. Gives you good pressure into the Lucian. You don't really get pushed out too easily.
Yeah, I think as far as like champions that can go a little bit toe-to-toe with Lucian early on, and then also threaten Lucian if he's ever like dashing forward aggressively. The jungler's right there. Syndra offers so much setup, burst damage to try and knock him down. So it makes Humanoid think twice about going in any sort of these more aggressive trades in mid, which Lucian usually needs to dominate around that middle lane. It also won't be the Tahm Kench Senna on the bot side for G2. Kaisa still the most popular ADC in the league by a wide margin. And then you would expect to see the All-Star round out the third pick of G2's draft.
I mean, Mad Lions were one of the teams that popularized the Senna Wukong in the good old days, and they have that as an option here if they really want
I think we're past those days
I
a little
don't
bit,
think
Medic.
so. Bring back Senna Wukong. I miss it. There is Lilia for Elioya. He's played very well on that throughout the course of spring. I believe he has 3 games on it. Actually hasn't won any of them, so although he's played very well, not very good at getting those wins.
I do like it here, though, next to a Lucian as well as a mid laner with priority that allows a Lilia to get into the enemy jungle, fight over enemy raptor camps is often what a Lilia would love to do. It also diversifies their damage around mid. You have physical damage mid laner, magic damage jungler. It means that you can't just easily itemize into, say, Merc treads for the Syndra in mid. Verdant barrier isn't really an option either in a matchup like this, and G2 are locking in the Scion. Expecting that to go top lane, but you never really know with G2.
I'm trying to work out how well Scion Kaisa works, because if you ban Aatrox and Rakan here, I mean, with the Aatrox ban, it implies the Scion's going to go top.
I'm very confident.
I would like G2 to ban out Rakan, personally, just because Xayah Rakan is such a powerful combo, and if you combine that with multi-man sleeps with the culling, it makes it a lot easier for Rakan to find those engages, and then all you need is a tank in the top lane.
Sure. I also think, like, as far as like eyeing what support Mickey wants to go with, I brought up the All-Star earlier. I think that's pretty good. I think a Leona too. I personally like into a Xayah sort of like trade ultimates, or like force her ultimate out when you land a Zenith Blade, then you have all the immediate CC to follow up immediately after. We've also seen Scion be very frustrating for Xayah's, because even though she like goes up into the air, just a well-timed ulti out of that Scion is still going to land the CC, or at least get behind her to set up for a very nice Q from that Scion as well. So I do like elements of both drafts that I've seen so far, and it's up to these last 2 picks to really carve out an identity for these 2 teams.
G2's identity tends to be, let's kill the opposition.
See, that's kind of like a Mad Lions thing too.
Very true.
It's crazy.
Very true.
Usually getting kills leads to wins. That's
not always
2 of our better teams in the league.
I watched the LCK through, 2014 to 2017, and you didn't always have to get kills.
Well, you eventually did get kills, right? So they took a while to get those kills, but they got kills that really, really mattered, and that's something that definitely important in a game like this. So what's the support going to be? Do we hold on to our jungle pick? I actually think you hold off last pick for support here for Mickey. You grab your jungler for Jankos. Whoa!
And your favorite champion.
There's a lot of technology with Rek'Sai, and I'll get into it in the game, but a lot of our items give dashes. Could be a Stride Breaker, Angle. We'll see. Prowler's Claw too. Pretty cool. I'm a fan of the Crit Sai. Pop a Gale Force in there.
Of course you are.
Ingenious Hunter, Gale Force.
I didn't realize you'd been learning from Self-Made with the double IE.
You can't build 2 of those anymore, and I think that was very rude by Riot to go ahead and lock that one in. Even after the nerfs, we're going to be seeing the top lane Gragas come through, presumably.
I think it's support. I think it's support Gragas to counteract the Rek'Sai burrowing in and the Alistar possible pick here.
Yeah, as like a preemptive Alistar counter, I could definitely see that. And does feel odd to me a little bit.
We'll see.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Because I do feel like their
the
engage
Rakan
is
is
lacking.
still available. I forgot about the Rakan.
Yep. I was thinking they needed more of that hard engage, right? Because like Lilia has her sleep, of course. Gragas can get some things done, but I do believe this rounds out Mad Lions' composition a whole lot more. They have that quick snap engage that can be very devastating. That Rakan plus Gragas combination here. Now for G2. Leona, Alistar, what's it going to be?
I don't like talking about hovers, but whenever I see a Veigar on the opposite team when I'm playing Rakan, I cry. Because there's nothing you can do. It's like you have to get QSS first, maybe you take cleanse. No way. Don't do this to me, Mickey. Oh, yes! Yes, let's go! It's Veigar! It's Veigar support!
Wait!
That's so 5-head! That is actually huge!
Wait!
That is so genius! So it's impossible to play into. Like, if you're Gragas, you try and body slam forward, the cage comes down. If you're Lilia, you try and run forward, the cage comes down. If you're Lucian, you try and dash forward, the cage comes down. If you're Zah and you Featherstorm, guess what you land in? A flipping cage, and the Rakan can never get in there as well. I am... Man, oh man, I'm
You know what?
excited.
I love it. I actually have played a fair amount of Veigar support in my lifetime as well, so we'll get into it when we get into the game. But G2 with quite the surprise thrown in at the end of the draft. I thought they were trolling us with the hovers here, but G2 have a lot of pick potential, have a lot of high agency individual characters, and that Sion ult to get the fight started. I think it's gonna be an all-out fist fight around mid lane early on in this game. Syndra plus Rek'Sai, one of the most potent 2v2s around mid lane, past that level 3 mark. And then, of course, Lucian, he always wants to get into a fight, but this is going to be a tough one for Mad Lions to win through the mid lane.
Oh, what a game it's going to be. Playoff implications for G2. A win gets them very close to locking top spot. Mad Lions already locked in playoffs, but looking to deny that 5-way tie. Let's see if they can do it. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Ender. Jankos said it best, my friend. Jankos said it best. Rogue lost, and that means we can enter another game. That makes me so happy.
Smiley. Hashtag LEC. You had to finish the tweet.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Honestly, it's funny because before the draft, I feel like G2's drafts haven't been that spicy so far this year. But, you know, G2 versus Mad Lions, you expect to see some curveballs thrown your way. Did not expect the Veigar support. That one, very, very interesting. You see he has the Relic Shield, so of course he can farm some minions, stack up that AP passive with his Q. You also get AP whenever you just poke out the enemy. So kind of like a Senna in that way. She gets some souls, some stacks by trading against you. Veigar can operate in a similar fashion here.
I will say, I've rechecked my numbers. There have been a lot of number checking today. If G2 win this game, they do lock first because they have a 2-0 head-to-head versus Rogue, and they'd be 1 win ahead.
Yeah, but Yanko said they could int. So.
They can int. They can int, but inting doesn't necessarily mean losing. I've watched enough Sion gameplay. Elyoya stepping in, trying to get the Razor Beaks. Caps is like, nope, that one's mine. Gonna try and reset, but Jankos gets the smite. And the big Razorbeak will be taken. Kaiser going to jump in here. He's also already down onto Kazi. Mickey trying to trade in. As you said, that Baleful Strike can do quite a lot of work in these early trades, and Kaiser is forced away as well.
So I think the way that Mad Lions have played this early game is already brilliant, right? The early level 1 invade, there's nothing a Rek'Sai can do against a Lilia. Level 1, it's just like completely Lilia favored. So going in there, causing some disruption for Jankos, I really do like. And then as far as bot lane goes, it's double ranged versus, you know, heavy CC setup for a jungler, and you're already at level 1, forcing a flash off of the enemy ADC and the exhaust off of Veigar too. So it's about increasing that volatility around bot lane. And you can see with level 2 first, G2 are obviously going to be pushing down here, but it does mean that there are some avenues for Mad Lions to try and attack with TP plays and the like, because if you look at the jungle matchup, Rek'Sai obviously much more threatening in any of these early skirmishes, but the TPs could definitely swing things in Mad Lions' favor.
It's one of those trades where if you look at it face value, you're like, well, Reckless was able to walk out, still has a good CS lead. Jankos got the Razorbeak, so it's G2 favor, but then you have to remember these summoner spells, you have to remember the fact that Mad Lions can use the advantage they got from that later on in the game. But if they don't, then they actually do not win out on those initial trades. Jankos trying to sneak in here, knows the red buff is available, and Yoya coming in from the side as well.
This timing is not great for Jankos. He also doesn't have smite, so he's just going to have to walk out of this one. I think maybe he thought...
he's walking back in.
Well, Yoya could have taken his own red buff. Of course, mid prio in favor of G2, bot prio as well. Caps is moving over, and they get the red buff to reset. Just buying more time, seeing if Yoya is willing to recommit into his bot side jungle, because otherwise he's going to have to go on quite the trek to go counter invade on the top side and hit those Raptors when they respawn.
Looks like Jankos is just going to back away for the time being.
He's just running around. And this is actually really terrible for the Rek'Sai Lilia matchup. Lilia clears your jungle faster. A Rek'Sai, of course, the value from this pick is going to come post level 3, looking for early ganks, early scraps, any of these things. So watching Rek'Sai fall behind in the early jungle, Elyoya's already pinged out the Raptors, knowing that they just respawned. So it's a very easy counter or repeat invade. Should be able to take those away and potentially press their luck with a red buff. But I think with all the prio being in G2's favor, we won't see that.
Humanoid should have dash here, walks away from the Prey Seeker. Jankos unable to connect with that Q. A problem he has had a few times throughout the course of the season.
Does Jankos expect Scuttle Crab to still be up? Oh, that's rough. Jankos not even going to fight for Crab. Humanoid takes a lot of damage in mid, but Caps has no mana, so realistically he thinks he's totally fine. And yeah, again, Jankos without much to be done here. Already you see the level advantage go over towards Elyoya. His topside camp should be respawning very soon. There you go, 15 seconds on the Gromp. And Jankos no longer wins the fights.
He has spent a while walking around or burrowing.
He spent the entire game walking around. It's rough, man.
Yeah, could go for his red.
Now he's just going home so he can walk back to the map again.
As you say, we'll recall for his first buy of the game. Across the rest of the map, pretty even. As expected, Caps is slightly behind in CS to Humanoid, but Humanoid knows it's more of a farm lane than anything. He's got himself a cull on the first recall. Reckless slightly ahead in CS in the bottom lane, and also has that potion advantage. Double biscuit and a normal health pot still sitting on Reckless, whereas Kazi only has a single biscuit in his back pocket.
Humanoid TP'd back to mid, so that's why it looks like Caps is having a real rough time, but he'll get his own reset off soon enough here. And now Mickey,
Flash, boy. Ignite. Mickey does have a flash of his own because he's going to flash chase. The event horizon connects as minion auto attacks. Enough! First blood to Kaiser with an assist to the minions.
Oh, I love that play. Kaiser not having anything to do with Mickey interrupting the resets. Kaiser goes immediately in and picks up that kill. That's what we're talking about, making this bot lane look super spicy. Now
double flash is just used. Double flash is just used. If Jankos came in, it's
double level 5 in the bot lane. Like, this is actually really terrible. When junglers are lower level than the bot laners early in the game, you know something went horribly, horribly wrong. The minion wave also is just way too large, and now Jankos is spotted out by the blue control ward going in towards the Raptor camp, and there is room for a fight.
Humanoid just going to dash away, and the Unleashed Power chunks him out. Scatter the weak. Right around the Lucian.
Well, how close is Humanoid to level 6? Because there is all-in threat once he does get that ultimate.
There it is. Good look for the flash. Culling here. Mickey coming in from the top side, looking for that event horizon himself. Humanoid respectfully backing away. Remember, Mickey no flash here as Humanoid trying to get some damage down.
Jump over the wall, man.
Yeah. This game has been a little bit all over the place. That's had many games this weekend so far. But Mad Lions do come out with a 1,000 gold lead, and Mickey has nowhere to go. Event Horizon goes down, and he actually stops Elyoya and Kaiser in his tracks, but in the end, Mickey has no place to go.
DMCA. All right, Mickey is...
League's edgiest casters.
Mickey's getting bullied in this one, and honestly, this is what we needed to see from Mad Lions. When you see the Veigar support get locked in, I think everything was going fine for G2 up until Mickey thought that he was playing any other champion and he could stop the recall from coming through from the enemy duo. And since then, Kaiser has found him not just in the bot lane, but also around mid as well. This turns into an early Drake, an early Scuttle Crab can secure. Now level 6 has come through from Elyoya. He's got a big lead in terms of gold, EXP, minions taken in that jungle matchup, and that's bad news for this Rek'Sai, unable to get anything done thus far.
Great news for Mad Lions, though. 1,000 gold ahead. You have the Predator.
And he's always on vision, man. Elyoya's going to come around here, and they might just kill him, because they've got a sleep ready to go.
Yeah, where's Jankos going to go? He's got the flash to try and get away, but he's on a control ward, and here comes Armor, knocked back. Jankos then sweeps out afterwards. He's going to use the smite to try and heal up a little bit. Wonder trying to get the damage across the wall, but Jankos not yet. 6 doesn't have the Void Rush. Wonder goes in. Armor ticking, still survives. Kaiser on his way up as well, and I'm sorry, Wonder. You are sacrificed for the mistakes of your jungler. In the end, you will fall. And the kill is secured by Humanoid.
What is going on? Jankos just killed his top
Wait. Kevin, can we bring up the tweet again? Can we bring up the tweet again?
Oh, no.
Bring up the tweet.
You can't just do him like this.
Kevin.
Jankos talking about
This
having
is
happy
what's going
games.
on, and we can int another game. It makes him happy. And inting isn't only when you die, but it's also when you make your teammates die.
True. So far, he got Mickey to buy in. He got Wonder to buy in as well. See if Caps and Reckless can keep this game under control for the time being, because it is starting to get a little bit out of hand. Now, gold-wise, it's only about 1,000 gold. 9 minutes, that is quite a significant margin here, but certainly not comebackable. Issue is, with engaged potential about to be unlocked too from Kaiser, the level 6, still no flash on Mickey. You almost expect there to be another attack around this bottom lane, and if Mickey ever leaves bot lane, well then he's hyper vulnerable, and again...
Exhaust comes down onto Kazi there, but Reckless and Mickey's recall timing has been reset, and this is bad for them. That wave is not going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, very low HP on Reckless, very low mana on both parties in this bottom lane as well. The only good news, I guess you could say, is there's no TPs from the solo laners of Mad Lions, but Elyoya is in the right area of the map. He could come down here and look for a dive if they wanted to.
And Mickey did everything he could to try and delay this wave, puts up the event horizon, doesn't manage to do anything. Kazi picks up all of the plate gold himself. That's another 160 gold into his back pocket, and Mad Lions continue to develop that lead.
Yeah. And again, this control ward in their own top jungle is giving them so much value. They saw Jankos loop all the way around to this top side gank. It's a great ward against a Rek'Sai who wants to come from behind you in the top lane, you know, tunnel over the wall. Get a lot of value out of that. Well, it's now meant that Elyoya can invade the bot side jungle, get everything he wants, and it's only just now that Jankos has realized that that ward has been there the entire time, ruining his entire life. He noticed something was sus, but he's down at 30 CS already.
It's a 2-level disadvantage as well for Jankos in that jungle role. Mickey misses the event horizon. Caps coming in from the side, but doesn't have the scatter of the week because he just used that on Humanoid mid. Look at that, level 8 to level 6 in the jungle. And there was a discussion in ReadyCheck about this matchup, about the gap between the junglers, because Elyoya has had very good early games throughout the entirety of the split. In fact, I think probably our best 0 to 10 minute jungler in the league, right? Jankos has been consistent. He has been great. Yes, we meme him about missing spears, but he is still an incredible player. However, what we are seeing in this game is Jankos being thrown for a loop a little bit by Elyoya's early pathing, and the fact that Jankos has just been kept on vision by Mad Lions for such a long time.
Yeah, I do feel like Jankos definitely mismanaged some of his early pathing after the initial invade. You know, maybe he expected his red buff to be gone, Elyoya to stick around up towards that top side and fully split the map, but that certainly set him behind, then going for multiple consecutive invades on buffs, just every time getting thwarted with good vision control from Mad Lions. That has been something that has been consistently excellent for them, allowing them to just completely ruin a lot of the ideas that G2 had with their early pathing, and even catch out Mickey as well after that initial kill when he's pathing between mid lane and bot lane.
The question is now for G2, how you develop from this position, and also how you manage to really get the gold back in your control, because at the moment Mad Lions have 30 seconds on the next dragon. If they want it, they can stack up towards that soul. They're doing the Rift Herald before that 14-minute mark. That means more plates in your back pocket. Now, LS earlier talked about losing for the Rift Herald. You know, if you give away too many plates. That's not what's happening here. Mad Lions are taking the Rift Herald without losing plates in bot, with only losing a little bit of pressure in the top lane. They will smite it. Elyoya will secure it. Jankos looks for the splash to go in, but here comes Kaiser with the quickness. Elyoya, the Void Rush should not be enough, and Jankos is forced away once again. Kaiser's going to chase him away. The burrow will get him to safety, but Humanoid comes in with the TP, and Caps messed up, as you said. In the end, they'll get Humanoid for the trade, but Caps did not land that scout of the week.
Oh, that was rough there. If Humanoid was able to live, I mean, that play already going better for Mad Lions than it did G2. It's a 1-for-1 trade on kills, but the Herald is secured by Elyoya. The CC there from Caps just a little bit early, coming off of the teleport. That was the play. You know, you set it up by saying like LS and talking about maybe trading for stuff on the bot side of the map. Well, Reckless just straight up reset. There was no one challenging from him for plates down there, but he decided he wanted to get involved in the fight on the top side, and I do believe that was an error in judgment for G2 to try and find the fight. Now, with their composition, they obviously want to look for fights around this period in the game, but the timing was just off, that all they're able to do is fight over the scraps at the end after the Herald's already been taken. The idea at the start, again, good, but you'll notice Caps very far away from the fight. Reckless also quite distanced from this one as well, and I think the TP from Humanoid is what hurts him in the end of this.
Too early.
He is able to finish off Jankos and get that kill, but then everyone comes flying on in there. They have all that burst damage, and like you mentioned, caps early on the CC.
Rift Tower was used in the bottom lane here. Humanoid is going to be funneled those plates. Already has the Essence Reaver. It's only 2 plates for the Mad mid laner, but with the scoreline being 4-1 with a 3,000 gold lead, Kazi having to cleanse away the stun there. Otherwise, you do feel that Caps would have been able to follow up with the damage. Second Dragon of the game now taken from Mad. We're on a 24-minute Soul. It's an Infernal. You know what goes well with an Infernal? Teams with consistent DPS. Things like a Lucian, things like a Xayah, things like a Lydia. Just give you all that extra burst in a team fight.
G2, I'm not convinced about the scaling elements in their comp. You know, I think Rek'Sai can really struggle the later we get into this game, and all this burst damage trying to pile it up on a Xayah, not the easiest thing either. So Carzzy can be sort of the trump card here for Mad Lions, make it very difficult for G2 to actually finish him off within any of these fights. He's already got his Gale Force ready to go. G2 really struggling to finish off those first items. To be fair, Mad Lions went for some fairly cheaper options, you know, not mythic rushes, which is pretty common on the Lilia, especially Lucian too, going for that early Essence Reaver. Give them a quick little spike, a lot of different things that they like to have. Lilia, just that added survivability, especially against a Rek'Sai, a Syndra, a Veigar, all these burst damage champions. The Zhonya is going to hold a lot of value.
It really is. I do wonder a little bit, as Wonder has been farming himself up in a side lane, 40 CS up over Armor now, whether there is a point at which Wonder becomes nigh unkillable. Like, yes, you have 2 consistent DPS sources, but I've seen Scions get pretty darn beefy in these games in the past.
Scary thing about Sion is that he never stops getting beefy. Actually, scary thing about G2, they've got 2 champions that scale infinitely. Sion's getting all his HP.
Has anyone got Gathering Storm? That's the question we must ask.
Yes, producers, please get to us. I think the only thing they're missing is like sort of the Senna AD carry would be very important here to pair up with the Veigar for the unlimited scaling bot lane duo.
And the question becomes really for G2, what do you find? You've got Mickey who has pick potential. Like Veigar is
jungle. Sorry, I'm still thinking about those things. Finish your thought.
Good, mate.
Cho'Gath mid. Nailed it.
I mean, Cho'Gath's infinite scaling is probably the worst of those lot, because it's a lot more situated. You have to wait 5 minutes to get a soul, like the.
But his ability that scales infinitely.
It's very good
the
ability.
Best of them all.
100%. But Mad Lions now going to push in this top lane. They are looking to see if they can catch out Wonder underneath the tower now. We'll see how just darn tanky this Sion is. The Unstoppable Onslaught coming out, and he's not tanky enough. Did use the Lilting Lullaby and Kaiser's ability to jump in there. Syndra's got to get the bot tower, while Mad Lions continue to look to push in this top lane.
Yeah, it's a good dive there for Mad Lions. They do get the kill. It does show you the value of Sion in these, 1v3 situations underneath tower. He clears away the entire minion wave, will allow Caps to finish off that turret a little bit faster than Carzzy does. I did get confirmation. Mickey is running the Gathering Storm on the Veigar, so very important on that. Obviously, G2 win the scaling battle now.
I mean, they won it before, right? Because they had the 2 infinite scaling champions.
That is the thing, right? I think like Veigar's value does increase, but scaling's an interesting question. It's like on 6 items, given unlimited time, obviously G2 are going to be very strong, but I really like Mad Lions' team fight. They have a lot of, agency on their champions, a lot better tools, I feel like, than G2 have in certain situations, and some of G2's champions just really do fall off. I don't see this Rek'Sai continuing to hold a ton of value, especially going the Prowler's Claw route with Conqueror. I'm a fan of the Halo Blades personally, if you're going for the burst damage, but Jankos compared to Elyoya is just going to gain more and more and more power as we get later into this game, and obviously with the Leandries expected to on that Lilia, we'll be able to shred through that Sion.
What was
that did less damage. I was expecting a lot more damage to come through.
Exhaust goes down on Elyoya, flashes away from the Scatter of the Weak, the quickness coming in from Kaiser.
That's big.
And there we go. Caps the first one to be caught, but the Event Horizon locks Elyoya in spot. Unleash power used against the stopwatch, and now Humanoid's trying to come in for the fight as well. Reckless has to flash away. G2 forced back out of the river. 1 minute on the Infernal Dragon, third Dragon of the game for Mad if they want to take it.
Yeah, that was a really nice cast there from Armut too, sort of sending Reckless towards Humanoid on the opposite side of the fight, forcing the flash out of him. That should be the mid lane tower, or at least a whole lot of damage going down onto it. You can see Mickey's Event Horizon cooldown very, very low. When you're stacking CDR, it's easy, but he gets burst
the
down
culling
so
from the
fast.
side. He has the stopwatch. Kazi stepping forward. The heal comes out. Kazi has to pull the Feather Storm Armored. Chasing left against Jankos here. Kazi gets the kill onto Wonder, but Jankos, actually, it's Armored who's going to fall down towards the bottom side. 1-for-1 trade there in the mid lane. A lot of investors try and kill Mickey, but Caps, meanwhile, has slowly been pushing in this side wave.
Yeah, he's been top lane the entire time. Mad Lion's obviously losing a ton of minions in that play. It looks like, actually, because Humanoid pushes this tower so quickly, all those minions are going to be able to be picked up by likely Wonder or Reckless, whoever goes down bot side to farm away that minion wave. But, I mean, this stopwatch coming at the last second, it's actually really big for G2 because it allows them then to extend this fight. Mickey somehow survives the entire culling, is pretty much wasted there. And on the left side of your fight, you have Reckless able to get that kill onto Armut. Still, it is Mad Lion's first to that Dragon Pit. And G2 on the prowl, they get a big CC. No damage.
A huge amount of damage.
There's still no
from
cap, so there's no
Veigar.
damage. We don't have to freak out just yet, but he's
Elioya
TPing
is down.
in.
Gonna get that honey fruit. TP coming in, as you say. Humanoid just TP to the mid wave, and G2 just gonna try and delay this game a little bit as the unstoppable onslaught comes out. Wonder chasing in. There's the dragon taken. Humanoid has a good flank position as Caps is forced away. Wonder doesn't really have a way to escape, and here comes the quickness of Kaiser. He's gonna jump into the backline. That's already two. The unleashed power. Just about enough as Mickey uses the primordial burst to take out his enemy man. Mad Lions, though, do get 2 kills. And maybe, well, I was going to say could turn their eyes towards the Baron, but there's only a Rift Herald available.
Maybe a mid-turret, a Herald on top. Probably just jungle camps on the top side, too. Maybe the best prize Elioya can find. And honestly, that trade of Kaiser's life for multiple players on G2 is the trade he takes every single time. Because when you go in on Rakan and there's a Syndra on the enemy team, you always know you're going to die. When there's a Syndra and a Veigar, it's even worse. The point and click, you're just not tanky enough to survive at all. And you can see at the start, like, the zone control from G2 is very, very powerful between the Event Horizon and the charge in there from Wonder. Once those cooldowns go down, if Kaiser's able to get past a lot of those CCs, if they're used a little bit too early, he has free entry into the backline, and that sets up so well for all 3 damage dealers of Mad Lions just fire away.
It's a pretty cool combo there, the unleashed power into primordial burst, because of course Veigar ultimate does more damage the lower health an enemy is, and you know what's good at getting someone low HP? Unleashed power.
2 point and clicks, what a cool combination.
Look, it's better than old school funnel Yi, Tarek, Luden
Is that
stuff.
old school now? Wow.
I mean, that's 2018?
2018, yeah.
Yeah.
It's even a thing in 2019, guys. We just couldn't escape it. It was a little bit too good. But those days of funnel G2 are past us. You know, we got past those. It's okay. We get real League of Legends once again.
We do. The Rek'Sai Veigar is real League of Legends. G2 perhaps just trying out some new drafts these last couple of days, as we said earlier. If they win this game, they lock top spot, but they do still have an opportunity tomorrow to lock first, as Rogue losing today means they're still tied on win-loss. Mickey's going to catch out Kazi here, Primordial Burst. Half HP is not going to do too much, but Kaiser has to flash away, has to jump away, sorry.
Yeah, I've been freaking out every time Mickey lands a CC, expecting full damage Veigar. It's support Veigar. Takes a little bit more time to ramp up.
Oh my goodness, this is the thing with Event Horizon. Mickey, if you ever step too far forward, now Jankos looking for the flank. Again. Coming in, Prey Seeker connects, Void Rush available, but the cooldown on that Event Horizon is astronomical.
I mean, it's just disturbing. He's just rushing ability haste, right? Not even finishing a single item. Lucidity boots.
I think it's a 7.5 second cooldown.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
low. I remember back when ability haste was CDR. With 45% CDR, you could get it down to like 7.4 seconds.
Well, you can now get 100 ability haste.
Yeah.
Which is 50% CDR.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yep.
He's going to be stacking away. And all the time, he's going to be continuing to build up AP himself in any of these trades. Obviously not going to be farming, so I wouldn't expect that number to get too ludicrously high, but whenever these fights are happening, he's landing Q's, going to be stacking up more and more damage at 198 AP. Respectable.
Yeah,
82
stacks.
As
84
a support
now.
Veigar, yeah.
I mean, he's got 200 AP, and if we check, like, what's Caps at right now? He's probably like 300, 250? That's not Caps, that's Humanoid.
Fast math.
100. Caps has less AP than Mickey.
Justice for mid laners.
I mean, look, here's the thing. Mid diff is support diff, right? And Mickey is just taking that on his chin. He's been like, he's always talked about wanting to play Gragas mid in the LEC. He's never been given the opportunity as Mad Lions decide to push in the mid lane. Mickey has a flank. Not usually the champion you'd expect to flank on, but this Veigar's in a good position. However, they know Caps is in the bottom lane without TP, and this is 2 towers quickly here for Mad Lions. G2 caught napping a little bit as they just gave up all mid priority.
Yeah, positioning really critical for G2 because, again, they need a fight around closed-off choke points where, like, Veigar E is going to take up the majority of the area. They also need to be very on point with their position because, actually, I really don't like Mickey approaching fights from an angle right now. They're not obviously looking to go for a team fight, but if he's trying to flank on this Veigar, obviously not the best look. I think Event Horizon is best used sometimes as a pick tool, but like mostly as just like a zoning tool and like buying space for your backline, you know, choosing exactly when you want to go in, choosing, you know, can we split the fight right down the middle here and sort of isolate two different halves of a fight where Reckless can get a lot of work done in a 1v2, 2v2 situation, but not as easy a team fight to Kai'Sa in a straight up 5v5.
Of course, Mad Lions do have the ability to disengage if that happens. You've got Armut there with the barrel, you've got Rakan there with the quickness, the ability to get in and get out of fights or just rearrange fights as you so desire. Could come up huge in these next few fights. Infernal Dragon up in 14 seconds. As
big stun comes out there from Caps, and you'll have to watch the minimap. Wonder has a nasty flank getting behind the Dragon Pit, looking for some sort of play onto the back line of Mad Lions.
They don't know Ender Pepe laugh. Mad Lions are unaware. They haven't got the knowledge that Wonder is in this position. RG2 going to step forward. They lack critical information, as you say. Blast gun available here for Wonder. That Dragon is gone, and now Wonder. Okay. We built that up to be a lot more than it ended up being. Mad Lions secure their third Dragon of the game. 3,000 gold ahead, still looking to lock a top 4 spot in playoffs. With a win here, they would do that. It would mean they go through to the double elimination stage of our playoffs. Don't have to fight through that single elimination bracket that is the lower bracket. And Lyoya caught out a little bit.
There's that disengage you were talking about, though. Arma just knocks him away. There was a threat of a kill going down to Lyoya, but it will be avoided for the time being. Double sleep, Kai'Sa on the flank.
Kai'Sa with the quickness goes on to Jankos. They're looking for Caps. The culling, not quite in range as Caps flashes away. Humanoid still stepping forward, the exhaust has gone down. Mickey has the Primordial Burst still available, but Wonder is the target. Event Horizon gonna lock him up, but the Gale Force into the stun. Perfectly positioned from Humanoid. Jankos tries to go back onto Armor. Prowler's Claw going in. That's very greedy there from Jankos. Splashes onto the blast cone to get himself away. Meanwhile, the rest of Mad Lions are still chasing in here. Swell Seed only connects onto Reckless, but Mad could just turn to the Baron here, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, Caps is low enough. Wonder doesn't have TP even when he does survive. It doesn't look like Mad Lions want to press their luck again in 4 minutes. The sole threat is going to be there. So that's where Mad Lions are going to look for the fight. And honestly, these 5v5s are super, super interesting because both sides feel like they're very squishy, you know, when they go into the fight. It's really just the top laners that have any form of survivability whatsoever. And it's just a combination of trying to isolate single targets, Mickey trying to spread out and zone away fights, because even in that last one, Caps very nearly went down to the culling, and it was only an Event Horizon from Mickey that actually forced Humanoid out of range for that culling while Caps was CC'd, allowed him to end up escaping. So in these very spread out fights, things get very, very messy. And both sides have a lot of great tools at dealing with a very spread out, very skirmish heavy style of 5v5.
I have to look to see what flashes are up. My expectation is we don't see another big skirmish for the next 3 minutes or so.
You don't know these teams very well, Medic.
I mean, so, okay. If I were Mad Lions and I said, well, we didn't go for Baron on the last play when we won a fight, maybe we just wait for the Infernal Soul to be available for us, I would wait the 3 minutes, but instead they're like, nah, we can catch out Wonder as he tries to step into this mid lane bush, and the chase is on and Unstoppable Onslaught being used, but Lyoya pops a stopwatch to keep himself alive, and Wonder is down. I believe that's the 5th time this game he has died. Cat's trying to do what he can towards the bottom side of this fight. Did Lyoya just use the sleep on Wonder's clone? On the zombie?
I think he may have. I think he might have thought it was going to be on Caps as well, and then Caps' burn timed out right beforehand. I didn't quite get the exact look on that, but he did end up losing the ultimate out of that play. So we did get a fight within 3 minutes. Still not Mad Lions wanting to commit over towards the Baron. Kai'Sa has his ultimate ready to go. Humanoid does so much damage.
The dodge on the Scat of the Week was actually beautiful there from Humanoid. Just sidestepping it at the right moment as G2, a man down here. Wonder no TP as he comes back up in 5 seconds. Humanoid, got to give the man props. 6-1-1 on this Lucian, playing into Caps' Syndra no less. And Mad Lions, after a disappointing performance in the mid-game versus Misfits yesterday, have really stepped it up here.
I was wondering for a second, Mad Lions saw a vision of Jankos walking in towards that brush, setting up a potential fight. If Mad Lions do this, it'll be a big win for them, setting them up very nicely for the playoffs.
TP.
Pings
TP,
go down, they see Lyoya.
Elyoya, Lilting Lullaby, just about to come back off cooldown, but Caps is here. The scat of the week goes wide, but there is Jankos ready and waiting. And the unleashed Void Rush from the Jankos Caps combination gets another kill on the board for G2.
See, I think this is a mistake from Elyoya, not just getting picked off, but using his flash in that situation. Can't flash away from Rek'Sai ult, can't flash away from Syndra ult. You're dying there every single time. And it's not like surviving there means that you can somehow fight for the Drake. You're going to fight for the Drake anyways. You're spawning before that comes up. And now you don't have the flash for a potential steal situation. Now G2, they're headed straight over towards the Baron. Armor a very far way away, but G2 are not taking this very quickly.
Down to about 8,000. Kaiser, Kazi, and Humanoid. 3 members strong, looking for the push here. Event Horizon blocks off a zone. Baron down to 2,000. Jankos will secure it. Wonder going in with the unstoppable onslaught. He is charmed up and immediately taken down. Humanoid opening up onto Mickey as well. Recall from Reckless in the pit gets him out. 3 Barons survive for G2, but it's 20 seconds on that Infernal Soul for Mad Lions.
Yeah, G2 aren't going to be respawning in time for this Drake to come up. So by taking this Baron, I don't even know if this is worth for them. Sure, they get some money. Sure, they get that buff.
Oh.
But now Caps, he has no flash.
He's got no flash. He's totally in the wrong position. Lilting Lullaby coming out. And Elyoya pops the stopwatch. Caps pops one of his own, and the rest of G2 have left him to his demise. Shut down by the Lilia. And now that Infernal Dragon is ripe for the picking.
G2 saw that they could, but they never stopped to think, should they go for that Baron? They end up losing multiple players. Caps gets picked off, leading straight into the Drake, and now the Infernal Soul is the prize claimed by the Mad Lions. This game has been wild, and now Humanoid with that buff. He's an absolute machine medic.
2,000 gold ahead. I also want to say, I wish my top lane inters were like Wonder. He is ahead on gold and is 0-7-0.
Wait, is that the boss?
Yeah, he's just should have built lethality. Yeah. That's the issue. That's what's gone wrong in this game. He definitely does. Definitely does. Elder Dragon up in 5.5 minutes time. Baron still 1:40 on it. Still sits on 2 G2 members. The question is, can they really use it for much against this Infernal Soul double 3-item AD carry comp that Mad Lions have assembled?
Hey, G2, they've always got the scaling. I do have to point out the Cosmic Drive Rush from Veigar. I love this, of course, with the stacking of the AP there. You can bypass that AP requirement as a first item. 40 ability haste from that item, the movement speed as well, making this Veigar quite the nuisance.
How stacked up are we on Mickey as we look to see maybe he can go in with an Event Horizon here? 113 stacks, 276 AP. Pretty good considering he's only got 1 AP item right now. Does have those Lucidity boots as well as they continue to push forward in the mid lane. G2 trying to use the last minute of this Baron buff to get that minus to a plus in terms of Baron power plays, but right now it still sits in the negative by about 600 to 700 gold or so.
They're team fighting into 2 marksmen, 3 items, a Zeal on top. Like, that is not easy to do. Again, I feel like Jankos doesn't have too much value, and
I will say it's very brave of Humanoid not to get a QSS. Like, Kazi has Cleanse and Featherstorm.
Yeah.
Humanoid's like, oh no, it's fine, Scatter the Weak, Event Horizon, Jankos, well actually, Stun, Jankos knockup doesn't work, but
QSS when you got skill. He's got Dash, he's got extra dash with Gale Force, he sometimes has Flash. All the CC tools from G2.
2 dashes and the Flash is all you need.
Yeah, quite easy outplay. I'd say the only thing is like of course, the Event Horizon for Veigar you can't dash through.
Exactly.
Obviously, so
you
only
can't
the
flash
Flash
through it.
can escape it. Yes, indeed.
Elyoya looking for Caps here. Swellseed goes wide, but Kaiser's going in with the quickness as well. Kazi coming in from the side. The Event Horizon onto Kaiser is quite a lot, but Caps pops so much. Kazi flashes forward. Jankos trying to trade here. Caps is down. Jankos short to follow. The Featherstorm dodges the claws of the beast, and G2 fall apart once again around their blue buff. Reckless was nowhere near it. Armorship's pushing in the bottom lane, and Mad Lions have about 40 seconds here with a 2-man advantage.
Week 8 is just a week of opposites. Every single game it feels like has been an upset, and Mad Lions are looking to continue that here again today against G2. G2 just fell to Excel yesterday, and now Mad Lions have everything they need in a comfortable position to win this one up against G2. The inhibitors are falling, the towers are down, and there's nothing that G2 can do about it.
First inhibitor about to fall. 32 minutes in, 3 minutes on the Elder Dragon. Wonder does have the unstoppable onslaught. Reckless is here, has 4 items himself. So if Reckless can have a little bit of time to free fire in a team fight, can absolutely demolish Mad. But Can I ask, Kevin, is there any chance we can bring up the standings as we get to this tense portion of the game? Because I want to remind you guys just how important this game is for Mad. If they win this, they lock a top 4 spot. That means double elimination. It means if you lose one best of 5, you are not out of contention for the title. It also means we will not have that 5-way tie we've been talking about. XL can still get to 8 wins. Schalke, SK, and Misfits can all get to 9 as well. So we could have a tie in 4th spot. Fnatic could still be eliminated via that tie. However, we will not have a 5-way tie anymore if Mad win this game.
None of the ridiculous situations that could obviously come as quite the heartbreak to many fans in the league, but Mad Lions still have a little bit more work to do before they can call this game theirs. Baron spawns in a minute, Elder 1 more minute after that. And again, so much riding off the back of Humanoid in this game, jumping forward, rapid fire cannon, crit takes Mickey down to half.
I just love the bravery of dashing into an event horizon. Like,
look, if Humanoid is anything, it is brave.
It's true.
Man loves to go in. When he thinks he can get it done, he doesn't stop to think. He just makes it happen. 4 items, stopwatch on both of these marksmen from the Mad Lions. And again, it's felt like stopwatch, the Zonius from Elyoya, has really thwarted so much of what G2 want to do. Again, their ultimates hard countered by that ability, quite frankly. And now playing in the fog of war, they're zooming in for Caps.
So see, it goes wide, Caps pops his stopwatch, has a flash of his own, but immediately the quickness finds him. No way of getting out of that. As soon as you come out, you are CC'd.
Every single teamfight victory from Mad Lions, it has been finding Caps and instantly killing him. Yep. And there's nothing they can do about it, right? Flash won't get you that far away because Mad Lions Kaiser's just sprinting at you. There's no escaping that.
And also, Mad Lions very often know they're at a numbers advantage, even if a real fight starts, because Wonder is currently down in the bottom lane. Last time he called out Caps, Reckless was up in the top lane by himself. Wonder, you know, you're getting something done, but while you do it, you're beginning to lose turrets and lose these objectives. Kazi going forward there as they look to try and take out the mid lane inhibitor tower. That's 1. Wonder has backed away. The event horizon comes down, but Armored, the flash away from Mickey just enough to get him out to safety. Second inhibitor of the game falls though, still 2.5 minutes before the bot lane inhib respawns, and with 20 seconds on the Elder Dragon with the Baron up, Mad Lions have a slew of objectives to pick from.
Yeah, we'll forgive Armut for fumbling the combo right there, using his W for the ultimate, because Mad Lions have everything on the map. G2's only play now is to sprint to the Elder Dragon. It is spawning right about now. Reckless absolutely crushes through this objective, but Mad Lions are going to be there in time to contest. Armut has his TP, no flash, no ultimate, but Mad Lions are ready to fight.
Event Horizon blocks off the entire river. Caps with a 2-man scatter. Humanoid and Kazi down to half HP. Humanoid stepping forward the Elder Dragon. It's going to a smite. Elyoya gets it! And you have to feel that's the end for G2. Caps is down, and here comes Mickey. Another kill with the lasers from the Elder Dragon. And the chase is on Jankos. Wonder, Reckless, no place to go. The barrel will knock Wonder back into the midst of Mad Lions. The Scion will become a zombie once again. Jankos next on the menu. Kazi unstoppable. And the Mad Lions have pounced. The Mad Lions have struck. And there's just nothing G2 can do.
Elyoya wins the smite fight. Humanoid wins the 1v1 duel against Caps, and the week of upsets will not be stopped. Mad Lions do it against G2.
And with a commanding performance, Mad Lions will take the win and lock their spot in the top 4.
I don't even know what to say. This week is just crazy, man. It's just crazy.
I don't get it.
It's
Honestly,
mad.
It's mad. Good one. Yeah, usually when we get to this portion of the weekend, I'm like, okay, next playoff checkup's easy. Like I say, these teams out. This one game is important. Let me have a quick look at the games for tomorrow. Vitality play Misfit, has playoff stakes. Schalke play XL, has playoff stakes. Mad Lions play Astralis. No playoff stakes there. That's one game. G2 SK playoff stakes, Fnatic Rogue playoff stakes. So every game apart from one tomorrow has playoff stakes. Every game counts as per usual. You can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Elyoya, Humanoid, and Kazi are your options. Honestly, I think Elyoya's early game was really strong. I think what Mad did in the early game was really good. I think Humanoid popped off too much for me to ignore him.
I'm going to be honest. I think that Kaiser got scammed. It's dangerous saying that youth on the desk. Karzi, I'm sorry. It should have been Kaiser.
I think that I've heard from the powers that be, it was in the balance, and then the Elder Dragon steal tipped Elioya over the edge.
Yeah, Elioya should be in there.
Yeah, get rid of Kazi.
Get rid of Kazi.
Screw 80 carries, we hate him.
Come on, man.
Get rid of him. They just whine about not having enough items the entire time.
I'm gonna
There
do
were
my
2
thing
in
again.
that game. They're so broken.
I'm gonna leave.
You're gonna leave again?
Yeah, I figured it's my thing now.
Okay, wait, let me press the button, you can leave.
Okay, cool.
Cool, nice. We'll soon hear from Elioya before Amit joins us in the post-game lobby. Don't you go anywhere.
Systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC as Mad Lions take down G2 in our match of the week. And Alioya, feliz cumpleaños. It must be nice to win on your birthday.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, yeah, it's just the birthday buff, I guess.
Yeah, birthday buff it is indeed. But how do you go from losing to Misfits to beating G2 on day 2?
Yesterday was kind of frustrated because like it's been so many games that we should have just won and we threw. So it was like really frustrating to not be taking these wins. And yeah, I mean, I was a bit sad for today, but like I saw that everyone in my team was like nothing happened yesterday, so they kind of cheered me up, and it was everything fine.
Yeah, it's nice to have this mental reset from all the team. But I'm talking about the game itself and the draft from G2 today. What did you think about Rek'Sai and Jankos? I mean, Rek'Sai as it is in the meta.
I think that there were not much junglers left, so Rek'Sai was not a bad option. But among all the junglers, I don't think Rek'Sai is like a good option. Like if you compare it to the meta jungles right now, to the meta champs, I think it's not as great. So I think that realizing what they had, it's not as bad, but like I would not go for it.
All right, and do you expect the jungle meta to change maybe approaching playoffs with 11.5?
I don't think so. I think jungle meta is gonna keep the same until they actually make like some really drastic changes.
All right, super set here. Now, talking about Mad Lions, you entered the week as one of the teams who was already qualified in playoffs. So did it influence the way you train, the way you approach the week, especially coming into playoffs? Because being already qualified gives you a sweet advantage that none of the teams have. And yeah, you were able maybe to train in another way today?
No, not really. Like we have always the same approach, that is to focus on the next game we have. So we are not like looking for playoffs or looking for like even more forward. We're just like focusing on the next game we have, and we keep it all.
All right, focused on the day. You still have one more game to play, but focusing on you, Alioya. You are one of the front runners to get the Rookie of the Season this year. You got the Player of the Game today. What's your take on your performance and evolution as the player? Because you grow into becoming one of the key players for Mad Lions.
I mean, I think if today I got the MVP, like the MVP of the game, I think Marek or Kaiser or even Karzi got roped. I think I didn't deserve like. I don't think I even should have been in the votes, but like I guess I take it. Like it's nice, but I don't think I had as great a game as they had. So I don't think I'm not as happy for this one because I don't feel like I deserve it. So yeah, but like for the Rookie of the Split, like I kind of want this achievement since I've been only like competing for 1 year, and last year I got Rookie of the Split and MVP of the Split. So it would be nice to keep like this. Yeah, this record, I guess, or like how, I don't know how to call it.
Hopefully you get it. I mean, talking about your evolution as a player, if you were to give an advice to your former self when you entered the LEC 3 months ago, what would you tell yourself?
Don't be scared. Inting is fine. Inting is completely fine. Just give it all.
Inting is part of the training, indeed, and that was a fantastic game today from Mad Lions. How do you feel about tomorrow, though?
Tomorrow is Humanoid's birthday, so I guess that we should also be fine, just because of that reason.
Right, birthday buff for the whole week here in this Super Week. But Alioya, thank you so much for the interview, and yeah, good luck for the next game tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye, you're welcome. And we're going to take one last break and we'll be back in a few minutes with PGL, with Shox, Vedi and Armut.
everyone to the LEC post-game lobby after an absolutely bonkers day. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Verius, and in a second also by Armut. But look what I got. Yes, I got it off the casters. I don't know what it's going to be doing, but I'm very excited.
Power of the button.
Down to try?
Let's find out.
All right. Ooh. Oh, it's a dolphin.
It's a...
Oh, this is great. I love it. Sorry I got so excited, but I really love dolphins. So thank you, Button. Very much appreciated. Someone who's like tuning in out of context will be like, what the hell has happened? Well, we'll tell you what has happened. A lot of crazy stuff. Armut is joining us, as said, in a second. But first off, Veri, can I get kind of a first reaction of what you were thinking when you came into this Super Week and kind of everything that was up in the air, but kind of decided for a lot of teams
I thought that this week would be a battle for 6th. I thought that the main conversation would be about Schalke, XL, and Misfits. And I thought that, honestly, they would have lost a lot, and then it would be coming down in tomorrow. And our conversation would be, well, who's going to be taking that last spot? And it would be like Schalke versus Misfits, fighting for it. And then maybe if they get lucky, XL can be in that conversation too. I was not expecting the teams that have lost to lose, and I wasn't expecting to have like a flip of the league where everyone at the bottom of the standings was beating everyone at the top of the standings.
It's nuts. G2, 2 games lost in a row. Mad yesterday with a crazy loss versus Misfits in a game they should have won, but today they get their revenge. Very against the Vigar.
Yeah. I will say that G2's drafts have been a little weird in this final week. They could be trying out new stuff. They could just be trying to have a little bit of fun leading into playoffs. We know that once they lock playoffs, that team does get a little fast and loose, but that Vigar pick definitely not paying off. I think you could see that. I think for many teams, you get caught off guard by a pick like that, not for Kaiser. Kaiser was like, level 1, diving in, we're diving, we're fighting, we're going all in as often as possible. And Mickey got punished quite a lot for the pick. Wonder doing his best Baus impression, maximizing that passive to the fullest. Yeah, overall, I think that G2 got punished, aptly so, by Mad.
That they did, and I think we have Armut joining us right now as well. I think he has dialed in. Hello, Armut.
Oh, hello.
Hi, nice to see you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. So we were just talking about the Vigar pick, which of course you beat it, but it's always, I guess, a little bit of a scare when you see something coming out in a draft that you didn't expect. So what was the reaction?
I mean, we were like, okay. Because I think they were practicing Vigar into Rakan, most likely, and they said like, they are already first place or second, I don't know. I mean, they guaranteed the playoffs, so they were just wanted to try new things, if it's working in stage or not. It didn't.
True, it didn't. How was your time up in the top lane in this game specifically?
My top, I mean, I felt like Jenkos was playing against me because like I couldn't do much. I mean, but Elioya was speaking to me that I'm taking his all both side camps. I was like, okay, I'm not taking the farms as tanker, I guess. I don't need that much. I mean, if you compare to Rek'Sai, like I'm really fine with it, you know? But I think they freeze the top wave for like 6 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah. So I was like totally out of the game.
Yeah, but do you feel like Gragas is a good champion or a decent champion to at least fall behind up in terms of do you feel like you have enough tools, even with your team composition, and even if you fell behind, to have an impact in the team fights?
I mean, I would say I'm more useful than Rek'Sai. Like, if Rek'Sai have gold, he's much scarier. But like, tank Gragas gonna do his job anyway, no matter how much gold he have. I mean, of course, if he have more gold, he will have like better items. He will be more tanky. But like, I mean, I didn't get gold. Rek'Sai didn't get gold, so it was really good for our. Yeah, it was really good for our side.
I'm curious, Armut. At the beginning of the split, we saw a lot of the, I would say, like classic Armut picks. We got to see a bit of Wukong. We got to see a couple crazy other stuff. And it feels to me as though you've been playing a decent number of carries towards the first half. Now you've been playing the Gragas. I have also seen a few tanks here from you. Do you think that your play pan has shifted? Is it something to do with Mad? Like, what do you think your role is on the team right now and your responsibilities as a top laner?
I mean, I would like to be more carry player right now because I'm like more active with carry players right now because tank meta was like not in the meta, so I'm a bit rusty with the tanks, especially with my Gragas is like not good.
Right.
So
What? You're blaming it?
my sign is good. Like my sign is, I would say, is decent, but my Gragas, I'm not playing Gragas for a long time, so I was a bit nervous when I picked them today. Right now, because I played many carry champions lately, like Jace, Wukong, Aatrox, Gnar, blah blah blah, I'm more comfortable with them right now. But when tank meta comes, I will be more comfortable with tanks. Like what I play, what I became more successful with the champs. So I don't really care. I'm tank or carry. I'm just gonna like which one is the best for my team, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk a bit about you and the Mad Lions. First off, of course, you have a long history in the TCL, and it was really cool that we get to welcome you. You now also in the LEC, and the Mad Lions was quite a hyped team to come into. How has the audience reception been in terms of, you know, the TCL fans who probably still follow you, the new fans that you've made so far?
Yeah.
How are the reactions?
How are the reactions? Like at first, people were like saying, "You guys beat Mad Lions with Supermassive. Why did you leave to like worst team?" They say. But like we beat them in best of 5, but that doesn't make us we were better than the Mad Lions. I'm really happy that I'm in the Mad Lions right now. Like the coaching staff, organization, players, everything is really amazing here. So I'm really like happy with my decisions. And for the fun stuff, like I have many fans from TCL. They are still supporting me right now. And after like carrying games like against, for example, my Gnar versus Fnatic, I got many outside of Turkey fans as well. So after like playing some good games, I also get many good messages from the other countries, other fans. So it's like, it's pretty good. I mean, sometimes when you lose, people are saying bad words, but it's fine.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're so innocent. You're like, oh, sometimes you say bad words. We know, dude. So that brings me actually to my next question, because you have such a unique perspective in that you were at Worlds where you were able to scrim the Mad Lions and then play and beat the Mad Lions in a best of 5, and now you're in that team. With the success that Mad Lions already had last year, what do you feel has improved about the lineup as a whole? And do you think that this lineup that you're in now could do better than they did last year? And why?
Okay. So when I came to this team, I was like really surprised in scrims because like my team was like macro gods. Like they were knowing so much things about the game. And I was like, why you guys didn't use against us when we were facing each other at first? Because like at first we were just random fighting kinda, and we won the team fights. But like I was really surprised that they're like so much better. But like inverse, they didn't perform that well. So I'm really happy that they have like this power in their pocket, which will give us like many opportunities in the future, I guess. And they're like helping me a lot to improve myself, laning, macro-wise, micro-wise, blah, blah, blah. Like I'm improving so much from even like every player is helping me, and my coaching staff is doing an amazing job. We are all improving really fast, I would say. So we have like so much better, huge potential than last year's Mad Lions compared to Leah.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like that so far. One last question I want to ask you specifically on your team is about Elyoya, because your team is such a cool, unique blend of, on the one hand, then more experienced players now, you know, the bot lane and the mid laner for sure. You're also quite experienced with your TCL experience, and Elyoya really is the newest player, and he's been tipped by some people as the rookie of the split, maybe. What can you say about him?
When first we signed Elyoya, I didn't know about him. Like, who is this random? I was like a bit like I had some like doubts in my mind because like I didn't know him, and like we signed 3 years together. So if we were like playing bad, I would be really sad. But like he's amazingly, really, really good actually. So I'm really lucky, and like I'm really happy to have him. He's a really nice guy, and he's playing really insane. He's like really smart in game too. He's helping a lot. Yeah, I mean, I'm really grateful that he's in our team. It was good decision by Mad Lions, for sure.
So I have one question for you myself, Ahmet. You have locked playoffs, right? But it seems that you do have a bit of a kryptonite in Hirit. I don't know if you know this, but you're actually 0-4 competitively against Hirit. It seems that you cannot beat him. So, can you tell me what is your rivalry against Hirit and what is your relationship? And do you think you can beat him?
I mean, I think last game, it was yesterday actually, I think my laning was, I was kind of stomping him. My laning was pretty good against him yesterday, so I'm really confident that I can beat him. I mean, I have actually 0-4 against him. 2 from TCL, right?
Yep.
2 from TCL, 2 from LEC, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's playing really good in the fights, especially yesterday. Like, he did an amazing job in the team fights. Yeah, I mean, they deserve to win. We kind of deserve to lose, to be honest. We should have won yesterday's game. We were like really ahead. We just trolled a bit, I would say. Yeah.
I agree.
It seems to be a lot of that going around because as we look at the standings, we came into this week having you guys already locked for playoffs as well as Rogue and G2, and the expectation was that Fnatic and SK, since they only needed 1 win, would kind of lock, and then it would be up to that 6th spot, Vedius, but that is not what happened.
No, we've had a lot of surprising upsets. The fact that Misfits did beat Mad Lions was a big surprise yesterday as well. Of course, kept Misfits in the race for playoffs, but why do you think so many games are so crazy right now in the final week?
Oh, actually, yeah, I have no idea, to be honest. Like, even in an ace like this, right?
Yeah.
Like, every good team is like losing the other side of the, team. I mean, I don't want to say bad teams.
Worst place teams.
It's like, yeah.
So, in my opinion,
it's really weird. Yeah.
Maybe you can tell me what you think. I think that a lot of the middle and lower of the pack teams actually have a lot of I think individually very talented players. I think of Schalke, and I think how Broken Blade and Limit have really been stepping up. I think of Misfits, and I think of how Hirit has had some fantastic games. Kobe and Vitio have been getting a lot better. And when you go through the list, I feel like that each team actually has a really standout player or two. And I think that they're actually keeping the bottom teams quite competitive with some of the middle to the top pack of the teams. Would you say that this is part of the reason why they're being able to? I actually think the LEC has quite a lot of good players this week.
Your question is...
Yeah, I'm not an interviewer, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think also the reason they are winning, because they are really hungry to be in playoffs, and they have the tempo right now. I mean, Misfits and Schalke right now, they are coming really hard, rough. So they are fighting for their life, kind of. I mean, sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, I don't know either, Armut, I'm sitting next to him.
I'm mainly just thinking, because there are so many good players, do you think that the league right now is actually quite good? Or do you think that a lot of teams are misplaying, and that's why a lot of the top teams are kind of floundering? I mean, it's perfectly fine to say that you think that the LEC, there's a lot of not great teams right now.
I think that's a good topic, because people keep saying that they're not sure why people are is the LEC's level just not high right now, and is that what's happening? So maybe you want to answer that.
I think Rogue and G2 are they're really high level compared to the others, in my opinion. And then it comes to Mad Lions, and I don't know who comes after us actually. I would say this top 3 team is good. The first 2 is really, really good. But I don't know who is the fourth one. I don't see any team coming to my mind when I think about the fourth one. So I'm not so sure actually.
I think that is exactly what the issue is kind of right now, right? Because for sure, Mad, fantastic moments. Rogue and G2 have been consistently good. Not as much this week, but but then after that, you have such an enormous fluctuation of level in a Fnatic, in a Misfits, in an SK, that's what's kind of tearing everything down, because if you don't have a consistent level and you only have these, then yeah, of course you're not going to be able to climb if you keep dropping games for no reason and then having to fight for your playoff spot.
Yeah, I agree. And I've been debating a lot, is it inconsistency? Are the teams that were bad during the regular season getting better? Just certain players popping off, or are the top teams getting worse? I think that's the kind of essence that I've been trying to get to, but it seems that Armut doesn't have any idea either.
No,
and it seems that there's a lot of question marks as to what's actually happening in our league.
I mean, I think everyone expects Fnatic to be third or fourth because their roster seems really strong for their names. But they are like having some issues. I mean, that's how it looks like at least. I don't know what's this.
Well, what does it look like? What does it look like to you? If you
what does it look like?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a top lane, so I'm looking for a top lane side. I mean, they are red side, fifth pick. I mean, they are giving to BVP, but they never have a counter pick. I mean, as a top lane, which comes like, this is what I see, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a bit weird. Yeah.
Yeah, you always have this big smile if you're afraid wrong. Yeah.
This is not the only thing why Fnatic is doing like this.
No, of course not. Not throwing yourself under the bus, then. Don't worry. But I have, one team in particular that I want to talk about, especially with Mr. Vedius, because his mother is a huge fan of Excel, and it's the best time to be a fan of Excel. 2 amazing upsets. They beat G2, they beat Rogue, they need to beat Schalke tomorrow. Vedius, what are you thinking? And more importantly, what does your mom think?
My mom has not actually texted me.
What?
She hasn't texted me once. Yeah, it's crazy. I think that she's just, like, she might be leaving me alone because it's the final week. But yeah, the fact that XL are so close, I'm not sure that it's actually in their control, though, because they are a win behind everyone else.
Right, it isn't, but they do need to win.
But if they get that win tomorrow, yeah, it could be huge. And the crazy thing is it's against Schalke, which is just that. When I looked at this weekend, I thought maybe they could beat Schalke. The fact that they've beaten G2 and Rogue, I think that, like, they're looking on fire. This could be the opportunity.
All right, we'll ask Armut then. So we've got Mad Rogue and G2 are locked in. We have 3 spots left, and we have Fnatic, SK, Misfits, Schalke, and Excel. That's correct, right? Did I forget anyone? So who's getting to playoffs?
So tomorrow Schalke is playing versus Excel, right?
Let's take a look at the schedule, actually, so you can help make your decision.
Because I want to see who Misfits plays to play against.
Here we go. So Misfits is playing Vitality, Excel's playing Schalke, Astralis Mad, so that's just you guys, G2, SK, and Fnatic Rogue.
So what happens if Misfits and Schalke won same time, same day? I mean,
so if
they're kind of equal right now, right?
Yeah, if everyone wins out of Misfits, XL, and Schalke, which is impossible actually, so that tie doesn't work. I think XL actually...
Not XL.
Oh.
Misfits and Schalke?
Yeah, and Misfits and Schalke, if they both win, what happens?
I believe Excel has the better head-to-head.
Well, things get kind of crazy because Misfits and Schalke, if they tie with Fnatic, I think Fnatic is in serious trouble because Fnatic don't actually have great head-to-head records against many of the middle-of-the-pack teams. So Fnatic fans should be worried about Misfits winning and about Schalke winning. But if Fnatic wins and if SK wins, either or, then they can lock a spot in play.
Yes, so obviously it's very complicated and we don't really know. So just like on feeling, who do you think makes it to the playoffs?
I think Schalke and Misfits kind of deserving this week. I felt like they should be in playoffs. Yeah. I mean, can they be both in the playoffs?
You're asking hard questions right now. I want to say, you know what? I don't know, because I already had the fish show in my DMs being like, when are we out and when are we in? And I'm like, I don't know. But luckily, we've got someone who does know. All the information will be on Twitter. And of course, tomorrow we'll give you a very clear picture of everything that needs to happen tomorrow, depending on who you're rooting for. So don't worry there. Yeah, that was it. We're going to let you go, Armut, but first I would like to take a selfie with you.
Okay.
And Vedius, because, it would be rude not to include him. Oh, I wonder if the button will do anything else. Nope. My producer says no. I'm still going to press it. Alrighty. It's me. It's Armut. And yay. Lovely. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Armut.
Nice.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Good luck in playoffs and tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. That was all from us here in Berlin. Across the Atlantic, as always, you can watch TSM versus Immortals. We'll be back tomorrow, the last day of the regular season. See you then. Perfect.
Right now, G2 and Rogue are actually locked in top 2. Mad have also locked a spot in the playoffs. SK and Fnatic both only need a single win to make it into playoffs, and Schalke, Misfits, and XL are the remaining 3 teams who are fighting for a single spot.
We will be going in. Are you ready? Press the button! Okay. Sometimes hard to highlight in pro games as...
He just broke his ankles! The setup is there, the shockwave goes wide, but here comes the stolen ultimate, and it looks like it might just be enough. The snare comes in, Jessica comes flying in from downtown. He's ready to finish the job, but Jezu says not today. It will be the 1-for-1. The quadra kill comes in for the Kai'Sa.
So I'm not that familiar with Formula 1, but I know that when there's an accident, they have like that car at the front that goes really slowly.
Sure.
And I feel like that is what Renekton is in this comp. That little car that's our main.
I hate to break it to you, I think Renekton's the accident.
This win does not lock XL, but it gets them darn well close. Inspired, pulled back with the Magnet Storm. A 3-man sleep, and here comes the follow-up. Torre diving in, and that's a double. Larson taken out, and XL have excelled. This is excellent, exceptional. Razork still on the chase. Sophie switches to Phoenix. Kobe dashes in. Looking for the first kill on Hylissang. Hylissang gets the knockback, and Kobe will get the reset off that explosive shot, and he can jump right back in. A double. Looking for the triple as he lands right on the head of Niski, and Kobe is now popping off in this game.
I've got to dive on the top side.
Ripper goes in with the dominance, the leap away from here, and flash over to the other side. Ripper, one more tower shot, is that enough? Here it gets the 1v1, and now Selfmade's dead as well.
Mickey,
flash,
boy.
ignite. Mickey does have a flash of his own, but Cards is going to flash chase the event. Horizon connects, this minion auto attack. Enough burst blood to Kai'Sa with an assist to the minions.
Where, rocking a bit. 1, 2, 3, looking for the reset. Won't quite get it. Waiting on the pullback. Flash out from Crown Shot. The flash will pull back through. Now he's going to finish the job. Neon, clean pickup on the double daggers at the end of that trade. Maybe it gets a little bit easier to get the potential on the top side. From the bottom side. Feels pretty good. Abadage, though, fishing for a solo kill.
Should I send us in?
Should I do it?
Okay!
Like a hammer on a drum, like footprints in the sand. From the moment we are born, there's an imprint on your hand. Wrap your fingers around my neck. You don't speak my dialect, but our images reflect. Drawn together by the flame, we are just the same. Embrace the wind and fall into another time and space. If we belong to
Warning.